The annual debutante ball brought together the most brilliant and promising beauties of the country at the imperial palace. The titled gentleman had the opportunity not only to see potential brides, but also to taste the best wines from the imperial cellars. The crowd of aristocrats became agitated, and everyone turned towards the door through which the girl entered, rumors about whom were stirring up public opinion in the capital. A rare beauty, dressed in the latest fashion, the daughter of an influential and very rich father, her mere appearance here was tantamount to a scandal. It was Erin Reithers, who in the eyes of society was an unworthy woman, a villain and deviant personality. The conversations of the ball guests immediately took a new direction, their essence boiling down to the question of why this villainess took up a sword. It was said that her maid ran away from her in fear right in the middle of the night. So terrible was the lady's behavior. "This girl treats cruelly not only the servants," the aristocrats whispered, but also her own relatives. Only one person treated her with condescension. His Highness, the second prince of the empire, favored Erin. Erin Reithers was considered a villain by high society, known as the eldest daughter of a marquise who had tarnished his name through corrupt activities. As usual, all these rumors had nothing to do with reality and were spread by Erin's stepmother. This woman's life's purpose was not only to discredit the name of Marquis Richard Latrousse, but also to make his daughter's life unbearable. Little Erin was afraid of her stepmother. This woman completely controlled her life and decided where she would sleep, what she would do, what she would eat, and how she would live. The stepmother's decisions were always not in Erin Reithers' favor, and the girl's life turned into a living hell with the appearance of this woman. The most humiliating thing was the constant beatings. The stepmother never crippled Erin, but she constantly inflicted sensitive wounds on her. The stepmother's favorite weapon was a long, flexible wooden pointer. She would strike it with rare, sharp blows and call her a useless girl. The stepmother threatened to tell Erin's father that his daughter was unworthy of being his heir, was a poor student, and behaved badly. Erin was in a lot of pain. Her stepmother didn't hit vital organs, but chose the most painful places. The arms and legs of the future Marchioness Erin Littris were constantly covered with bruises and abrasions, but these were the areas that were covered by clothing. The stepmother demanded that the girl maintain her posture and polite saccharine expression on her face, even when being beaten, as befits a real lady. The girl was constantly punished on unfounded charges, and her stepmother always did it herself. Erin Reithers' skirt, like the sleeves of her dress, hid small but very painful abrasions and scratches. Her stepmother's teachings were not in vain. Erin learned to endure pain and humiliation without changing her facial expression. The stepmother was pleased with her work. Her stepdaughter was trained superbly. The woman believed that Erin Reithers now had exactly the expression on her face that she should have. The foolish and pathetic girl, her stepdaughter, was finally completely subjugated to her will. And now it was time to move on to the next stage of the plan to destroy Reithers. In front of the whole world, the stepmother pretended to be an exemplary mother of the family, and no one knew that from the very first day she had been bullying Erin. The girl couldn't understand what she had done to deserve such treatment from her stepmother. Perhaps the reason was that she really was a stupid, pathetic, ugly woman. A young man who accidentally became aware of the real state of affairs was a relief in a world of troubles. He urged Erin to tell everyone how the Marquise felt about her, but Erin believed that such frankness would only worsen her situation. Erin had experienced terrible things in her very short first life, and the memories of them haunted her. The sweet, kind nanny died in a very strange way. Erin could still hear her last words, that the lady should immediately run away and save herself. This was the first life that Erin remembered. There was one very good man in it. He took care of the girl. Erin didn't love her husband. She was married off without her consent. But strangely enough, this became her outlet and salvation from her quarrelsome stepmother. The husband belonged to an aristocratic family, was older than Erin, and treated the girl with care and tenderness. Intimidated and bullied since childhood, Erin could not respond to this kind man in any way. She simply did not know how to love and did not have time to learn it. Her husband was the second prince of the empire, and one sad day, Erin witnessed his tragic death. The saddest thing is that Erin was blamed for the death of this wonderful person, although she was not directly to blame, but indirectly she was blamed. The stepmother managed to convince Erin that the prince died because of her, precisely because he was engaged to Erin and treated her well. It was the death of the second person in her life. Erin decided that the people who loved her were doomed to die. They died because they were close to her. Erin's own life began to seem useless and even harmful and dangerous to those people who, by some miracle, treated her well. The girl often cried bitterly. She did not understand why she was the cause of troubles and deaths of her loved ones. The tragic end of her life was almost expected for Erin Reithers. The girl experienced mortal pain and moral relief. The sword pierced the young and powerful body, and drops of thick red blood flew in all directions, thus ending the first life of Erin Reithers. The girl did not remember the killer's face. He was wrapped from head to toe in a black cloak. His hands were clad in black gloves, and he skillfully wielded a double-edged sword. A deep baritone voice spoke strange words over Erin's cooling body. The girl had to ponder their meaning. The killer said that Madame told me to tell Erin not to worry, that she would be reunited with her entire family very soon. That was the last thing Erin Reithers saw and heard. Night, silence, sharp pain, and a stranger in a dark cloak walking away into the distance. The last thought of the unfortunate girl was the question of what she had done wrong, that she was killed so mercilessly, and whom she had bothered. After complete darkness and nothingness, the girl's soul woke up in a huge metropolis of the 21st century, planet Earth. Lots of beautiful people rushing about their business. Cars, high-rise buildings, night illumination, and daytime advertising. Amidst all this splendor, Erin occupied the inconspicuous position of a waitress in a fast food cafe. The girl quickly and skillfully served customers, prepared drinks, and checked out customers. Erin was surprised that on that terrible night, the existence of her soul was not interrupted, and she again realized that she was alive. Now she felt like Erin Reithers, a girl living in 21st century South Korea, a life ordinary for many in this world. The peculiarity was that Erin remembered her past life perfectly and understood that at the moment she was experiencing a second reincarnation. Unfortunately, her second life was not much different from her first. Her parents considered her a disappointment and abandoned her to her fate. In short, nothing good happened. The time came when Erin was reborn again and began her third path, where she was destined to become a brilliant strategist and knight of the family. The unfortunate girl, downtrodden and forgotten by everyone, coped with the task set before her by Providence. Erin lived her third life as a swordmaster, a renowned knight of the line, and a clan leader. Erin had no idea why she was being reborn, and yet the memories of all her past lives remained with her. Once again, Erin's soul emerged from oblivion. Once again, a new life awaited her. She was reborn again, and the memory of her previous 3 existences remained in her consciousness. But the fourth life did not begin at the moment of birth. Everything was completely different. Completely unexpectedly, Erin realized that she was Erin again, the Marchioness of Litris. Erin felt like she was all grown up, and right in front of her, a guard knight was fighting a huge monstrous bear. Erin and her companions had no idea where a monster could have come from on this safe and guarded road. Skillful warriors left the monster no chance of survival, but its very appearance aroused bewilderment and suspicion. Jacob was proud of his role as a monster fighter. The boy felt no fear, only the fear of not being able to deliver the decisive blow. The young man's eyes shone with uncertainty as the immense beast-like bulk loomed over him, threatening to crush him with its sheer weight. The monster's eyes glowed with fury. Thick saliva dripped from its snow-white fangs, and it was only a matter of moments before it became clear which of them was stronger, the beast or the man. With a familiar gesture from a swordmaster, Erin placed her hand on the hilt of her weapon and prepared to rush into battle. Jacob froze in surprise. He was just about to strike when someone's sword fell on the monster's head and cut it in half. An unperturbed Erin stood next to the carcass of the defeated monster. The victory had come to her surprisingly easily and simply. My own amazement at the place and time of my location was interrupted by the shout of the squad leader. He sent Erin to help the other knights. Oddly enough, she was now Erin Reithers again, the stupid lady no one was protecting. That same stupid and pathetic girl who was abused by her stepmother and killed by that very stepmother in her first life. Now Erin Reithers was back in her first life, but now she had the knowledge of a swordmaster. The girl was unaware of the plan of Providence, but she became Erin Reithers again. Erin pondered the reversal of her own fate and almost missed another monster who wanted to dine on her. The swordmaster's instincts did not fail the young warrior. She threw her body to the side to avoid the blow of the terrible paw, lunged and struck with the sword. The hand tightly grips the trusty sword and delivers a fatal blow to the most vulnerable spot on the beast's body. The enormous monster lay defeated at the feet of the young girl, instilling terror in those around her and confidence in Erin's own strength. The girl was absolutely certain that she would no longer live by other people's rules, as she had done before, in her first attempt to live this life. With such thoughts and skills, Erin had a direct path to the Academy of Talents, an institution of higher education for the best representatives of the youth of the Empire. The Talent Academy taught the art of individual and collective combat to anyone who wished and passed the entrance exams. Talented youth from the nobility, townspeople and commoners, not only from this country, but also from neighboring states flocked here. Even a fleeting glance at the Academy's grounds allowed one to be convinced of its elite status and importance. The carriage also brought Erin Reithers here. Her stepmother, of course, was against her stepdaughter's behavior, only now she was communicating with a completely different person. Erin stepped out of the carriage full of confidence that she would be able to stand up for herself and take advantage of the chance given to her by Providence. She will be able to write another Erin Reithers story, a long and happy one. Erin Reithers looked at the magnificent building of the best academy in the country and couldn't believe her eyes. What was happening seemed like a dream to the girl. She pinched her arm again. It hurt, which meant that what was happening to her was real. A few days ago, Erin suddenly returned to her first life, the body of the very first Erin Reither, the daughter of the slandered Marquis Richard Latrousse. The transition happened suddenly. Just now she, the swordmaster, was standing over the carcass of the monster she had defeated, and suddenly she found herself behind the knights, confronting exactly the same monster. At first, Erin didn't understand where exactly she was. The abrupt change in roles had a stunning effect on the girl. The woman standing in front of Erin shouted at her to hide behind her, and not to be afraid of anything. She would be able to protect her. Erin recognized her only soulmate, Nanny Sarah, and was surprised this woman, according to her memories, had died. Erin suddenly realized that Sarah had called her Miss Erin, meaning that events were unfolding from the very beginning. Thanks to her memory of previous reincarnations, the girl realized at what exact moment in her first life she found herself. Now she watched as her guard knights brought down a huge bear monster and realized that this moment had not happened in her first life. Erin's soul returned to her body at the age of 20 when the frightened girl was sent to the Talent Academy following the prince. The academy's students appreciated Erin's beauty, but condemned the inappropriateness of her high society attire and recalled the gossip about the prince and Erin. Everyone heard that Erin transferred to the fencing department after His Highness, and they assumed that she was dating him. Sarah warned her favorite against staying at the academy. The tender and young girl would not be able to handle the physical exertion. At that time, there were two reasons for Erin's transfer to the academy. The first was that everyone hated her, and the second was her engagement to the second prince, Ferdinand. Erin did not want to marry the prince, but there were completely different rumors among the people, as if she forced His Highness to get engaged. They said that Erin threatened to kill herself if she did not marry His Highness the second prince, and she only went to fencing to get closer to him. Erin was called a villain, a homewrecker, and they said that she deliberately planned her transfer to the academy. Obviously, the gossip was started by her stepmother. Gossip sympathized with Princess Cecilia, who allegedly was the one from whom the villainous Marquise Erin tried to steal her lover. Erin could only silently turn away from the angry and curious eyes of the court aristocracy. They all looked down on her, and there was no point in talking about knightly valor. Those present at the betrothal ceremony of the Marquise of Erin and the second prince of the empire, Ferdinand, applauded the newlyweds, but in every clap Erin heard mockery and evil whispers, although she did not at all want to accept the title of the second prince's bride. Erin knew full well that most of the aristocrats hated her for taking the place that everyone intended for another girl. Erin shook off the weight of the memories and ordered Sarah to go home. She was staying here completely alone, and this was not up for discussion. The girl took her beloved Nanny's hands in hers and stroked them as gently as she could. Erin tried to calm Sarah down and convince her that everything would be fine. Erin told the nanny that she was completely fine and that she didn't have to worry about her future and position at the academy. Sarah watched her ward go with tenderness and anxiety. She had become a mother to the girl and was always there, making the separation all the more difficult for her. Erin was determined to prove to the world that she was not her stepmother's thing, but an independent and very active person. The girl was glad that her dear nanny Sarah was alive and well, and that there was someone in this world who would worry about her poor thing and love her. Erin was determined to do everything to ensure that the moment when Sarah died, sacrificing her life to protect her ward, would not be repeated. Erin was ready to use all her current skills to change her destiny. Now she had both the strength and the means to do so. The girl believed that she would survive and win for the sake of all those who loved her in this life, even though there were not many of these people. It was time to change the dress for a fencing suit, which only academy students were allowed to wear. The academy uniform suited the girl perfectly. She remembered all the hooks and loops, even though a lot of time had passed since she last saw that uniform. Erin noticed her bandaged arm. It wasn't even worth thinking about where the wound had come from. The girl checked whether the abrasion had healed and whether the bandage could be removed. A bitter smile appeared on her face. There was no doubt that this abrasion was another gift from her precious stepmother, who could not miss the pleasure of raising her stepdaughter for the last time. Bitter memories came back to the girl's mind. She was very little, once again shamefully flogged by the hands of her stepmother. Erin's stepmother beat her every day, which was one of the reasons why the girl, who knew nothing about fencing, agreed to go to the academy. The fact of the beating was confirmed by slight pain from bruises located on different parts of the girl's body. Corellia, which was the stepmother's name, hated her stepdaughter and found pleasure in the girl's small and big troubles. Erin had already lived 3 lives, but she still couldn't understand why Corellia hated her so much that she even resorted to murder. The girl was troubled by the last words that the killer spoke over her cooling body. Could her guess be correct, and her brilliant aristocratic family, one of the most influential and wealthy in the empire, was destroyed by just one woman? Marquis Richard Littris, Erin's father, master of the sword, commander of the knightly company, was slandered, deposed, and died in obscurity from a heart attack. Erin's brother, Carton, the best student of the fencing school, heir to the family of Marquis Littris, was killed by an unknown swordsman in a spontaneous duel. Erin herself was also killed. Could this really be the work of just one woman with the inclinations of a sadistic maniac? Now Erin was absolutely sure that Corellia couldn't have pulled all this off alone. Someone was behind her. One of the girl's tasks was to find out the identity of this unknown puppeteer and prevent the death of her family and friends. The girl was distracted from her current thoughts by a knock on the door. Who could it be that had come to her? It seemed she had no acquaintances or friends at the academy. Erin remembered there were no acquaintances or friends, but there was Karen Reether's younger brother. Karen had been studying at the Talent Academy for several years and was considered one of the best students. The relative burst into Erin's room full of indignation, shouting that Erin had simply gone crazy for appearing there. Karen believed that Erin should not become a knight. She could hardly walk and had never held a sword in her hands. Erin was happy to see her brother alive, but she didn't like his behavior at all. He remained the same bratty boy he had always been. The girl remembered that in her first life, his visit had ended in a terrible quarrel between her and Karen. Then, just like now, she wanted to leave. She didn't want to quarrel with her brother and explain the whole situation to this kid. But Karen wasn't going to back down then. He shouted that she shouldn't have transferred to the fencing department, that everyone hated Erin anyway. She is a complete incompetent. Did she really transfer to the same faculty as him in order to disgrace her brother and the whole family even more? Karen was absolutely certain that Erin should drop out immediately and go home. Karen convinced his sister that she already had a bad reputation and that she, not knowing anything, came to the fencing department. She wanted to be despised even more. According to Karen, the best solution would be for Erin to immediately and voluntarily withdraw from the academy. Otherwise, she risks losing her life. Karen had been a student at the fencing department for several years already, and he dreamed of becoming a knight in the future, so he naturally knew all the intricacies of life at the academy. Karen most likely felt insulted by his sister's actions. Erin remembered how, in a past life, He said that he was ashamed of her presence. That time, Karen also became very angry. He shouted loudly and stamped his feet, demanding that Aaron leave the academy. Now it was the same. The brother's gaze burned with hatred and contempt for the villainous sister who was ruining his life. Aaron couldn't understand how she and her brother could have come to this. Things had been completely different when they were children. The girl remembered Karen as a carefree little boy, cheerfully running towards her. As children, the sister and brother were close friends, enjoyed each other, played a lot, and chatted about different things. Aaron reminded that Karen was little and never left his sister's side. She helped him. Now she needs help. Her brother doesn't want to get involved with her, and it's offensive. Karen replied that he didn't know all of her plans, but he knew one thing for sure. It would be difficult for her to date the second prince. Aaron was puzzled, and Karen explained that the second prince was studying in an advanced class, and she was a beginner. How could they meet often if the classes were different? Only today will the students of the fencing department be in class together, as there is an assessment of swordsmanship, but this is only once a year. Karen spoke more calmly, but still advised his sister to return to her previous faculty. The boy noticed that his sister's hand was bandaged and grabbed her wrist to better examine the wound. Aaron abruptly pulled her hand out of her brother's and told him to mind his own business. Karen was confused. He considered his sister a weakling and did not expect at all that there could be such wounds on her body. Karen became completely silent and asked almost tenderly why his sister had not told anyone that she was wounded. Aaron didn't deign to answer her brother, only stating that if he had said everything he wanted, he could leave without any hesitation. The girl reminded her brother that her lesson was about to start, and she didn't want to be late for classes from the very first day. Karen had no choice but to leave his stubborn sister's room, but he intended to return to this conversation later. Besides, the guy himself needed to hurry, as he had told his sister today. The first class of the faculty was common for all students. The fencing department of the Talent Academy was the most prestigious place to study there. Here, knights were trained, who were called the pillars of the empire. Their training included not only fencing, but also the basics of magic. The task of the faculty's graduates was to protect the borders of the empire from incredible monsters and abominations, often of demonic origin. Aaron froze before entering the classroom. Of course, this time she was completely prepared for the tests, but still, she felt the same trepidation of a first-year student. The advanced class is the elite. Those who study in it undergo practical training in a real-life setting and are given tasks to eliminate monsters. Second Prince Ferdinand was sent on such a mission by order of the emperor, and very soon, Aaron remembered this for sure. Aaron's appearance in the classroom attracted the attention of all the students present in the class. The girl was looked at in different ways, most of them with hostility, of course, but some with undisguised interest. Aaron was no stranger to the spotlight, and she had experienced a fair amount of negativity throughout her life. Aaron heard the whispers of her future classmates, surprised by her arrival and the gentleness of her hands, assuming that she would not be able to hold the sword. Aaron saw Prince Ferdinand and remembered that he was not destined to graduate from the academy. He simply did not return from practice one day. That was then. But now Aaron wanted to protect this guy, simply because he had always been kind to her. Aaron fondly recalled how, at a ball one day, Ferdinand noticed that she hadn't eaten anything and brought her a piece of cake. Now the prince was sitting on the windowsill right in front of her and looking closely at Aaron, his face expressing only thoughtfulness and surprise. Aaron remembered Ferdinand's death, so seeing him alive and well was both joyful and strange. A few minutes before Aaron arrived, a heated argument had broken out in the classroom about Aaron and her time in the department. Derek Arton, a close friend of Prince Ferdinand, said that he was not the only one who considered Marquis Richard Latrousse's demands absurd and ridiculous. The guy directly stated that the presence of the Marquis's daughter in the faculty was contrary to all norms and principles of morality. Derek respected Marquis Littrus, who was the head of one of the 5 houses that fought on the front lines and protected the country from monsters. Although Marquis Richard Littrus himself did not reach the level of a swordmaster, his organization of border defense earned the praise of the emperor himself. However, his protege of his own daughter is his biggest mistake. Marquis Richard Littrus not only used his status and influence to get his incompetent daughter into the fencing department, The Marquise was so bold that he insisted on the engagement of this girl to the second prince of the empire, Ferdinand. Derek Arton was outraged that the one who was betrothed against his will to this villainess was completely relaxed and carefree. Arton appealed to the prince's sense of self-preservation and recalled that they said the Marquise's wife cried at a reception with the emperor. The Marchioness Litris begged the emperor to save their daughter and betroth her to the prince, as she had promised to commit suicide otherwise. It was clear, Derek concluded, that Erin Litris had threatened her parents that she would do something to herself if they didn't arrange her engagement to the prince. Derek had no doubt that Erin was, and always would be, an obstacle in Prince Ferdinand's path to his goal. Arton had no doubt that Erin Rethers did not love Ferdinand. She only wanted the title of bride, and then wife of the second prince. Prince Ferdinand seemed not to hear a word of Derek Arton's fiery tirade. His Highness continued to read the book, not responding with his eyes to all of Derek's efforts to draw his attention to the problem named Erin Rethers. Derek tried to explain to the prince that he didn't want to see Erin die, but in the current situation, it could very well happen. Arton tried to prove that no matter how talented Ferdinand was, the first prince was currently in the lead in the fight for the throne. As long as the first prince is favored by the emperor, Ferdinand will never become the new ruler of the empire. Arjun believed that before claiming primacy in the empire, Ferdinand would have to become much stronger than he was now. To do this, you need to rally around yourself a team of loyal allies connected to the second prince by blood ties. Derek Arton knew for sure that they needed knights who would be on Ferdinand's side. One of them was Count Assel, the most powerful swordmaster in the empire. That is why Derek believed that the Earl's daughter, Lady Asile, was a better match for engagement and subsequent marriage than the villain from the family of the Marquis of Litris. Derek was fed up with Ferdinand not paying attention to him and shouted that the prince had to decide what he intended to do and how he would fix the situation. At this time, Ferdinand raised his head and looked towards the entrance. Derek was indignant at what the prince was staring at. Derek turned to see the subject of his furious speech, Lady Erin Rethers, enter the classroom. Arton frowned. This girl had finally come here. Until the last moment, he had hoped that she would not dare to do this. Prince Ferdinand climbed down from the windowsill and declared that he did not believe the rumors, and that Erin did not give the impression of being an outright villain, but rather looked more like a victim. Ferdinand remembered very well that evening in the imperial palace when he first met Marquis Richard Latroux's daughter, Erin. Ferdinand was talking to one of the courtiers, and he drew his attention to Erin, reporting to the prince all the negative information about the girl. Erin stood before him, young, alone and defenseless, and Ferdinand's heart sank with pity and compassion for her. The girl with pale skin and downcast eyes was an incredible beauty. She just needed a little more pride and self-esteem, the prince thought. Now she was in front of him, only in the uniform of a student of the fencing faculty, although Erin's eyes shone with much more self-confidence. Prince Ferdinand sharply replied to Arton that he only believed what he saw with his own eyes. Prince Ferdinand came out to meet the Marquise Erin Litris and greeted her. She was his intended bride, and they had not seen each other for a long time. Ferdinand was glad of this meeting. He liked Erin. Her character lacked the affectation that the prince found so repugnant in other aristocrats. Erin greeted the prince with a friendly greeting, their first meeting since their engagement at the church. Erin looked at Prince Ferdinand, and her heart was filled with regret. She had lived 3 lives, inhabited 3 different worlds, gained and lost loved ones. But the feeling of guilt over the death of Prince Ferdinand never left her. He was not her first love, but Erin could not forgive herself for his departure. The girl couldn't talk to him. The accusation was ringing in her ears again. The second prince died because of her. Everyone dies because of her. The prince and the marquise stood silently opposite each other, both glad to meet, but unable to find common topics for conversation. Luckily for them, the teacher entered the room and began the lesson by greeting everyone gathered. The night teacher announced that today they would go to the training ground and take a test of their fencing skills. Edvin Flan, a fencing instructor responsible for new recruits in the Emperor's army, will test your knowledge and skills. During the first lesson, students demonstrate swordsmanship skills, and seniors and juniors can observe each other and share experiences. For junior students and beginners, this was a good opportunity to gain experience and advance to a higher level of skill. First, Ed Van Flan was supposed to give the briefing, and then there would be a test. Last time, Erin simply disgraced herself. She couldn't even lift the sword off the ground. The instructor clutched his head in horror at Erin's lack of preparation, while whistles and laughter erupted from the stands of the graduates. Erin looked terrible that time, but she had no other choice. Besides, she always wanted to learn to fence. When Erin was very little, she tried to learn fencing. The girl was eager to get into her brother's classes. The obstacle to mastering sword fighting skills was her stepmother. This woman did not allow Erin to do what the girl was drawn to. Caroline always showed up as soon as Erin entered the fencing hall and took the girl away with a scandal. Next, Erin faced punishment, the traditional beatings and instructions that ladies should not take up a sword. When, thanks to her father's efforts, Erin transferred to the fencing department, she was happy, but her joy quickly evaporated. Everyone who studied with her mocked and laughed at Erin for her weakness and incompetence. Philip was especially zealous. His jokes were the most cutting and offensive, and his mockery was sophisticated and cruel. Moreover, this guy boasted about his relationship with the imperial family and forbade Erin to address him only by his first name. The guy stated that he didn't care about the established rules. He belonged to the royal family, and Erin was an ordinary noblewoman. This was even more offensive because Emperor Lex himself had established one important rule for the students at the academy. All students, regardless of origin and wealth, address each other only by their first and last names, without using titles or ranks. Nobles and commoners studying at the academy were recognized as having equal rights during their studies and communicated freely. Philip deliberately broke this rule with Erin and constantly called her a disgrace. Today, Erin was ready to fight back against any offender. She asked Philip how many more words of humiliation he was ready to say to her. The girl turned her head towards Philip and declared that she was not afraid of him, and if he did not stop offending her, she would force him to shut up. Philip did not expect such resistance from the new girl, especially since she was despised by everyone. The instructor announced that the introductory part was over, and it was time to move on to evaluating the students' fencing. Very soon, it was Erin Reither's turn, and the instructor ordered the girl to step out of line and demonstrate her fighting skills. Erin nodded her head proudly and invited Philip to watch her fight and assess her level of preparation himself. Erin Reithers walked confidently to the center of the training ground, ready for her exam today. The instructor asked the girl to choose a weapon herself. Erin approached the stand with swords and froze in indecision. Still, this body was not prepared for physical exertion, and for her today's swords were too heavy, and the girl's hands were noticeably shaking. Philip immediately noticed this and shouted from the rostrum that the Marquise's hands were shaking with fear, and she should throw down her sword and go cross-stitch. Erin walked to the start of the obstacle course and struggled to lift her sword. The instructor ordered the students to be silent, and the room fell into an alert silence. The girl was saved by her mastery of mana. This power was possessed by everyone in the empire, but commoners did not develop it, while aristocrats did. Erin lived her past life as a swordmaster, which meant she had perfect mastery of mana skills. The girl used her skills, and her hands stopped shaking, which surprised Philip the most, as he was closely watching Erin from the stands. Philip could not understand the reason for such a sudden transition from a weak and helpless girl to a seasoned and skilled fighter. Erin remembered how long ago her father had called her and Karen to tell them the story of their family. The Marquise told the children that there was a story in their family that had been passed down from generation to generation. This is a story about two members of the Littress family who became swordmasters, both of whom had to go through rigorous training, pain, and suffering. These family members bequeathed to their descendants the main truth: if someone does not see you as a swordmaster, then they simply have poor eyesight. Erin took the sword in her bandaged palm and thought that her father had not reached the highest level of swordmaster. Karen will lose her arm in a fight with monsters and leave the path of fencing. At least that's what happened last time. So, the sword in this family should be hers. The girl raised the sword above her head and rushed to the obstacle course. The test subject's task was to clearly and quickly eliminate several dummies designed to depict the enemy. Erin, despite being a swordmaster, performed a few simple techniques. It was impossible to show all her skills at once, and quickly completed the task. Karen Reethers didn't go to the general meeting today. He had absolutely no desire to become the laughingstock of his classmates due to his sister's fault. Aaron didn't want to listen to him. She acted smart and pretended to be a know-it-all, so let him sort it all out on his own. His sister's harsh tone still echoed in the boy's ears. He hadn't told her the truth out of cruelty. He simply didn't want her to suffer again. The sister announced that she had a lesson soon and made it clear that it was time for Coron to leave her room. The guy was worried about his sister, despite the fact that she was cold to him and drove him away, as if she was going to prove something with a sore arm. To calm his worries about his sister, Karen went to train at another site, thinking that judging by the time, Aaron should already be free. While the boy was wondering about his sister, he overheard two of his classmates talking about Aaron Reethers. Karen listened intently. The boys were saying that they had heard amazing things about this girl from the old men from the fencing department who were present at the test. Karen couldn't contain his curiosity and caught up with his classmates to find out more about the latest news about his sister's antics. The boys were scared. They didn't expect the young Mightiest to appear, especially in training uniform, and demanding to share news with him. The instructor praised the students. They all worked hard during the assessment stage and showed excellent results. Now, the instructor announced, they were all free to go and rest. The test results would be communicated to them later. Aaron was about to leave the training grounds with the other students, but Philip stopped her. The guy seemed to have been replaced. He looked at the girl with completely different eyes. Philip bowed and asked her to accept his sincere apologies. Aaron didn't expect such an effect from her performance. She felt awkward and asked Philip not to bow so low to her. Philip said that he was not at all ashamed to lower his head and apologize to her. She proved that she was a true knight, and he was ashamed of his words. Philip said that he was blinded by his prejudices and his ego, and all the ridiculous rumors about Aaron were blatant lies, something he realized only now. Philip asked Aaron to accept his sincere apologies and hoped that they would have a good relationship in the future. To say that Aaron was surprised by Philip's behavior would be an understatement. The events of the past turned and flowed in a completely different direction. The mocker Philip turned into a friend in an instant. Many students began to look at her differently, more friendly, or something, and Aaron began to feel like she even breathed differently. This meant only one thing: she had managed to change the course of events, and it was quite possible that she would be able to save Prince Ferdinand. While Aaron was talking to Philip, and the guy was demonstratively apologizing to the girl, she kept an eye on the second prince of the empire out of the corner of her eye. Ferdinand was nearby, standing next to his friend Derek, both boys watching Aaron. The girl accepted Philip's apology and, as a sign of reconciliation, firmly shook the guy's hand. Philip didn't like this too much. He was clearly jealous. Having completed the reconciliation process, Aaron politely said goodbye to Philip, citing urgent matters. Aaron needed to intercept Ferdinand and speak with him alone. This was very important for the prince's life. The girl caught the prince as he was leaving the playground and asked him to spare a couple of minutes for a conversation. The prince and the marquise fell behind the crowd of classmates and stopped on one of the balconies of the academy building. Aaron thanked the prince for taking a moment to listen to her. The girl was embarrassed and couldn't immediately find the right words. How could she warn the prince about the impending misfortune without making herself look crazy? Aaron was completely lost in words and feelings, but the prince showed sympathy and tact and waited until the girl pulled herself together. Ferdinand smiled sweetly and said that he could spend more time with Aaron if she wished. The prince took the girl by the hand and advised her to definitely go to the infirmary after their conversation. Ferdinand took Aaron's wounded hand carefully and tenderly, took out a clean handkerchief, and bandaged it again. The girl froze in surprise. Ferdinand's eyes were full of sympathy and tenderness. The prince treated her unfortunate limb as the greatest treasure in the world, and it was pleasant. Aaron didn't take it personally at all. She was convinced that Ferdinand was kind to everyone and would have behaved the same way with any other girl. The second prince of the empire was kind to everyone and fair to everyone, regardless of gender, age, or class, because that's who he is. Aaron was tormented by the question of why Ferdinand was kind to her. In theory, he should be upset about the engagement that his parents had forced on him. Aaron broke the silence by asking if Sir Ferdinand had received orders from the emperor to eliminate the monsters. The prince was surprised that Aaron knew this, but the girl explained that she was included in this group and therefore knew about the order. The girl asked that Ferdinand not do anything for her, either before or during the raid. Aaron is an excellent swordsman and does not need his protection. Ferdinand expected anything from his forced bride, but not such a strange request. Meanwhile, in Ferdinand's office, Derek Arton was asking other supporters of the prince if they had seen the lists of the next raid group. Derek stated that everyone knew that exterminating monsters was one of the regular missions carried out by the Academy. The lists of extermination groups are compiled by professors from the faculties of magic and fencing, Derek reminded. Professors select the 5 best students from each class and organize the group's passage into the Forbidden Lands. Derek announced that this time the list included the following persons, in addition to himself and Prince Ferdinand. The boys present in the prince's office became curious about what new names the professors had added to the student raid group's list. Eamon Hedor, an advanced fencing student, was included in the group. Also on the list was Lilia, the best student of the advanced magic faculty. Eamon had no doubt that he was there too, as the best student in the advanced fencing class. Eamon attacked Derek, saying that he was giving orders as if he was the head of the group and not Ferdin, and that he had gone crazy. Derek was incredibly serious and justified himself by saying that he wanted to warn everything in advance before the prince arrived. Eamon chuckled and suggested that Derek's love for Ferdinand was somehow not quite traditional. Derek suggested that Eamon tell Ferdin himself about this. The guys almost fought. Karen stopped them. He asked Derek to continue the message. Derek said he didn't know all the details, but Corona's sister had performed well on the sword test. The technique and skill of the young Marquise surprised even the seasoned fencing instructor. The girl has an excellent command of the techniques of the research style, not inferior in skill to Karen himself. Karen was perplexed. There was no point in this. You can't master the sword without attending fencing lessons. Sometimes Karen would see his sister training in secret, away from prying eyes, especially from her stepmothers. True, Aaron soon gave up training. It's difficult for a little girl to resist adult violence. Karen couldn't figure out where and when his sister had managed to master such a high level of skills. This news made not only Karen remain silent, but also Eamon and Lilia became wary and listened to Derek's speech. Meanwhile, Derek prepared to announce the main news. He announced that Aaron Reithers had also been included in the fighter group. Karen was outraged. What was the point of adding his sister to the list? She just came to the academy and knows nothing about monsters and raid rules. Eamon suggested that their father, the Marquise, added her. It looks very shocking. Brother and sister are monster slayers. Karen couldn't shake off his anxiety. Aaron had only recently transferred to the fencing department, and only top students were allowed to participate in raids. Eamon claimed that Aaron was brought in after the test, where she proved herself to be a brilliant sword specialist. Derek never thought he'd have to say this about Aaron, but she completed the obstacle course with a perfect score. Karen replied that even if that was all true, that wasn't what was important now. Aaron might have performed masterfully on the strip, but a raid in the field was something completely different. The young Marquise declared that he would never allow his sister to go on a raid, and Derek assumed that the boy had developed a brother complex. Derek had no idea that the Reithers siblings were so close, although it's hard to predict how people will feel about the girl. Suddenly, Ferdinand's office was filled with a sharp, loud, sarcastic laugh. The sorceress was letting off steam. The girl almost found it funny. She too would like to have a brother like Karen, and she had one once, before she met Aaron. Does anyone remember her wonderful, smart, and handsome brother? The girl asked. Or has everyone forgotten about him long ago? But her situation is too sad. She will never see her brother again, simply because he is no longer in this world. Maybe the guys will remember who exactly is to blame for the fact that she lost her beloved brother, the girl asked sarcastically. It all happened because of Karen's sister, and the villain Aaron Reithers is to blame for everything. Karen asked Lilia to stop being hysterical. She continues to believe the gossip. In fact, Aaron is not guilty of anything. Lilia didn't believe Karen. He was just protecting his precious sister, and didn't care about Lilia and her late brother. Everyone says that Corona's sister killed Lillian's brother. In his opinion, everyone is lying, and only he and the Reithers are telling the truth. Only Karen believes that these are rumors. Everyone else present here is sure of the opposite. Lilia was indignant. Karen looked around, and Amon's gaze made it clear to him that Lilia was right, and no one here thought well of his sister. Lily pierced Karen with her gaze, as if piercing a bug with a pin. She was full of hatred and contempt for Aaron. Karen lowered his head. He did not know how to prove to his friends that his sister was not guilty of anything, and all the rumors and gossip were spread by their stepmother. Lilia leaned over Karan's shoulder and said in a loud whisper that she didn't care whether his sister went to exterminate monsters or not. But if Aaron does show up there, you shouldn't expect teamwork from Lilia. Karen should have been on his guard. Lilia's magic could hurt his little sister badly. The squabble between the comrades threatened to escalate into a fight, but the rightful owner of the office appeared at the door, and the disputants fell silent. Prince Ferdinand entered the room thoughtful and tense. He had much to think about and much to consult with his comrades about. Derek was surprised that Ferdinand appeared so early. The boy thought that the prince would be late, and he had not yet managed to tell everything. Ferdinand didn't answer. He just gave Derek his jacket, which puzzled him greatly. He hadn't seen the prince so thoughtful for a long time. Ignoring those present and not asking them any questions, Ferdinand walked to the sofa and sat down, his thoughts still somewhere far away. Derek suggested that the prince might have been talking to Aaron Reithers, and the girl had puzzled him with some statement. Derek was very interested in what this girl could have said to the prince that made him come so thoughtful. The prince recalled that Aaron had asked if he had received an order from the emperor for a raid to exterminate monsters, and the prince decided that she was afraid to go on a raid. But the girl objected. She would go on a raid, and His Highness had no need to contradict the emperor's order. Aaron asked the prince for a completely different reason. He was to ignore her during the raid and was not to help her in any way. Ferdinand, without looking at his comrades, declared that this time Aaron Reithers, by order of the emperor, would join them on the monster extermination voyage. Everyone knew this, but they still hoped that Derek was wrong. So the same message, coming from the prince's lips, had the effect of a bomb. Aaron was incredibly tired. Not so much physically, she didn't consider the workload to be that great, but mentally. The girl sank down on the bed in her room, exhausted, and stared at her injured hand. She needed to bandage it, but she had no strength. Aaron analyzed the events. In this life, as in the past, she agreed to the raid on monsters. It was the will of the emperor, and she could not refuse. Marquis Reiser asked the emperor not to send his daughter on a campaign, but His Majesty was stubborn. The Marquis transferred his daughter to the fencing department, which means she must have some skills, and she can and should serve the country. The emperor declared. In her past life, Prince Ferdinand tried to challenge the emperor's will, arguing that it was dangerous for Aaron to go on a raid, but he was also ignored. As a result, the list of academy students who participated in the raid on monsters was replenished by one person, Aaron Reiser, who was very worthless in that life. In that raid, defending Aaron, Karen lost his arm and was forced to say goodbye to his dream of a career as a knight of the Imperial Guard. The losses did not end there. The squad suffered an irreparable loss. The squad's best mage, Princess Acilia, perished. Ferdinand had to choose between Acilia and Aaron. The prince hoped that the magician was more experienced and chose to save Aaron. The death of his daughter plunged her father, Duke Black, Acilia's father, into terrible despair, and he stopped supporting Ferdinand. The ranks of the second prince's supporters thinned considerably, and his position at court was shaken. Aaron Reithers decided to make every possible and impossible effort to ensure that the same scenario did not repeat itself in this life. The raid would take place in a month. Until then, she needed to improve her fencing skills and mana, and her hand was bleeding again. Karen entered his sister's room, his brother determined to tell his sister what he thought about her disgusting behavior. Aaron didn't expect Karen to show up at her place so late, and was very surprised. The guy was going to repeat all his arguments and insults and force his sister to leave the fencing department by force. But then his gaze fell on Aaron's wounded palm, and Karan was horrified by the state of her hand. The wound was bleeding profusely, and the entire bandage was covered in blood and dirt. The young Marquis was angry with his sister for not taking care of herself at all, and asked why her hand was in such a state. If she were to aggro the monsters with such a hand, then their mission would definitely be doomed to failure. Karen demanded that she tell him what happened during the fencing assessment. Aaron wanted to say something, but her brother didn't let her get a word in edgewise. Karen announced that he knew about Aaron's inclusion in the monster-slaying raid lists and believed that it was a one-way street for her. Aaron replied that she understood everything perfectly, but neither Prince Ferdinand nor their father could challenge the imperial order. Therefore, Aaron will have to follow the will of the emperor and go with everyone else on a raid on monsters. Karen was outraged at how Aaron could be so indifferent. It was not only her life that was at stake, but also the lives of all those who would be with her in the squad. Does Aaron even know what extermination is and what they do there? Or did she decide to end her life this way? Karen stated that the danger from the monsters was not enough for her, and Lillian also stated that she would not miss the opportunity to avenge her brother. The brother was surprised that, knowing about all the dangers, Aaron still agreed to go on this mission. Aaron replied that she still had no other choice. If she refused, she would expose not only her father, but also Karan himself in front of the emperor. The girl was full of determination. Her whole appearance indicated that no one could persuade her to turn away from her intended path. Karen was amazed. He had never seen his sister so determined in his life. The brother could only support his sister's decision and promise his help and support. The month flew by, and the day of the raid's start arrived. The team of monster slayers was ready to set off. Aaron calmed the horse with measured strokes, and she herself remembered Lillian's brother, who had been her teacher as a child. He was a pleasant and smiling young man. His name was Calypso, and his duty was to accompany the young lady Aaron. It so happened that the life of this sweet young man was tragically cut short, as happens with those who dedicate their lives to protecting high-ranking persons. Lillian was furious. She loved her older brother very much and could not come to terms with his death. She was convinced that it was Aaron who killed him. Aaron felt Lillian's gaze full of hatred and contempt on her back. Liliana kept her eyes on Marquise Aaron Littress. Plans for revenge were brewing in the sorceress's head, one more intricate than the other. The girl was determined not to miss the chance that had come her way, and to avenge the death of her brother on the one who, in her opinion, was to blame for it. The squad of monster slayers moved quickly along the forest road. Everything went according to plan. Derek watched the Reathers' siblings closely. No matter how much he thought about them, the pair seemed too strange to him. Karen was concerned that Aaron had to ride a horse for a long time, and the girl had hardly ever ridden before. Derek felt incredibly close to his brother and sister, and he was afraid that they might be plotting against the prince behind his back. In contrast to the constantly chattering Karen, Lilia was silent and thoughtful. She didn't utter a word the entire journey. This silence made Derek wary, but her smile scared him even more, because he knew perfectly well what it meant. Derek could feel the tension within the team, and it meant that something was about to happen, and it was making him nervous. Derek was pleased that Lilia did not openly object to the imperial order, and outwardly resigned herself to Aaron's presence in the squad. There was another remarkable fact that gave Derek confidence in the successful completion of the mission. Princess Asili was included in the squad. This girl's presence greatly increased the fighters' power, although it also created ethical problems. The relationship between the squad members was not friendly. Lillian generally hated Aaron and wished her death. Derek doubted that their team's work would be coordinated and productive, which he told the prince. Ferdinand was no less worried about this than his friend. Derek advised the prince to reconsider the engagement immediately after the end of the hunt and consider another candidate for the princess's place. Derek told the prince that all of his close friends would officially become his knights after graduation and take the official oath. However, by this time, the first prince will create his own detachment to oppose Ferdinand in the struggle for power. Derek reminded him that the first prince had already secured the emperor's support, and that Ferdinand would be at a disadvantage if he kept Aaron by his side. In this case, Ferdinand would be constantly distracted by the internal conflicts of his unit, instead of fighting the enemy as a united group. Ferdinand asked Derek if he had ever witnessed Aaron causing trouble for anyone. Derek replied that of course he saw it. Aaron was spoken of as the villain from the family of Marquis Lurtus, and that this family was unhappy. The family of Marquis Lurtus loses its reputation as upright and loyal subjects of the emperor only because of its daughter, Aaron. Derek was only happy with the fact that the Marquis family had another child, Karen, and that was the only thing that kept the family afloat. The fighter squad went out into an open field, called a halt, and decided to set up camp there for the night. Prince Ferdinand and his faithful friend and comrade Derek agreed with the detachment commander's decision. The future knights cautiously entered the clearing, which was too convenient for an overnight stay. It was precisely this convenience that inspired fear in them. Erin dismounted, using the experience of a swordmaster from her past life. She carefully examined the place where they were spending the night and did not find anything suspicious. Ferdinand was inclined to trust Erin. He assumed that all the rumors about this girl were false. The second prince was eager to find out who was spreading all these rumors and for what purpose they were trying to blacken the descendant of an ancient family in the eyes of society. Derek didn't agree with Ferdinand, but he was used to trusting his friend's intuition. He just asked not to say this in front of Lily. Ferdinand agreed with Derek. The prince was upset that his close-knit team was falling apart, but he blamed only external forces for this. Erin tore off a piece of dry meat, just enough for the whole crew to eat. Today, it was Erin who was assigned to be the kitchen attendant and was responsible for the entire team's dinner. Karen was again shocked by this skill of his sister. How could she know this if she only attended etiquette lessons for high society ladies? While the brother was hesitating, the sister prepared the soup and began distributing portions. The first bowl went to Karen. The boy sniffed the dish with distrust, but the long journey and hunger forced him to throw caution to the wind. Surprisingly, the soup turned out to be delicious. Karen closely watched Erin's confident movements. He couldn't figure out who was in front of him. In appearance, it was his sister. But in terms of skills and abilities, it was a different person. The boy recalled that in childhood, his sister was like a flower, and everyone loved her, since there is no person in the world who does not love flowers. In those wonderful times, Karen would never have believed that he would distance himself from his sister, and that she would seem to him an evil and incomprehensible person. Karen recalled how, as a child, he asked if Erin was going to date her stepmother and whether the girl got along with her. Karen asked his sister to give him some time. He misses her and really wants to talk and play with her. Erin abruptly pulls his hand away, turns away, apologizes, and says she doesn't have time to talk to her younger brother. The guy doesn't notice the pain in his sister's eyes. Simply because he's small, it seems to him that Erin is simply not interested in him. When his sister leaves, Karen is left alone, small and weak. He tries in vain to hold on to his sister. She is too busy with her own affairs. While the children lived in their parents' home, Karen constantly tried to get closer to his sister, but she avoided communicating with her younger brother. The boy could never catch up with Erin. She always found new reasons to run away from her brother. This upset Corona. He went to his room, climbed under the blanket, and cried bitterly. One day, his stepmother found him in this state and asked the reason for his tears. The boy replied that his sister had changed a lot. Caron did not understand where these sudden changes came from. Strange rumors about the young Marquise's behavior were also circulating among the servants. The stepmother suggested that Erin was going through a difficult time and advised Caron to keep his distance from his sister until Erin came to her senses. The stepmother gently stroked the boy's head and promised that she would take care of Erin herself and that Caron would not worry about anything. Many years had passed since that conversation, and now, sitting next to his sister by the fire, Karen realized that he didn't know this girl at all. The guy wanted to get to know her better, so he couldn't keep silent and decided to ask how Erin's life was going at the fencing department. Erin was busy with dinner and her own thoughts and answered in monosyllables. In general, everything was within normal limits for her. Cannon asked if it wasn't difficult for her to keep up with the other students and not lag behind. Erin replied that she was doing everything well. The guy saw that his sister unexpectedly smiled sweetly and tenderly at him and asked the reason for her good mood. Erin replied that she just felt good. They hadn't sat so peacefully with her brother for a long time, and it was a little unusual for her to hear Caron call her sister. The girl admitted that she was reminded of her distant childhood, when they were happy, and their stepmother had not yet appeared in their lives. Karen was surprised, but denied that the situation was unusual. Everything was as usual at an overnight stay after a long journey. The almost family dinner was interrupted by Eamon. He asked Erin if she could really sit here and calmly eat her fill, after all her evil deeds. Eamon couldn't imagine that the killer of Lilia's brother would calmly laugh and chat right in front of his victim's sister. Eamon was teasing Erin, asking if she was really that stupid or if she really didn't care. Erin tried to avoid conflict and didn't answer Amon. And how could she really justify herself? Karen stood up for his sister. He politely asked Amon not to start a quarrel with him. Even a dog should not be disturbed when it is eating. Karen's words only added fuel to the fire of Amon's anger. The young man was ready to fight, and it was already impossible to stop him. Amon's hand slid easily along his body and fell onto the hilt of the sword. Another second, and the deadlier blade would be launched. Suddenly, right behind the heated guy, the second prince of the empire, Ferdinand, appeared. The prince demanded that Amon stop the quarrel and not fight among themselves. Amon was outraged that the prince was trying to stop anyone who started bullying Erin. The guy asked if the prince was now taking this woman's side, and what had bewitched his highness so much about her. Erin was no longer enjoying the young warrior's conversation, and decided it was time for her to intervene. All the warriors and their squires looked at them attentively and waited for developments. Erin realized that if the prince continued, it would look like Sir Ferdinand was defending her in public, and then they would be in a difficult position. The girl hastened to intervene and said that she had heard that Sir Amon was a genius in fencing. Erin assumed it was all just a rumor, since Amon's tongue was apparently much sharper than his sword. Amon got angry and suggested that Erin come up with a dying wish. She would need it now. Amon promised to kill Erin right here and now, so that she would not spoil the atmosphere of the entire empire with her stench. Suddenly, a gentle voice was heard declaring that as they had decided, it was wrong. Lady Acilia emerged from her carriage and declared that the student's behavior was contrary to the code of chivalry, since duels were prohibited on campaigns. No one present dared to contradict this girl, since she was endowed with supreme authority and supreme power. Amon was amazed that Milady Acilia decided to get out of the carriage and side with the villainous marquise. Erin suspected that things were not so simple here. My lady simply did not want to openly show her hostility towards her. It could ruin her reputation. This lady was loved and revered by all. She is sickly. But the reason for this is the holy power that overwhelms her. She is the former lover of Prince Ferdinand. Fragile health does not prevent Acilia from taking an active part in raids to exterminate monsters. She is the saint of the Lexia Empire, Lady Acilia. This great woman was now looking closely at Erin Reithers and smiling tenderly. Derek came to his senses and became concerned that my lady had left her carriage in such cold and damp weather. Acilia replied that she was curious. Acilia greeted Erin. Their paths had crossed several times before, but this was the first time they had met like this. Erin replied politely and sincerely that it was a great honor for her to meet my lady for the first time in real life. The girl had not seen the saint since the very beginning of the campaign and did not exchange greetings. Acilia never left the carriage until the monsters appeared. In Erin's past life, she had no acquaintance or close encounter with the saint. She died too early and tragically. Erin was embarrassed by the fact that Saint Acilia was staring at her so openly, her gaze scanning the girl from all sides, even trying to penetrate her consciousness. The marquise assumed that Acilia would be hostile towards her, since Erin was betrothed to the saint's former lover. Erin withstood this intense gaze quite easily. She herself did not claim the role of a princess, and therefore did not feel guilty before Acilia. However, the saint's gaze was intent and attentive, but it was difficult to call it evil and hostile. The saint noticed that Erin was an interesting person, and the marquise noticed that Acilia's eyes sparkled brightly. Unexpectedly, Acilia turned to Amon and declared that a duel would be appropriate in this case, and that she would be the only observer. The strangeness of this decision caused bewilderment among everyone present, but even Karen did not dare to protest. The saint asked Amon if he had changed his mind about fighting with Erin, and the girl decided that the saint was trying to take revenge on her through Iran. Erin declared that if my lady had no objection to her duel with Sir Amon, then she had no objection. Acilia was delighted, took Amon and Erin by the arms, and led them to the center of the clearing, where there was an empty space. Prince Ferdinand was still against the duel, but he could do nothing in this situation. The saint declared that the duel should be conducted in a gentle manner and should not be fatal. Fighters should avoid causing harm to each other, but they must fight fairly and honestly. After all, Acilia said, they came here to exterminate monsters, not people. Amon agreed to the saint's conditions. He was going to beat Erin up pretty good and show her what a real knight was. Saint Acilia made the ritual bows and gave the signal to begin the duel. Aemon and Eren assumed fighting stances and prepared to attack each other. Eren knew very well that her opponent, Amon Hedor, despite his youth, was experienced in duels of various levels. Aemon's fighting stance was free of unnecessary movements. He was truly a brilliant swordsman. Today, Eren crossed swords with him, but in his past life, Aemon was a knight ordered by Ferdinand to protect her. Aemon was sharp-tongued and had a nasty and lazy character, so he never became a swordmaster. But he was noble and devoted to his friend and master. Aemon mercilessly slew monsters, and even after Ferdinand's death, when he could no longer protect Eren, he followed the prince's orders until the very end. This allowed Eren to avoid being torn apart by the claws of demonic monsters. However, now it didn't matter how much Eren owed him in her past life. In this reality, that account had not yet been opened. Saint Cecilia watched the duel with great interest, and it seemed that she sympathized equally with both opponents. Eren and Aemon clashed in close combat and bounced back to opposite sides of the drawn circle. The girl tested her opponent's strength and figured out how hard she could hit him to defeat him without injuring him. Aemon was counting on a quick victory, but the enemy turned out to be much stronger than he had previously thought. The guy barely had time to reflect the sword blows that rained down on him with incredible frequency and speed. It began to seem to him that he was inferior in strength to Eren. This was an unexpected and very unpleasant discovery for Aemon. Not every man could compare with him in sword-fighting skill. And then this. Eren tried not to use the sword where it was not necessary, and instead struck with her feet. At least the bruises weren't as bad as the cuts. The opponents turned on their mana. Their duel reached another level of skill. It seemed like both were flying above the ground without touching it with their boots. Saint Cecilia calmly watched the events of the duel, without interfering in it by word or deed. Having received a kick, Aemon was indignant. Was it really this girl who had kicked him? But it could not be that she was superior to him in skill. Eren is a newbie. She just came to the fencing department, and suddenly she has such a level of proficiency, not only with a sword, but also with various combat techniques. Eren joked that Aemon's eyes looked like his mind was somewhere else, and that he couldn't possibly be that surprised by anything. The girl promised that a couple more of her signature blows, and she would return Aemon to his sinful world. Aemon did not expect such stubborn resistance. He thought to humiliate and disgrace the villainess, but his plans failed completely. After some time, Sir Aemon Hedor lay sprawled on the ground at the feet of the Marchioness of Eren, in a most awkward position for battle. The guy couldn't believe that he had lost, and to a newbie at that, even though Eren's skill was clearly superior to his own. The saint announced the outcome of the battle. Sir Aemon Hedor had lost to Lady Eren Lurthus, and should no longer make any claims against her. Acelia looked at Eren peacefully and said that the duel was over. Now everyone should go away to rest and calm down. Eren didn't quite understand the saint's intentions. Wasn't she trying to take revenge on her through Sir Aemon? Analyzing the saint's behavior, Eren came to the conclusion that she seemed to have expected exactly this outcome. Aemon bowed in the traditional bow of the loser to the winner of the duel and asked how Eren had managed to defeat him. It can't be that Eren is so skilled. She only recently learned to wield a sword. Besides, he had just recently seen Lady Eren at a ball in the Imperial Palace, and she looked more like a fragile flower than a master of fencing. Back then, Eren's hands looked untouched, as if they had never even held a needle, let alone a sword. Aemon shouted at the girl, wanting to force her to answer how she, who knew nothing about knightly honor, could have such a high level of skills. Eren didn't have time to answer Amon. She felt the monsters approaching and left the showdown for later. The Marquise pushed Amon out of the line of attack, and the demonic creature's clawed paw passed the unprotected head of the Academy's best swordsman. Aemon didn't immediately understand why the girl was jumping on him and pushing him from his place, and he became even more angry with her. Eren screamed for Aemon to finally come to his senses and see that they were being attacked by monsters, and now the internal squabbles needed to be put aside. A herd of disgusting and dangerous demonic creatures was moving towards the camp, their intentions clear to everyone. The monster's eyes burned with the red fire of rage. Incredible muscles rolled under the skin with a strength not inferior to knightly armor. Eren's intuition warned her that the clearing could become a trap for the squad. Monsters appeared from several sides at once and walked in orderly rows. Aemon saw the danger with his own eyes. but since when the monsters had been attacking in such an organized manner was completely unclear. The young people had to forget their differences and stand shoulder to shoulder against the invasion of the creatures. There were too many monsters for such a small squad, and the guys decided to retreat to the main squad. Only Saint Cecilia could not move quickly on foot. She quickly became ill, and the detachment's speed was greatly reduced. Acelia was getting worse. The herd of demonic monsters was rapidly approaching. Something needed to be done urgently. The first to suffer could have been Saint Cecilia, as it was her power that attracted the monsters the most. Erin didn't hesitate. Her sword mercilessly struck the monsters that had broken through to the front lines, blood flowing like a river. Aemon informed Erin that my lady had suffered a seizure and would be unable to go any further. There were too many monsters, and Aemon would not be able to gain the necessary speed with Milady in his arms to escape the pursuit. Aemon knew this area well. There was a secluded corner where one could hide from the monsters, but he had to get there first. The roar of the demonic creatures grew closer, their fangs and claws making clanking and ringing sounds. If you closed your eyes, it seemed as if a huge squad of armored knights was approaching, but it was the horns and hooves of mad creatures that were pounding. Aemon, Erin, and Acelia hid, and the herd of monsters safely stomped past. It was possible to catch their breath and decide what to do next. The boys sat on the threshold of the cave and thought, but nothing practical came to mind for any of them. Erin speculated that such a cluster of above-average monsters might be a consequence of her return to the past. Aemon called out to Erin and asked permission to look at her back. It seemed to the guy that the girl was wounded and bleeding. Erin didn't feel the wound and stared at Aemon with a puzzled look. Why would he look at her back if it wasn't a secret? The guy replied that she had gotten hurt while covering him, and now he wanted to apply medicine to the wound that would stop the bleeding and prevent infection. Erin finally noticed that the jacket on her back had been torn by the monster's claws, and the fabric was already soaked with blood. Erin herself couldn't reach the wound. It needed to be treated urgently. Aemon knew from experience the danger of such wounds, which is why he offered help. The girl took off her jacket and pulled her shirt down from her shoulders. While Aemon was treating her back, she asked why Acelia suddenly felt ill. Aemon replied that this girl had a lot of divine power, which is why this often happens to her, and this time the black energy of the monsters was to blame. There were many monsters. Their energy stimulated a surge of divine power, and Acelia's weak body could not withstand the powerful energy, Aemon explained. Erin felt sorry that they got into such an unpleasant situation. Why did she fall for this stupid idea with a duel? And then they left everyone, the good-for-nothings. Aemon looked at the girl's back in horror. He remembered seeing something like this when he was a child. Erin didn't understand why he was drawn to those memories. Aemon continued to tell that his father then took him to prison, probably as an education, to show him what happens to sinners and criminals. Aemon still has the memory of the prisoner his father showed him. The poor man was tortured, and therefore chained by his hands to opposite walls. Exhausted, he hung by his hands, his back revealed to the boy's gaze. Aemon remembered very well that both the criminal's back and the rest of his body were covered with terrible scars. Now he saw exactly the same ones on the back of Lady Erin, a woman whose body should not have had any marks. Erin had completely forgotten about these marks of maternal love and aristocratic upbringing that her stepmother had left on her. Aemon was horrified that anyone could do such a thing to a member of the family, of a marquise, who occupied a prominent position at the imperial court. This was too much for Aemon to handle, so Erin didn't answer him, but reminded him of Milady Saint, whom they absolutely had to save. Emilia offered Aemon the only possible way out of the current situation, but the guy did not immediately take action. Acelia's breathing became more frequent. Her condition worsened. There was no time to waste. Erin stated that she would act as bait for the monsters and try to draw them as far away as possible, while Aemon would be able to take the saint to the main squad. Aemon objected that Erin and my lady should flee, and he would hold off the monsters. Erin explained that she wouldn't be able to run with Alicia as fast as Aemon. It is he who must go to the detachment, and she must stay here. The sooner Aemon delivers the saint to the place and brings help, the better it will be for everyone. At this time, the main squad also heard the roar of the monsters, but to their surprise, it sounded just as far away and did not get any closer. The prince could not understand the reason for this. Something somewhere had detained the monsters, and was leading them in circles, he assumed. Ferdinand heard the crackling of branches in the bushes and prepared to repel the attack of the bloodthirsty creature. At this time, Aemon emerged from the thicket, with the saint lying on his shoulders, very exhausted but alive. Ferdinand asked Aemon what happened, if they had encountered monsters. Here the prince noticed that Lady Arryn was missing and asked Aemon why there were only two of them here and where they had lost another girl. Aemon didn't expect such anger in his friend's voice. Apparently, the Marquise was much more important to him than just a forced bride. Ferdinand persistently asked Aemon where he had lost Lady Arryn, and the boy replied that they had undressed along the way. Lady Arryn stayed behind to hold off the monsters and give him a chance to save Saint Alicia. Swing, strike, stab, death, swing, strike, stab, death, and dozens of more repetitions. And there were even fewer demonic creatures around Elin. An endless repetition of the trained actions from her third life. Lady Elin carried them out precisely, paying no attention to fatigue or pain. The world where Arryn spent her third life was overrun with monsters, and law and order had long since disappeared. Killing many monsters was not a choice of a few people, but a necessary factor for survival for many, many. In her third life, Arryn reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship and was recognized as a master swordsman, first among the greats. Arryn was so sorry that she couldn't realize this talent of hers in her first life. Then she could have saved everyone, and everything ended completely differently. In her first life, Arryn was a downtrodden bum, and all her family and friends died. But now she won't let that happen again. A swing of the sword, a leap, a dash, and another monster was sent into oblivion, while another, having lost a paw, crawled into the bushes in the hope of licking the wound. No such luck. Arryn's slashing sword found the creature and took its life. Another jump, another blow, and another monster lost its head. The girl had long since gone into berserker mode, and all the monsters circling around were doomed. Meanwhile, in Ferdinand's group, the following was happening. Derek and Lilia were helping Saint, and Karan was trying to find out the fate of his own sister. Karen yelled at Aemon how he let his sister become bait. He abandoned her there to save himself, and after that, he calls himself a knight. Karen demanded that his comrades immediately organize a punitive detachment and go save Arryn. Lily was performing healing passes over the saint, but she was listening to the guy's conversation. She was surprised that Arryn voluntarily agreed to become bait for the monsters. In Lillian's opinion, it sounded like a voluntary desire to die. And how quickly and almost painlessly, Lillian rose to her feet and declared that she would not let Arryn get off so easily. Only she, Lillian, has the right to decide how Arryn will die, and she will not allow monsters to deprive her of the sweet right of revenge. Karen was amazed by Lillian's statements. It was a strange reason to go and save his sister. The young Marquis wanted to call the presumptuous sorceress to account, but the prince stopped him. Frederick ordered Lillian not to throw words around and not to strain the already difficult situation. Lillian's eyes sparkled, but she remained silent. It was not the first time that Ferdinand had stood up for this girl in front of her. The sorceress replied that it didn't matter what someone else's reason was for saving Arryn. The main thing was that she definitely had one. The prince placed his hand on Karen's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Now it was important to save his sister, and all the showdowns needed to be left for later. First of all, it is necessary to send a message so that reinforcements can be sent to them, the prince ordered. Karen gritted his teeth and was angry at Aemon. How dare he leave his sister in the forest to be torn apart by monsters? The guy told Aemon that if something happened to Arryn, he would not forgive him. Karen already considered Aemon a disgrace, who knew no honor. He had first challenged a novice girl to a duel, and now he had abandoned her in the forest. Aemon was indignant. He has a high level of skill, and Karan is a pathetic sucker and has no right to insult him like that. Aemon's fists clenched. Karen could barely contain his emotions. Another second, and the boys would be at each other's throats with a death grip. At the same time, Arryn finished with the monsters. Fatigue was overwhelming her. It was a rollback from the berserker mode. The girl was staggering. She couldn't figure out where to go. All her tracks were erased. Arryn dealt with the monsters using the energy of a sword that only a true swordmaster can wield. No one would ever suspect that it was Arryn who killed the monsters. If she simply made a detour and returned to the main camp, everything would be the same. But should she really go back there? Arryn suddenly wondered. All these people don't love her and don't trust her. Why should she seek their recognition? Why come back? She can just get lost in this forest and organize her life perfectly. The girl stopped, caught her breath, and remembered Lilia's older brother, her very first friend and teacher, Calypso. She remembered how a bright back of a head appeared in the little girl's field of vision, and a handsome male voice said that he was glad to meet Lady Erin. A little later, the man appeared and introduced himself as her servant, responsible for the young lady. His name is Calypso. This man was one of those people Erin would never forget, no matter how many lives she lived, and he was the first to figure out her stepmother's meanness. Calypso urged Erin that she should tell the Marquise what Madame had done to her. The man said that if it was difficult for Erin to do this alone, he was ready to be by her side. Calypso said that this time, when the Marquise returned from the front lines, she was obliged to tell him everything. Erin's stepmother had skillfully brainwashed her, and the girl was convinced that her father would consider her useless if she started talking senselessly and nothing changed. Calypso claimed that her stepmother was lying to her. In fact, the Marquis loved his daughter and would be able to protect her. Calypso was the one who gave Erin some maturity. He was her only friend. Until one day, the stepmother took the girl to a dark basement and showed her Calypso's body. The stepmother declared that she had caught a rat that was bothering her and plotting against their entire family. The woman stated that the boy had the audacity to accuse her of something that never happened. Erin listened with horror-filled eyes as her stepmother blamed her for Calypso's death, just because Erin dared to complain to him. The girl cried, "Of course! It was only her fault. She shouldn't have said that her stepmother beat her." Her stepmother's abuse was too much to bear, and Erin eventually confessed to something she hadn't done. The cold body of her only friend was sent home, and her stepmother arranged everything so that everyone thought that Erin was the one who killed him. Erin's reputation by that time was hopelessly destroyed, and no one even tried to find out the truth, so she remained a villain and a murderer to everyone. The rain lashed down on the girl's body, washing away the blood and sweat of battle. But why was she returned to this particular point in time? If she had gone back to that time, she would never have told Calypso about her troubles, and then the boy would have lived. However, unlike in her previous life, Erin managed to save Lady Alicia this time, and perhaps future events will also change. Erin suggested that perhaps she didn't need to go back, but should die in battle with the monsters, and then a better future awaited everyone. Without her, everyone can become happy. The prince will marry a saint, and the brother will become the greatest knight of our time. Erin's sad thoughts were interrupted by the sound of someone's footsteps. She clearly heard through the noise of the rain, several people approaching her. Suddenly, Prince Ferdinand emerged from the forest thicket. He was delighted, surprised, and horrified to see Lady Erin in such a deplorable state. Erin was no less surprised than the prince. The last thing she expected was to see this particular man, here and now. Tears started flowing from the girl's eyes. He was looking for her. Was she really still needed by anyone in this cruel world? The girl's strength finally left her. She staggered and would have fallen backwards if Ferdinand had not been next to her. Marquis Litrousse was a rich province of an equally rich empire, and its rulers enjoyed all the possible blessings of life. Marquise Litrousse, Erin's stepmother, was accustomed to a life of luxury, delicious wines, and expensive dishes. This woman looked like a million coins, always well-groomed and fit. She was the epitome of an aristocrat. A few days later, the castle of Marquis Litrousse was filled with knights, as if in anticipation of an enemy invasion. Reinforced guards of the empire's bravest warriors were posted around the castle's perimeter and at the entrance gates. For a marquis, even one as respected in the empire as Litrousse, this was an excessively great power. The Marquis assembled this army while defending the country's borders from the attacks of monsters, and it was also proof of his high position in the empire. However, the power, wealth, and honors won through the efforts of the Marquis are enjoyed by his second wife, who reigns in the castle like a queen. This woman called herself Marquise Cornelia Litrousse and headed the list of the most noble women of the empire, but her past kept terrible secrets. More than 10 years have passed since this woman married the Marquis Litrousse and became the rightful mistress of his house, estate, and fortune. Cornelia had it all: luxurious outfits, servants who appeared at the sound of a bell and were ready to fulfill any whim. Over the past 10 years, Cornelia had become accustomed to the privileges she could enjoy in her current status. The woman could no longer imagine how she had managed without all of this before, and would have regarded a return to her original situation as the end of the world. Faithful Squire Raymond could not understand the actions of his mistress. Did she really want to return to her old self? The boy knew that the Marquise, using black magic, carefully concealed the traces of her past that remained from her time as a knight. Cornelia said that it was quite natural to hide her knightly past. Her appearance could not have been suitable for the Marquise Litress. A little over 10 years ago, Cornelia was summoned by the Emperor. His Majesty was smiling and polite. The Emperor had heard of Cornelia's outstanding skills, and that she was more skilled with a sword than Marquise Litress. Cornelia replied that it was a great honor for her to be recognized by the Emperor himself and to serve him. The Emperor stated that he had summoned Cornelia because he needed her strength and loyalty. His Highness said that there are 3 recognized swordmasters in the Empire today. On the entire continent, there are less than 10 people with master-level fencing skills. It would seem that 3 swordmasters for the entire Empire is very little, but in this matter, there are several subtleties that he, the Emperor, must take into account. The fact is that even in the role of Emperor, having unlimited power, he cannot command these 3, but he does not intend to. He puts up with this. The Emperor cannot force them to obey unquestioningly, but he can control them, and Lady Cornelia must help him with this. Much time has passed since then, and all this time Cornelia has unquestioningly carried out the Emperor's will to control the Litress family. The Emperor had long sought to subjugate the House of Litress, a family that had produced men capable of becoming masters of the sword for hundreds of years. It took a lot of effort for Cornelia and the Emperor's other spies to penetrate into the very heart of this family. The mission was a success, and Cornelia managed to destroy and divide the greatest legacy of the Litress, their young descendants, Aaron and Karen. Until recently, everything was going smoothly. The Marquis himself was stuck in battles on the front lines and was very rarely at home, and Cornelia did whatever she wanted with the children. Everything went exactly according to plan. The sister and brother were supposed to die or be so seriously injured that fencing was out of the question. However, news came of a different kind. It turned out that the Anten Academy Suppression Squad had successfully completed the mission, and everyone had returned to base safe and sound. The young Litress and their companions were saved by a passing swordmaster. Cornelia's carefully crafted plan was falling apart. This raid had been planned at the highest level. Cornelia had to urgently figure out how to fix, or at least mitigate the consequences of the operation's failure. The maid heard a noise in the living room and looked into the room to see if her mistress needed her help. Cornelia smiled falsely and asked the girl to clean up the broken pieces of the vase she had accidentally knocked over. The girl rushed to carry out the order, at the same time asking if the Marquise herself had been hurt. But Cornelia was fine. The maid cleaned up the shards and hurried away. She, like many servants in the house, admired the Marquise, who was always impeccably polite to the servants. Cornelia made sure that the servants had left and asked Raymond whether he thought the raid was an accident or whether someone had deliberately ruined their plans. Raymond thought that the events described in the letter the lady received yesterday looked strange. It was hardly a coincidence that one of the few swordmasters on the continent was walking through the forest so suddenly and so opportunely at this very time and place. Cornelia also doubted that what happened was a coincidence. They had planned the death of Lady Acilia, the Holy Empire, during this raid. This event would have led to the refusal of Duke Asili, Saint's father, to support the second Prince Ferdinand. Cornelia went to great lengths to betroth Prince Ferdinand to Erin, Marchioness of Litress, her stepdaughter, and to push the girl into the fencing department. Everything was calculated precisely, but some passerby went and ruined everything. Cornelia was indignant. She wanted to break something again, but Raymond stopped her. The man calmly said that if Cornelia continued to break things, she would only cause trouble for herself. The Marquise glared furiously at Raymond, but in response received a calm look from transparent eyes that acted on her like cold water. Raymond reported that news had come from the Anten Academy about Erin. It turns out the girl skillfully uses a sword, as if she had been training all her life. Raymond stated that the Emperor was demanding that he confirm the veracity of Sir Reckon's report, and most importantly, How did Erin manage to master swordsmanship if she was never allowed to use one? Cornelia thought, she remembered, as if it were yesterday, the day when she first met the Marquis's daughter, Erin. A little girl with two thin braids ran out cheerfully to the arriving carriage. She was a naive and open girl, openly happy about Cornelia's arrival and asking permission to call her mother. Cornelia was rude to her from the first minutes and declared that she was not her mother, and Erin should not bother her. The girl's innocent eyes, full of bewilderment, looked at Cornelia. She was graceful and charming like a flower. Erin tried to learn fencing on her own, simply watching her brother's lessons and imitating his movements. Cornelia, herself an experienced swordsman, saw perfectly well that the girl had all the makings to become a master swordsman. The main danger was the girl's persistence and desire to master various fencing and sword-handling techniques. Erin was ready to practice endlessly, repeating the same technique until she achieved absolute perfection in its execution. This child could have become a swordmaster, but the Emperor was not interested in this, and it was Cornelia's job to prevent this under no circumstances. All possible methods were used to destroy Erin as a person: beatings, humiliation, ensuring complete isolation from family members and friends. Cornelia ruined the girl's reputation, not only in society. She turned her brother and the estate servants against her, and constantly discredited her in front of her father. The stepmother had to destroy Erin first of all morally. Flesh and bones without an inner core cannot become a swordmaster. The icing on the cake was the incident with Erin's tutor and teacher, the young aristocrat Calypso. Cornelia took full advantage of this opportunity. The boy stood up for his ward and threatened Cornelia with punishment from heaven for what she was doing to this child. Calypso was just a servant, but he tried to stand up for Erin. But he miscalculated the balance of power. He dared to confront her, the all-powerful Marquise Cornelia Littress, who carried out the Emperor's orders, naturally, without losing sight of personal gain. Calypso wanted to help Erin, but he provided an invaluable service to Cornelia. His death broke Erin completely and disgraced the girl in the eyes of society. In the end, everything ended in favor of Cornelia and the Emperor. Raymond once again demanded that Cornelia calm down and pull herself together. They only had a little time left until the end of the operation. The Emperor demands this time to act with caution, but with precision. Plans must not fail again. Cornelia pulled herself together and declared that Raymond should go to Aten Academy and see if Erin had truly mastered the sword. Raymond was ready to carry out Cornelia's orders. In their tandem, she was the main generator of ideas and strategist. Cornelia was sure that Erin, with her underdeveloped muscles and ruined psyche, would not be able to reach the level of a swordmaster. Even if Erin starts to persistently practice fencing, then at best she will be able to become a high-ranking knight. Cornelia told Raymond that it wouldn't hurt to have Erin lose her wrist in an accident, just to be on the safe side. Raymond understood everything perfectly well and was ready to carry out the order, especially since this advice could be considered an order from the Emperor. The Antenna Academy was buzzing like a disturbed beehive. The raid had been a success, and all the participants had returned not exactly healthy, but alive and uninjured. Karen was constantly at his sister's bedside. She was not seriously injured, but needed to recuperate. The guy's greatest concern was the condition of the girl's hands. Her palms and fingers were covered in calluses, wounds, and small cracks. They have now been treated. Erin opened her eyes with difficulty. Her recovery was proceeding too slowly. The unpreparedness and weakness of this body were taking their toll. The girl finally opened her eyes and realized that she was in a dormitory, which meant she was completely safe. Karen was glad that his sister had finally come to her senses. For several days now, he had hardly left her bedside. Erin sat up and felt dizzy. Karen forbade her to get up. She was still very weak, but here at the academy, and in her own room, she would quickly recover. Erin discovered that she was wearing different clothes, meaning she had been unconscious for a long time, and whoever had changed her shirt must have seen her scars. Karen was glad that his sister had finally come to her senses, but he decided that he needed to immediately express to her all the grievances that had accumulated in him. Karen screamed that Erin almost died, because she couldn't think at all. No matter how strong she was, she still shouldn't have become bait. Erin was confused. She had never seen her brother in such a state. It seemed like the guy was almost crying from anger. Karen saw his sister's fear and stopped himself. He explained that he was not angry with her. He was just very afraid for her life. Aaron nodded absently and thought that if Karan had changed her clothes, he would have asked about the scars first and then started cursing. The girl also noticed that Karen's hand remained intact, which meant that she had managed to change the course of events in at least a few facts. The previous version of events, where the brother loses his arm and the hope of becoming a knight, is now untenable. Aaron felt her brother's hand and was convinced that everything was quite real. Karen considered his sister's actions strange, but completely explainable given her injuries. The girl felt a real relief. She even felt a surge of strength and decided to leave the bed. Karen decided to return to his claims and growled at Aaron, trying to appear scary and menacing. The guy tried to find out why his sister tried to do something that could kill her. Karen demanded that she never do such a thing again. The guy shouted that if she understood that she was at risk of dying, then she should simply save herself, and this should not be disputed. For a moment, Aaron thought she saw tears well up in Karen's eyes. In any case, she was pleased by her brother's concern, even if it was expressed in such a harsh manner. Aaron decided to get up. Karen opposed this. She should lie down and recover. But the girl was very thirsty. Karen said that he would bring her some water and that she should take her place in bed. There was water in the room, and Karan also said that his sister was lucky to wake up when Prince Ferdinand was not in the room. His Highness was very intrusive, constantly coming into the room while Aaron was sleeping and irritating Karen beyond belief. Aaron irritably stated that she was grateful to her brother for his concern, but that she would not tolerate his jokes. Karen replied that he had not intended to joke. The girl thought that her brother was saying impossible things. Prince Ferdinand could not visit her room and worry about her condition. Aaron remembered that he was the first one she met after the battle with the monsters, and she fell exhausted right into the arms of Prince Ferdinand. The prince tried to bring Aaron to her senses, and she, having barely regained consciousness, demanded that he swear to fulfill her request. The girl demanded that Ferdinand show no sympathy towards her, take no care of her, and generally show no good intentions towards her. Aaron said so, and it seemed to her that Ferdinand had made such a promise to her. Now Aaron wondered how he could come to her room after such words from her. It was a shame that the prince did not want to listen to her advice. Karen took the mug from his sister and told her what he considered to be good news. The boy considered it a great success that the Academy allowed a representative of the family, Sir Raymond, to visit Aaron. The heavens opened over Aaron's head. This message from her brother meant that her stepmother had sent a spy to the Academy, and her hands would be tied. Karen chattered carelessly that his mother was very worried about Aaron and asked the Academy for permission to assign Sir Raymond as her bodyguard. The boy thought it was wonderful, and that his sister had always gotten along well with Sir Raymond. If Aaron is okay with it and feels okay, Karen can invite Sir Raymond to come to her room. At the same time, Prince Ferdinand's team, Lilia, Amon, Derek, and the prince himself, gathered around the table in the largest living room of the Academy. Derek realized that the events that had occurred during and after the raid seemed very strange and suspicious to him. During the extermination of monsters, instead of a flock of weak demons, a fairly large herd of mid-level demons came out to attack them. A swordmaster appeared from nowhere and then disappeared back to the same place, destroying this entire flock and remaining unknown. After the raid and the incident with Marquise Lurthus, Amon fell into a strange state and was unusually serious all the time. The leader of their team, the man Derek was preparing to serve for the rest of his life, began to behave in the strangest way. It was Prince Ferdinand who struck Derek most of all. He became silent and even more serious than usual. The most amazing thing is that the prince, despite being busy, came into Aaron's room several times a day and inquired about her well-being. Ferdinand, who always looked perfect, now often stared blankly out the window, and he had dark circles under his eyes, just like now. Derek knew that reporting the extermination of the demons to His Majesty the Emperor could no longer be postponed, and the prince understood this better than anyone. But Ferdinand had no intention of writing this report. Derek would really like to know what the second prince of the empire was thinking about now, and why he was hesitating. Ferdinand recalled the strange words that the Marchioness Litris, his betrothed, had said to him when he had stopped her from falling. The girl approached him with a very strange request, and even demanded that he swear that he would fulfill it. Aaron whispered that he shouldn't be kind to her, that he should pretend to hate her and should never show any care or compassion. No one had ever made such a strange request to Ferdinand before, so naturally he wanted to know the reasons for such a request. The prince was at a loss to understand why she had suddenly decided to demand such behavior from him. Why shouldn't Ferdinand be kind to Erin? Why should he hate her like other people? Maybe she hates him herself. It didn't seem like that was the case. The reason why Erin didn't want to be near Ferdinand remained a mystery to him, but she was deliberately pushing him away from her. Liliana couldn't stand the commander's long silence and asked what exactly the prince wanted to tell them and why he had scheduled this meeting. Ferdinand himself invited them all here, and now he sits and remains silent. How long does he plan to do this? The sorceress was indignant. Derek wanted to put Lilia in her place, but Ferdinand stopped him, saying that Lilia was right. He called everyone to a meeting, but was lost in thought and did not pay attention to the time. Ferdinand looked around at those present and noted that he did not see Princess Cecilia. Perhaps someone knew where she had gone and why she was not present at the meeting. Lillian and Derek didn't know why Acelia wasn't with them yet. The sorceress herself had told her about the meeting, and the saint had promised to come. Aemon said that the saint had gone to visit Lady Erin and would only come here after that. Liliana was indignant at how dare Amon call the villain Erin a lady, but the guy didn't pay attention to her outburst. Aemon reported that he met the saint on the road. She heard that Lady Erin had woken up and hurried to her, warning that she would not come to the team meeting. Derek was outraged by the saint's behavior. She is, of course, a high-ranking person, but to treat the prince's order this way is the height of bad manners. From everything his comrades had said, Prince Ferdinand had isolated only the most important thing for him now. The Marquise Erin had come to her senses. Liliana noted ironically that this was, of course, a great relief for everyone present. The girl expressed her approval that everyone had become quite close with Erin. She was all for it, because getting along with each other is, of course, a very good thing. Only when they report to the Emperor about this situation, from the flock of mid-level demons to the unknown swordmaster, Lillian still considered Erin to be her brother's killer, and ironically admitted that she felt bad celebrating her brother's recovery with everyone else. Aemon cut off the girl's tirade, saying that she was going too far with her words. She had no right to say such things. Liliana reminded Aemon that just recently he had boasted that he would happily crush Erin Litrus's nose, but now he had completely changed his attitude towards her. The sorceress was indignant. Since when did sharing a crisis create camaraderie? And Sir Ferdinand should not change his mind about Erin. Liliana was simply furious. She is the real comrade of Prince Ferdinand, and not this Erin Litrus. The sorceress jumped up from her chair. She was outraged by how quickly the boys changed their minds about Erin. It was simply not they who lost their beloved brother. Liliana tried to pull herself together. She was very upset, and this was not what she wanted to say at all. The girl sat down on a chair and asked everyone for forgiveness. She seemed to have gotten really carried away, but in fact, that's not what she wanted to say at all. Liliana said that they should be concerned not only about the report. Just recently a notice was posted at the academy. Didn't the guys see it? Ferdinand, Aemon, and even Derek were unaware of what almost the entire academy knew. The news was that Duke Asili was planning to visit the academy and would arrive as a guest instructor. Liliana reminded Ferdin that Duke Asili, by the way, was the father of his former lover, and his visit was important for the prince. Erin was hosting a guest, and was therefore extremely excited. The last person she expected was a visit from this particular person. Right in front of her, at arm's length, sat the Holy Empire herself, Duchess Asili. Erin was both happy and a little awkward about the unexpected visit of this high-ranking person to her room. Erin believed that Duchess Acelia had no reason to visit her, so why did she come to visit her anyway? Duchess Acelia explained. Sir Aemon said that Erin agreed to cover their retreat and served as bait for the monsters in order to save her. Asili wanted to personally thank Erin for this heroic act, although she was not obliged to do so. The saint claimed that she had to express her gratitude personally to the Marquise of Erin. The saint asked if Erin was in any pain, and she healed the wounds inflicted by the monster, but left the rest to heal naturally. The saint said that excess divine power is harmful, so she reasons this way, says this, so that Erin does not think badly of her. Erin was perplexed and confused by the saint's words, that it was she who changed her into clean clothes. Asili said that she saw scars on Aaron's body, but she had not told anyone about them and would not tell anyone in the future. Aaron was confused and silent. All she could do was listen attentively and blink her eyes. The saint said she didn't know the circumstances under which Aaron got all those scars, but she felt like she didn't want everyone to know about them. Now Aaron knew who had changed her clothes, and she calmed down a little. Her secrets would remain only with her for now. The girl plucked up her courage and asked Asili why she was so kind to her. Shouldn't she hate her? Asili was extremely surprised by such a question. Why would she hate Aaron? And why was she asking this? Aaron explained that she thought this because Asili had a relationship with Ferdinand, and it was because of her that they broke up. It was obvious to the Marquise that Duchess Asili must hate her, as any other girl would have treated a homewrecker that way. Asili replied that this was of course true, but in reality, Asili had no reason to hate Lady Litress. She could be completely calm. Asili couldn't tell Aaron the details of her relationship with Prince Ferdinand now. The thing was that there were certain circumstances involved in this case, and there were certain nuances that she should not disclose. One thing the saint could say with complete confidence, and quite frankly, she had a very good attitude towards Lady Aaron Litress. In any case, how can she hate the man who saved her life, risking his own? Asili said that she would like to become friends with Lady Litress, and, for that matter, asks her permission to call her by her first name. Aaron couldn't believe her ears. She didn't deserve to be the person who saved the saint's life. She had never been able to protect anyone in her past life. So Aaron was thrilled when Holy Duchess Asili entered her room. The saint joyfully greeted the girl and said that she was happy that she had finally come to her senses. A strange feeling washed over Aaron. Asili stood before her, alive and well, something she had never experienced in her past life. The Marchioness replied that she would be glad to be friends with Duchess Asili, and of course, allowed her to call her by her first name. Asili, in turn, allowed Aaron to call her either by her first name or come up with a nickname, as the girl wished. Asili was very happy. She decided that she and Aaron needed to meet as often as possible and visit each other. The saint said that she was very eager to get to know Aaron better and would look forward to her full recovery. Thus, completely unexpectedly for Aaron herself, she acquired a friend whose power and influence could be the envy of even members of the imperial family. A little more time passed, Aaron's health improved, and she was cleared to attend daytime training. Aemon, seeing her on the court, was indignant. Shouldn't Lady Aaron rest more? He was sure that it was too early for her to start training. The students present appreciated not only Aemon's concern, but also his respectful treatment of Aaron. We discussed the way Aemon and Aaron communicate, and how they communicate without formality, like fairly close friends. Aemon paid no attention to the whispers around them, but Aaron, on the contrary, listened to them attentively. The main emotion expressed by the students was bewilderment at how Aemon's attitude towards Aaron could change so quickly. The girl shook her head. The sun had definitely not risen from the west, but Amon's behavior was unusual in her opinion. The guy asked why Aaron was looking around, and Aaron replied that she was checking to see if the sun had risen in the west. Aemon laughed. And how does she assess the position of the luminary? The girl replied that everything is as usual in the sky. Only on Earth, not everything was as usual, and the main thing that stood out from the traditional flow was that Sir Amon was in a beginner's class. Aemon replied that he had changed the advanced class to the beginner class. That's all. Aaron didn't understand why Aemon did this, because in order to move to the next level in the fencing department, you need to complete a difficult task. These quests are given out by the Emperor, and their types range from subduing monsters to duels with veteran knights, but they are all incredibly difficult. In order to advance to the advanced class, Aemon completed one of the most difficult tasks and advanced to the advanced class by overcoming enormous difficulties. Aaron opposed Amon's decision that in order to return, he would have to go through all that hell again, but the guy said that he did what he wanted. Aaron didn't have to worry about him at all, Amon stated. He just realized that he lacked the skill to be at an advanced level. The guy didn't admit it, but this decision came to him when he analyzed how the newbie Aaron fought the monsters. He remembered her powerful technique and how she skillfully held off dozens of monsters in close combat. The feeling of guilt for leaving his comrade alone on the battlefield, covering his back, still did not leave Amon, but he had to save the saint. Aaron remained to fight the monsters, and Amon was struck by the precise and powerful blows the girl dealt the monsters. Amon, with the precious burden on his shoulders, rushed for help, praying that Aaron could hold out until his return. The guy felt bad remembering how disgusting it felt to leave Aaron behind him. Amon scolded himself. He was so weak, and yet he spewed arrogant nonsense at the young knight, claiming he knew nothing of honor. In fact, he was just a self-confident egoist who was nothing special in reality. Amon wanted to apologize to Aaron, and since she doesn't want to talk about what happened there, he won't ask anything and won't tell anyone anything. Amon only had one request for Lady Aaron when she was fully recovered, whether she would agree to spar with him. In a short time, another person surprised Aaron with his behavior and attitude towards her. The girl knew the meaning of the look with which Amon was now looking at her. It contained a desire to protect her, even at the cost of his own life. Aaron herself had recently experienced exactly these emotions, and so Amon's state was understandable to her. Amon's eyes reflected the desire to become stronger, to have the opportunity to reach a higher level of mastery. It was called the thirst for knowledge, and only a master of a higher level than Amon could quench it, which was what Lady Aaron was now. Aaron, as a knight and comrade, could not refuse such a request, and replied that she would not be against a training duel right now. Amon was worried about whether the girl could fight in her current condition, but Aaron replied that he should not remember that she was wounded. Pity is inappropriate on his part. She personally has no intention of feeling sorry for him. Aaron headed to the sparring area, delighted at the wonderful opportunity to train with a strong opponent. Amon hurried after her. Raymond finally reached the academy. There was a prospect of spending the night in the open, but he pushed himself and made it before sunset. The envoy of the Marquise Litress, Aaron's stepmother, decided not to put off matters until tomorrow, but to visit Lady Aaron right now. The dormitory superintendent told Raymond that he could find Lady Aaron at the training ground, and now he was looking for that very ground. On the way, Raymond came across a high-ranking knight whose face seemed familiar to him. The man walked past Raymond without paying any attention to him. Raymond finally recognized him. It was Duke Ronald Assaly, one of the 3 great swordmasters of the Empire, Father Saint, followed by his adjutant. Duke Assaly's track record includes mountains of defeated monsters of the highest power level, the highest level of swordsmanship, and the adoration and respect of knights. In addition, Duke Ronald Assaly commanded the Empire's first elite knightly order. Samuel, Duke Ronald Assaly's aide-de-camp, was bringing his superior up to speed on the latest raid. Samuel reported that most of the monsters were of a high level of strength, but it was not the students who dealt with them, but a passing swordmaster. Raymond had heard earlier that the Duke had been assigned to investigate the events of the latest raid, but he had not expected to run into him at the academy. Duke Ronald replied to Samuel that he was talking nonsense. Where had he seen great swordmasters just wandering around the forests? A swordmaster appeared out of nowhere and chopped up all the monsters into mincemeat. Samuel has no idea how to become a swordmaster. Such people do not appear out of nowhere, and do not disappear without a trace. There is no need to talk so recklessly about such matters when you know nothing about them. Duke Ronald Assaly suggested that the swordmaster should be sought among the people present at the raid. Rodald proved this to his subordinates so fervently that his body glowed with mana. The adjutant admired the Duke's level of strength. He covered not only his blade, but his body with mana. Samuel never tired of expressing his admiration for the Duke. But the Duke was already quite fed up with it, and only smiled sarcastically in response. Duke Ronald Assaly walked past Raymond, but only looked at him skeptically. The stepmother's spy realized that the Duke had scanned his aura as he walked, and the Duke discovered that this man was not a student, but he had seen him somewhere before. The adjutant suggested that it was Sir Raymond of the House of Litress, a fairly close relative of the Marquise of Litress. Now the Duke understood why this man's face was familiar to him, but not closely. Sir Reckon was most often next to the Marquis, and the Duke knew him well. Duke Assaly remembered that Richard Latrousse had favored this young man and looked after him. Raymond realized that he had been noticed, and dared to approach the Duke and greet him. The Duke glanced at Raymond with an absent-minded glance, nodded curtly, and thought that this young man must be of the same rank as Sir Reckon. After quickly scanning his aura, Ronald discovered that his sword skills were, to put it mildly, rather low, and he lost interest in the guy. Ronald Assaly asked the adjutant where they could find Aaron Litress, learned that she was at the training grounds, and hurried there. Raymond decided that the Duke was going to see Lady Erin under the guise of an investigation, and he simply ignored him. Raymond wasn't surprised by this. The Duke was only interested in those knights who had a talent for wielding a sword, but Raymond didn't like being judged. At this time, there was a commotion on the training ground. Students were abandoning their training assignments and rushing to the sparring area. A fight between two very interesting individuals, which was quite unusual in its technique and level of skill, attracted everyone's attention. Swords crossed between the notorious villainous Marquise Erin Latrousse and the ally of the second Prince Ferdinand, Sir Aemon Hador. At first glance, it seemed that Erin and Aemon were fighting on equal terms, but in reality, there was no particular balance between the opponents. Marquise Erin Latrousse was completely calm and relaxed. It seemed like she was not fighting, but playing with a sword. In contrast to her, Sir Aemon looked tense and focused. The guy was very far from calm. Erin had a difficult task ahead of her. She had to defeat Aemon without showing the observers that she was much stronger than him. The girl tried not to move too quickly, to use only the simplest techniques, and to activate mana just a little. Erin watched Aemon's movements closely. She had no intention of hurting him. Aemon had never enjoyed sparring so much before, and today he managed to have one of the best fights of his life. This sparring session was like a harmonious dance between two superbly matched partners. The only thing missing was musical accompaniment. In fact, Aemon barely had time to react to Erin's quick movements. It was as if she anticipated his movements and was always a moment ahead. The girl leaned to the side, then back, crouching down, deftly dodging the enemy's sword. Aemon started to get a little irritated. Erin was playing with him like a cat with a mouse. He expected something like this, but it was no less offensive. From a sitting position, Erin performed an incredibly difficult somersault, simulating a fatal blow. The sword was pointed at Aemon's face. It was a few centimeters away from him. In a real fight, the guy would already be dead. Aemon realized that Erin had copied his sword technique, which was, by the way, their secret family style. The knights of the Aemon clan had been practicing these techniques for years, and how it was possible to copy something like this after seeing it only once was hard to understand. The students stood around the sparring area, their mouths open, each wanting to remember every detail of the fight so they could tell it to others later. The tip of the sword drew a line in the air parallel to Aemon's face and stopped near his neck. The outcome of the battle was obvious. Aemon was sitting on the floor, and the blade of Erin's sword hung meaningfully at his neck. The academy students were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. A high-level knight lost to a beginner. The opponents shook hands. Aemon asked how Erin managed to imitate his family's fighting style. The girl smiled and asked to treat her as usual. Duke Ronald Asili only managed to see the very end of the sparring, but he was still amazed by Erin's talent. The master of ceremonies came to his senses and shouted for everyone to salute. The Duke of Asili was present. Erin and Aemon turned at the call, the Duke's appearance unexpected for both of them. When Duke Asili managed to reach the academy, he probably rode all day without stopping, changing horses at road stations. The Duke was more interesting to Erin than dangerous, but the man who now stood behind the Duke aroused her greatest fear and contempt. There was no doubt this was the same relative of hers whom she trusted until the very last moment of her first life. An elegant waistcoat, a slender figure, cunning and intelligent eyes, beautiful features. Erin could not be mistaken. It was Raymond Latrousse. Raymond smiled, waved his hand in greeting, and shouted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that she should come to him. However, he always smiled. Erin's body was covered in goosebumps, but not from fear or cold. It was a premonition of the imminent revenge that she would finally carry out. There was a time when Erin relied on Sir Raymond and considered him her friend. Poor girl. How wrong she was. However, in the Marquise's house, where she was surrounded only by enemies, Raymond was like an oasis in the desert, where a weary traveler could rest. Erin felt like Raymond was completely on her side. His gaze seemed sympathetic and tender. Only now did she notice that he was actually empty and transparent, and his smile was artificial and feigned. He asks if she was injured during the raid. I have to answer that it wasn't too seriously. He's glad about that. That's also great. Raymond's smile faltered for a second, as his gaze stumbled upon Sir Aemon's face, standing behind Erin. The young man immediately realized that he was facing a two-faced and very dangerous person. It was no wonder he had studied at the best academy in the country. Erin apologized that she couldn't talk to Raymond for long now. She needed to tidy herself up. Otherwise, she smelled strongly of sweat. The memories came back to her with renewed force, and the words she had last heard in her first life began to ring in her head. The killer said that the lady asked him to tell Erin not to worry, that her whole family would soon follow her. The memory clearly reflected the face that peeked out from under the hood of Erin's killer. It was Raymond. At his hand, the young Marquise of Erin died. Now he stood before her, somewhat confused, but still trying to portray the joy of meeting after a long separation. Erin smiled back at him, and this smile was not feigned, but it signified not the joy of meeting, but the anticipation of imminent revenge. The Marquise was glad to see Raymond after a long separation, which she hastened to inform him of. Now she had the opportunity to take revenge on her killer. Raymond watched with surprise as Erin sparred with some guy. They fought beautifully. The most surprising thing for him was that Erin was more than good at everything once she had acquired such skills. Did she manage to learn during her time at the faculty? But too little time had passed for this. Raymond came to the conclusion that this was the girl's innate talent, the manifestation of which Cornelia had so feared, showing itself. Everything that Cornelia feared so much has happened. Erin is capable of defeating, obviously, not the weakest opponent. And what will happen next is scary to even imagine. This girl is now even too good. It seems we will have to put Cornelia's plan into action. An accident. Erin loses her hand, and there is no swordmaster. At this time, Erin explained to Eamon that he should not express respect and admiration to her. She asked him to behave as before, perhaps even a little condescendingly. The guy was captivated by the girl's character and abilities, but he understood that she had her own reasons for keeping secrets, and he agreed to her request. Erin smiled at Eamon. Raymond tensed even more. The Marquis's daughter, whom he knew, did not know how to smile so openly and cheerfully. Erin noticed Raymond, greeted him, that smile again that made him feel uneasy. The girl told Raymond that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she was glad that he hadn't changed at all, and she apologized for the fact that he smelled like her sweat. Raymond could vouch that it was Erin Littris, but she was completely unlike herself, too confident. The call for a general assembly and resumption of classes was made, and Erin announced that she had to go and said goodbye to Raymond. The girl said that she was glad that her relative had arrived, but that she was busy now and that they would see each other later, and she smiled again. If Erin had guessed what effect her smile had on Redman, she would certainly have been pleased. It made him shudder every time. That smile meant that Cornelia's efforts to mold Erin into a weak-willed creature with a broken mind and body had failed. Cornelia's role was to break Erin's wings so that not even a single appendage would remain. All means were used: beatings, public humiliation, destruction of social and family ties. Under these conditions, in order to finally control the young Marquise, Raymond was appointed to the role of her savior. He was supposed to be an angel saving the dying beauty, a best friend who knew all her thoughts and actions. That incident with the snake attack, Raymond could hardly contain his laughter. How scared and pathetic Erin was, and yet she thanked him for saving her without stopping. Erin said that she didn't even notice the snake approaching her. If it weren't for him, she would have gotten into serious trouble. Raymond had to smile and shake his head compassionately. Poor Erin. How good it was that he was walking around nearby. In fact, he caught the snake himself and released it on the girl's trail, and then watched it crawl closer to her. The snake crawled closer and closer. Its sharp teeth were about to touch the tender skin of the girl's legs. Raymond watched carefully from cover, waiting for the moment to make a dramatic entrance. The moment has come. Raymond spectacularly jumps out from behind the tree with a deafening scream and catches the snake. Erin screams, runs, falls, and hurts her legs. Raymond smugly informs the girl that she can be absent-minded sometimes, and that fortunately, she is not a viper. Erin had no way out of the Marquisate, and her stepmother did everything possible and impossible to ensure that the girl became an outcast in her family. So Erin lived like a lady from the Marquisate, crushed by endless bullying. The girl, with youthful naivety, clung to the weak semblance of warmth and care that he offered her. Raymond sometimes even felt sorry for her, but the ringing of gold and the Emperor's mercy outweighed his pity for this doomed woman. And then, not limiting himself to the prank with the snake, pretending to offer her support, Raymond pulled her hand hard towards himself. Aaron flew forward, fell again, and almost dislocated her arm. Raymond pretended that it was because she had lost weight again. Raymond burst into admonitions that Aaron must eat well, otherwise she would not be able to lift even a wooden sword in the fencing department. Aaron's face, usually full of despair, would take on a glimmer of hope at any mention of fencing, and this amused Raymond immensely. Moreover, as he believed, this hope was never destined to come true. This is what the Emperor wanted. But now Aaron doesn't want to communicate with him. She has forgotten who saved and supported her all this time. The girl was leaving the power of her stepmother and his oppressive guardianship for a new life, and reaching her would now be much more difficult. That evening, Duke Ronald Asili settled comfortably into Prince Ferdinand's study and enjoyed tea and sweets. The Duke recalled the girl whose talent had impressed him, the precise path of the sword, the choice of the right moment to put pressure on the enemy, the restrained movements full of power. Ronald muttered to himself that when he had glimpsed her as a child, she had looked so fragile that it was doubtful she would be able to stand at all. The owner of the office entered the room, and, hearing the Duke's muttering, he noticed that children had a tendency to grow at an alarming rate. Ferdinand greeted Duke Asili warmly and asked how he had been doing during the time they had not seen each other. The Duke realized that he was thinking too deeply and began to speak out loud. He looked at the prince with hostility. Now he would give this impudent fellow a piece of his mind. Ronald returned the prince's greeting him dryly and formally. Ferdinand replied that they could communicate less formally. Even if Asili arrived on official business, they are now in a private setting. The Duke was close to the prince's mother and looked after him from childhood. So why does he use all this formality in his communication with the prince? Ronald replied that he accepted the prince's offer and considered it necessary to ask him what he was doing here. While the Duke fought monsters in the southern mountains, expanding the borders of the empire, every day, risking his life, experiencing hardships, and yearning for his daughter, Prince Ferdinand, without saying a single word to him, his mentor, his mother's friend, and all the other things he's going on about here, became engaged to Aaron Lertis. Ferdinand tried to explain his actions, but the Duke was not going to listen to him, and only shouted at the young man. The Duke heard that this was the Emperor's order for him to betroth himself to Lertus, but this does not absolve the prince of guilt. The invincible Duke Asili, known as one of the 3 pillars supporting the empire, had only one weakness. Now the Duke was ready to shake the soul out of the prince for daring to abandon his daughter, the saint of the empire, and choose a villainess instead. Duke Asili was an incredibly loving father and was ready to crush anyone into dust for his girl. The office door opened, and a gentle voice ordered the father to stop talking nonsense. The saint declared that her relationship with the prince was a sham. Father knows this very well, and everything was agreed upon with him. It was a play based on a mutually beneficial contract. This is necessary to keep the factions around the Duke and the prince under control. Why get angry if he knew from the very beginning that the farce would end one day? The prince did not expect that Milady would come to his aid herself, and the formidable Duke changed his anger to mercy and began to explain to his daughter the reason for his displeasure. The Duke thought it looked as if his daughter had been abandoned, and the prince was amazed at his daughter's ability to tame her father with just her appearance. The saint was indignant. Why was he treating her like a tragic heroine? How could the saint be abandoned? And should he not dare speak ill of Lady Arryn? The saint stated that Lady Arryn Littris was her friend, and that her father would definitely like her too. He had seen her training and was convinced of how strong she was. The Duke readily confirmed that Lady Arryn possessed exceptional talent and potential. Ronald Asili clarified that it was precisely because of Arryn's talent and abilities that the prince accepted her engagement without resistance. Did Ferdinand really see her talent and her past using his abilities? Is that true or not? Prince Ferdinand Lexi possessed an amazing ability that could only be passed down through the Lexi bloodline. This ability was the main reason why the Lexian family retained the imperial throne. Ferdinand had the ability to see into a person's past. It was called the eye that sees the truth. The prince reminded the Duke that he could not control this ability freely. It revealed someone else's past, suddenly, and not always when needed. The Duke clarified, so it's a pity that the prince didn't see anything remarkable in Arryn's past. Ferdinand clarified that he did not see anything related to talent for the sword, but there was much more that he was not at liberty to share. The Duke found it strange that Ferdinand could not tell even him about what he had seen in Aaron's past. The Duke reminded Ferdinand that he must be careful. The Emperor was constantly looking for opportunities to destroy him. The trouble was that the Duke could not help Ferdinand directly, as the swordmasters had sworn not to interfere in the affairs of the imperial family. The Duke assumed that the Emperor had permitted the prince's engagement to the villainous Marquise, renowned throughout the empire, only with the aim of harming him. If the Marquise commits an offense, the Emperor will make claims to the prince that he cannot control her properly. The responsibility for Aaron's actions would fall on the prince, and then his popularity among the people would fall, which is exactly what the Emperor wanted. Ferdinand replied that he understood everything perfectly. Ronald couldn't understand why he was sent to investigate the events of the raid. The Emperor wanted the Duke to reveal his secrets with his own hands. The Duke asked the prince to tell him what had happened and who this unknown swordmaster was, who appeared out of nowhere and disappeared into nowhere. The prince said that high-level monsters had come out to confront them, and they found it strange such creatures were not found in those places. The most interesting thing is that they were all defeated before they even had a chance to assess the situation. They were simply chopped into mincemeat. The Duke decided that he should carefully question all those who took part in this strange raid. The prince suggested that the swordmaster might be one of the escorts, but unfortunately, once people reach a certain level, they have difficulty judging each other's strength. Duke Asili wanted to meet this mysterious master. He had his own selfish interest in this. It has been a long time since the Duke fought a worthy opponent, and sparring with someone equal or stronger is Ronald's dream. The moon rose high above the horizon, and the Duke decided that he had had enough for today, and it was time to rest. Father and daughter were about to leave the hospitable office of the second prince of the empire, Ferdinand. At the threshold, Asili turned around and solemnly thanked the prince for his daughter's safe return. Duke Asili apologized for starting today's conversation on the wrong note, but he was actually happy that his girl was a willow and healthy. The saint no longer expected that her father would give birth to gratitude to the prince. He was generally against her constant forays into monster raids. Ferdinand was pleased by the Duke's gratitude, but he could not take credit for someone else's merits. Ferdinand told the Duke that he was grateful, not to him, but to Lord Aemon and the Marquise of Arran, who had saved his daughter. The doors closed behind Duke Asili and his daughter, and Prince Ferdinand was left alone. Now it was possible to analyze all the day's information. The Duke suggested that an engagement to a villain known throughout the empire would undermine the prince's authority among the people. This may indeed be so. Ferdinand is used to unraveling intrigues directed against him and will sort this out in time. Ferdinand stopped at the window. The late night painted everything in black, twilight colors, and made the world scary. Right under the prince's window grew a huge baobab tree. Now it looked like a huge monster, harboring evil plans. During the day, this tree looked completely different, and it was under it that his betrothed loved to rest. She usually sat there with her cat. Lady Arran is a villain. The prince was inclined to put a question mark in that sentence, since the girl was not at all like her. The prince had something to think about, and at the same time, to dream about the beautiful eyes of his bride. Several months ago, some events with significant consequences occurred at the Ast Academy. It must be said that the second prince of the empire, Ferdinand Lexia, was born of a concubine, and therefore his position at court was precarious. However, the guy inherited from his ancestors, on both lines, a kind and generous character, impeccable appearance, and boundless charm. Many acknowledged that the title of prince suited him better than anyone else, and in recent times, Ferdinand had become even better. Those around her had only one woman to thank for these changes. Of course, it was the young Duchess Irene Asili, the recognized saint of the empire, filled with divine power. Irene and Ferdinand were close from early childhood. Even chance meetings between the prince and the saint captured people's interest and gave rise to romantic stories. All that was left for young people to do was nudge public opinion in the right direction. They were the ideal object for cultivating the image of lovers. Left alone, Ferdinand and Irene instantly broke out of their roles and turned into ordinary young people, not bound to each other by love. Very few people close to them, involved in their game, knew about this side of their lives. The saint became very tired in public, horrified by how many eyes were watching them, and she was afraid that one day she would get a cramp in her lips from a false smile. The girl blamed Ferdinand for opening doors very slowly, and that he should do it faster. The guy replied that Irene herself needed to walk faster. She should think about her own speed and not blame others for her troubles. These two were sworn friends, but the contract helped both of them survive. They declared themselves lovers several months ago. The reason for this was the struggle for power in the imperial family. The emperor preferred the first prince born from his legitimate wife. Ferdinand was not his father's favorite child. The separation of the sons provoked a conflict between them. The first prince, surrounded by flatterers and courtiers seeking favor, invariably won. Ferdinand did not have a noble lineage, and his connections in the imperial government invariably put him at a disadvantage. The only daughter of Duke Asili, Irene, born with divine powers, had no interest in power or intrigue, even though her father was a master swordsman. However, Irene harbored a grudge against the emperor, since he did not give her due honor as a saint and oppressed her servants. Irene and Ferdinand, who had known each other since childhood, knew everything about the Ark. The prince needed a shield to strengthen his position. The princess believed that Ferdinand was the only force capable of creating a counterweight to the tyranny of the emperor and the arbitrariness of the first prince. Irene was incredibly tired. She knew what she was getting into, but it didn't make her feel any better. The saint complained that pretending to be perfect in front of hundreds of people was already tiring, but pretending to be a loving partner, that was downright tough. Ferdinand offered Irene to break the contract at any time, but the saint was worried that the prince would simply not survive. Ferdinand couldn't swear to it, but by associating herself with him, Irene was just as exposed to risk as he was. Irene objected. Ferdinand was talking nonsense. People were dying anyway, and it didn't depend on him at all. She didn't make a contract with him to save his life. She simply made the best choice for the empire. Ferdinand looked at Irene, listened to her proposals, and thought that he could not find a better princess, and that his fictitious relationship could probably soon become real. Irene said that Ferdinand should take more care of himself and not her, since there was talk of his engagement to the Marquise of Litras's daughter, Erin. This engagement disrupted all plans and distanced the saint from the prince. The emperor probably assumed that an offended Irene would deprive the prince of his support. At one of the balls, Prince Ferdinand was introduced to the daughter of the Marquise Litras. The girl looked like a pale moth that had accidentally caught on a velvet dress. However, the prince saw something in her that he did not tell even his confidant, Duke Asili. Ferdinand remembered the events of that ball well. It was then that Iveta, one of his admirers, a sweet girl, was hitting on him again. But the prince did not like her. Iveta did not want to know by name whether the rumors about the prince's imminent engagement were true. The girl had already heard from many of her acquaintances that the date of the second prince's engagement to the Marquis of Litras's daughter, Erin, had been announced. Ferdinand immediately remembered the emperor's words that the news of Ferdinand's engagement to the daughter of the Marquise Litras had already spread throughout the empire. The emperor considered this girl an ideal pariah for Ferdinand. Although the prince himself had not yet met her, this had to be corrected in the near future. It was with this very purpose that Ferdinand came to the debutante ball that time. He expected to see a vamp woman, looking haughtily at those around her. The majordomo shouted the name of Lady Erin Litras, and Ferdinand turned to see the girl entering the hall. A fragile girl entered the hall, looking more like an underfed child than a hardened villain. The girl held herself straight, as befitted a well-bred lady, but her gaze resembled that of a frightened fawn surrounded by a pack of wolves. Ferdinand approached Erin, introduced himself, and started small talk, as usual, about nothing in particular, about nature, the weather, the theater, and the horse races. Erin Litras's appearance in the hall caused whispers among the aristocratic crowd, the main question being what this villainess was doing at the banquet. No one cared that Erin didn't look like the type of person who wanted to harm anyone. As soon as people saw Prince Ferdinand approach Lady Erin, they immediately decided that the rumor of the engagement was true. But doubts did not disappear. Since everyone knew about Ferdinand's relationship with the saint, would the prince really leave Irene and become engaged to the villain Erin? The aristocrats felt sorry for the prince and the saint, and Erin received a new portion of hostility towards herself. Now Erin also received a reputation as a homewrecker, and no one cared about the true state of affairs. Ferdinand watched his future bride. Erin's behavior surprised him. Her appearance and her reputation did not match each other. The prince noticed that Erin had not eaten anything at all, and decided to offer her a piece of cake. The prince brought dessert into the hall and handed the plate to the girl. She was hungry, and therefore he was obliged to take care of her as the future groom. Erin's confusion left the prince perplexed. The other ladies reacted quite differently to his attentions. Ferdinand watched the girl's behavior closely. There must be something villainous in her. Erin blushed slightly, her large green eyes widening with surprise and gratitude. The girl wanted to thank the prince, but due to confusion, she could not utter a word. Suddenly, Ferdinand felt that his natural gift for seeing the past had begun to work. It happened as suddenly as always. Ferdinand felt unwell and barely managed to lean against the table. Now the main thing was not to miss the essence of the presentation. The guy felt like he was plunging into someone else's past. This transition always caused him negative feelings. The transition took place, and the prince's consciousness found itself in a place and time unknown to him. The prince looked around. He found himself in a room unfamiliar to him. One thing was clear. This was the house of a rich and noble man. But whose house was it, and whose room was it? No less important for the prince was the question of why his ability had suddenly manifested itself. Suddenly, Ferdinand heard the sounds of a child crying. Someone was quietly and bitterly sobbing in that room. The prince looked around. In the darkest and most secluded corner of the room sat Lady Littris, huddled in a ball. Ferdinand realized that he was seeing Lady Littris's past, and that this was most likely her room. The prince sat down opposite the girl. She was crying so bitterly, as if her heart was broken and her life was over. Ferdinand had never witnessed such desperate sobbing before. The girl tried to make sure that no one heard her, and this made it even more sad. Prince Ferdinand himself cried in exactly the same way as a child, just as quietly and hopelessly. The vision faded, and the prince heard someone asking him if he was all right. It was Lady Erin who inquired about the prince's well-being, as his face had suddenly turned pale, and Ferdinand replied that he was now well. The prince was being a little disingenuous. After his visions, he always had a headache. It was a side effect of his ability. The headache made it difficult to analyze what exactly Ferdinand had just seen. It was clear that this was one of the moments from the past of the girl who was now standing in front of him and claiming the place of his bride. Those who were watching the prince and Erin closely noticed that His Highness's expression had suddenly worsened. He had turned pale and was staggering. Those around him immediately decided that this was a consequence of his conversation with the villain, which was to be expected from her, and he even brought her a cake. This girl truly has a vile and disgusting nature. Everyone present unanimously agreed. Lady Erin apologized, saying she needed to touch up her makeup, and hurried away from the prince. Ferdinand watched as she walked away towards the ladies' room. The girl tried to be unnoticeable and not to bother anyone, even out of the corner of her eye. The prince could not shake off the vision of a little, unhappy girl, crying desperately and silently in the corner of a luxurious room. The prince caught Lady Erin's hand and thanked her for her concern. He desperately wanted to hold this girl, hug her, and stroke her shoulders and head. Ferdinand apologized for startling her and explained that it was just a slight bout of dizziness, but thanks to Erin's care, he was feeling much better. The prince spoke loudly, trying to make sure the words reached those around him. He desperately wanted to improve Erin's reputation. Lady Erin did not understand why His Highness suddenly spoke louder than necessary. Ferdinand tried to smile his most radiant and friendly smile, and made sure that the plate with the cake remained in the girl's hands. The prince asked Erin not to worry about him, that he would be fine now, and made her promise to eat something at this banquet. The lady sincerely thanked His Highness for his care, and her eyes were filled with such tenderness and gratitude, as if he had given her the whole world, and not just a piece of cake. A little later, Ferdinand retired to his office, perhaps because he rarely attended such events. He felt tired. The highlight of the evening was the conversation with Lady Littris. The girl left a good impression. This was unexpected for the prince. Lady Littris was known as the greatest villain of the century, the shame of the House of Littris, the witch of the empire. It seemed that this girl existed only so that people would have someone to insult. Evil whispers followed her like a shadow. The prince noted that, despite the rumors, he had not seen Lady Littris create any problems at the banquet. The girl rarely attended events, and when she did, She would quietly spend a short period of time in a secluded corner and then leave unnoticed. Today, she also left early, and the piece of cake that the prince left for her remained practically untouched. The prince watched the girl furtively. He saw that she did not eat the other dishes at all. Maybe she just did not like the cake. Ferdinand also allowed for the possibility that she ate very little or didn't like sweets. The prince caught himself thinking that he was thinking a lot about this girl. This had never happened to him before. The female sex had little interest for Ferdinand. The prince remembered the letter he had received just recently. It still lay unread on the table in his office. It was a message from the emperor, reminding him of his engagement to Lady Littris and asking him to meet her. Ferdinand chuckled. Well, at least he had done that. He really had a lot of his own problems. Why worry about someone else? Only one thing was strange. Lady Erin couldn't get out of the prince's mind. But they ended up on the same team at Asta Academy. Now she was sitting under the tree that grew near the windows of his office at the academy and stroking the cat, and where, interestingly, Erin found him. Lady Erin had no idea that anyone was watching her. She was completely relaxed. The cat was basking on her lap, receiving a portion of affection. When Prince Ferdinand saw this picture for the first time, he was surprised and even a little scared that this girl could have appeared right under his windows. Ferdinand gazed at the girl. She and the cat presented a peaceful picture and had a calming effect on the prince. At the same time, this picture made the prince wonder. The reputation of a villain did not stick to this girl, tenderly cooing with a cat under his windows. Cats sense good people. The prince knew this for sure. Then it turned out that the rumors about Lady Littris were false, and she was not a villain at all. People considered the second Prince Ferdinand a role model. His reputation was impeccable. But the emperor had a completely different opinion. His Majesty believed that Ferdinand was like his mother from head to toe, and that he had nothing to love about him. The emperor regretted taking Ferdinand's mother into his harem. The noble blood of the imperial house of Lexia had been wasted on the second prince in vain. The emperor told Ferdinand that he was only a half-breed, unworthy of bearing the noble name of the Lexia family. The emperor hated Ferdinand's mother and had the same feelings towards him. Ferdinand's mother was a saint of the Holy Kingdom, a devoted servant of the White Goddess. Her name was Mary of Lancaster. Her line was no less ancient and noble than Lexia. Maria died shortly after giving birth to Ferdinand from a nervous illness. She was the one who heard the prophecies of the White Goddess. Emperor Lexia treacherously seized the Holy Kingdom and ruled it as a vassal state. Mary of Lancaster became the concubine of the Emperor of Lexia. This was intended to demonstrate the insignificance of the kingdom before the empire. No one expected that in an atmosphere of humiliation and contempt, Maria would give birth to a son for the emperor. Ferdinand was not a desired child for the emperor. The emperor revered his blood above all else, and Ferdinand became for him a creature who stained his imperial line. The prince had long since realized that if the emperor had discovered that he, Ferdinand, had inherited the special ability of the imperial family, he would have killed him long ago. The emperor always wanted Ferdinand dead, and his other children, the second prince's half-brothers and sisters, hated the boy as much as their father did. Ferdinand had lived his whole life expecting an attack, and in such a situation, wasting time worrying about others was foolish. But he was worried about this girl. Ferdinand often wondered how their relationship might have developed if he had not been a prince, and he constantly pushed these thoughts away from himself. Watching Lady Erin from the window became short periods of joy for Ferdinand, although he did not want to admit it to himself. This picture gave him real pleasure, a beauty at his window and a purring cat in her arms. It was sweet and funny. The prince told himself that he was simply looking out the window, but in reality he was admiring Lady Erin, and these moments made him happy. Ferdinand couldn't take his eyes off Erin's beautiful face, her silky hair, and her gentle hands. Aston Academy was not a place to laze around and indulge in idle dreams. Studying took up all your time. Despite the prince's busy thoughts, he returned to the beautiful vision, and he had the feeling that he had glimpsed something personal and forbidden. Ferdinand remembered that the cat in Erin's arms was familiar to him. He was homeless and often wandered around the academy grounds. Thoughts about the cat distracted the prince from his studies, but he remembered that before this animal was thin and mangy, but now it looked quite healthy. Could it be that Lady Littris, the villain and witch they say she is, has taken upon herself the care of this unwanted cat? Derek approached the prince and asked him what he was thinking about so deeply that he didn't even notice what was happening around him. Ferdinand replied that he was listening attentively to the lesson, but Derek laughed, saying that the lesson had long since ended and everyone had left. Derek informed the prince that his behavior seemed more than strange to him. Ferdinand had been too absent-minded lately. Derek asked if something had happened to Ferdinand, or if he had had a fight with someone. Ferdinand nodded his head, and Derek assumed that the prince had heard something unpleasant from His Majesty or from another person. The prince's associates, including Derek, were unaware that the relationship between the prince and Lady Irina Seeley was not real, only a contract. Not all the details of the life of the imperial family were known to the prince's friends, but they knew very well how his father, the emperor, felt about Ferdinand. The prince reassured his friend that nothing had happened at the banquet, but Derek objected. He had heard that Erin Littris had shown up there. Derek knew that this vile woman dreamed of marrying the prince. She showed up at the banquet and talked to the prince. Is that normal? Ferdinand replied that nothing terrible had happened, and Lady Erin was not really as bad as they said. Society was capable of fanning a flame from a small spark. Derek objected. A good man can't maintain a bad reputation for 10 years, which means there is truth in public opinion. Derek said that there is no smoke without fire, and there is always a reason for gossip and rumors. Prince Ferdinand didn't know how to object to his best friend without revealing all the secrets. Just recently, he himself thought of Erin as a bad person. Even now, Ferdinand was not entirely convinced that Lady Erin's reputation was false from beginning to end. Could a few positive things observed by the princesses, completely by chance, dispel the rumors that have been circulating around the empire for 10 years? Today was the 8th time he had seen Lady Erin come to feed a stray cat. But maybe she just loved cats and hated people. Why is it that only Ferdinand can see this positive side of her, while the others don't pay any attention to it? This girl fed the cat 3 times a day. The feeding place is located behind the prince's dormitory. It is a secluded place, and students rarely go there. The path around the back of the prince's dormitory is long and inconvenient, and no one likes to walk it when time is at a premium. Therefore, this part of the academy is usually deserted, an excellent place for solitude. Lady Erin moves there quietly and alone, so no one sees her. It turns out that no one knows that Lady Erin is secretly feeding a homeless animal. Ferdinand realized that, unexpectedly for himself, he had become the owner of Lady Erin's secret and a witness to that part of her life that no one knew about. But as always happened, the calm gave way to a new storm. Although the prince was no stranger to this, Aemon Hader reported to His Highnesses that a letter had arrived from the imperial palace. Such correspondence did not bring good news to Ferdinand, and he accepted the envelope with caution. The prince opened the letter and read it. Ferdinand's blood ran cold. The emperor was trying to get rid of him again. Again and again, the second prince read the lines, written in familiar handwriting, and understood that nothing good awaited him in the near future. The second prince crumpled the ill-fated message. He expected nothing else from the emperor. The peace and quiet turned out to be so short-lived. Why was he born a second prince? It would have been better if he had been a simple man. Just as the rising and setting of the sun were constant, every day of Ferdinand's existence brought new and new threats. The prince looked out the window. The cat was sitting alone, at the very roots of the tree, and he too was sad. Lady Erin was busy with her own affairs. The red miracle yawned in anticipation of dinner. The prince envied him. The cat knew what awaited him tomorrow, but the prince had no idea when and how his misadventures would end. Quick and light steps were heard. Lady Erin was hurrying to her pet. It turns out she hadn't forgotten about him. The prince was more happy than the cat. The girl brought the cat dinner. She fed him and asked him to forgive her for being late, explaining that she almost ran into people on the way and therefore chose the long way. Erin, unaware that she was being watched, spoke boldly to the cat, showering him with all her love and affection. The girl promised the animal that she would stay with him longer today to make up for her guilt for being late. The prince sat quietly on the windowsill and tried not to let the girl notice him. For some reason, she made the burden of his existence in this world a little easier. Ferdinand had no idea how soon these happy moments would come to an end, and he would find himself in the pouring rain with an umbrella in his hands. The girl was kneeling in front of a mound of earth, the rain mercilessly hitting her shoulders and head. The prince stopped behind her, and the grief that overwhelmed him prevented him from saying a word. Lady Erin mourned the loss of the only person close to her. All that was left to her was this mound of earth and a hastily woven cross from sticks. Ferdinand didn't know what had happened. He woke up from the terrible claps of thunder and suddenly remembered the cat living under his window. The prince looked out the window and saw Erin kneeling over the cat's body, not paying any attention to the pouring rain. Ferdinand grabbed his umbrella and ran downstairs towards them. But by the time he reached the street, Lady Littris had already left, and then he followed her. Soon he saw her kneeling in front of the cat's grave. Unfortunately, the prince could no longer help Erin. It was all over. The wind had blown away the storm clouds, and the sky had become clear and bright. Ferdinand greeted his friends in the mornings, and Derek was always the first one to appear in his office. Lady Littris stopped coming under the tree. Ferdinand's habit of looking out the window disappeared, and he and Erin never met again. The girl studied at a different faculty, and if she didn't want to get closer to the prince's dorm, they would never meet again. One day, the prince and Derek overheard students talking about the engagement of Ferdinand and Erin. The students felt sorry for the prince and were perplexed why Littris became his chosen one. Everyone knew that at an early age, Erin Littris killed the brother of Lilia, who studies at the Faculty of Magicians and belongs to the prince's retinue. Derek threw a book at the students who dared to gossip about the prince. Derek said that they also wanted to listen. Maybe they could both be enlightened on the details of this exciting story. The students, caught off guard by the discussion of crowned heads, became frightened and muttered words of apology. Without waiting for punishment to fall upon them, the boys quickly ran away, leaving their textbooks at the scene of the crime. Derek was angry. These were the same brats who had recently admired the prince, now enjoying gossiping about His Highness. Ferdinand reassured his friend that he shouldn't react so sharply to every rumor about him. Derek objected that the prince didn't pay any attention to rumors. Didn't they really anger him? Ferdinand looked at his devoted friend and said that he was incredibly glad to have such a friend and comrade as Derek. Lady Littris was still haunted by malicious rumors, while Ferdinand was creating the impression of an impeccable prince. But Ferdinand knew the truth about Lady Erin. She was neither a villain nor a witch. Her story was no less sad than that of the prince himself. Life taught the prince one important truth. What is visible to many is rarely the full picture of reality. In the imperial family, Ferdinand's own value was only a facade. In reality, everything was different. The people whom the prince loved and who favored him suffered setbacks, and their position at court became dangerous. They were all faced with a choice: either leave the second prince and live happily and richly, or stay with him, suffer and die. Ferdinand warned Derek that being near him was dangerous to his well-being, health, and even life. The prince was firmly convinced that his father's oppression towards him would never end, and in this case, both Derek and everyone else were doomed. Derek stated that the prince was worrying about him and the other team members in vain. He himself did not need a reason to follow Ferdinand. Derek can't think of any reason. He's not ambitious. His swordsmanship is slightly above average. The only thing he's good at is studying. Derek believed that suffering was shared equally by all people and distributed, albeit unevenly, throughout life. The guy said that since he was destined to endure all sorts of difficulties, no matter who he ended up serving, he decided that the choice should be his. Derek chose to endure hardship and deprivation in service to the man he chose and considered worthy of his devotion. Ferdinand didn't expect such an answer from his friend. He was used to Derek being a little strange and grumpy, but he didn't know that he was such an incorrigible romantic. The prince laughed. They had a great company. Derek was also out of his mind. He replied that he was still better than the lazy Aemon. Many days passed since that rainy night, but Ferdinand never forgot the feeling he experienced next to Lady Littris. The only reason the prince did not approach her openly was his reluctance to bring even greater misfortune upon her. For the first time in his life, Ferdinand felt gratitude towards his father when he made Erin Littris his bride. Then Erin transferred to the fencing department, and they met in class. This is how the bride and groom were. They didn't see each other for a long time after their engagement, and he couldn't allow himself to exchange letters or messages with her. One thing that bothered Ferdinand was that when he met Erin at the fencing department, her aura seemed completely different to him. Ferdinand wanted to know as much as possible about her. Now he had every right to do so. The emperor was forcing him to communicate with Aaron. The prince could consider this girl his equal, both in merit and skill, and addressed her only respectfully and formally. This method of communication surprised Aaron. She did not expect such an attitude from the groom. It was believed that her candidacy was forced upon the prince. The behavior of the prince and his comrades was no less surprising. It seemed illogical to him for the same reasons. Ferdinand told Aaron that since they were both knight students in the fencing department, this was the most appropriate way to communicate with her. Ferdinand smiled at the girl. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the guy was glad that fate had brought them together again. In the evening, when Ferdinand was left alone, he stopped at the window and decided to put his thoughts in order. The Lady Aaron he knew sought to avoid people rather than harm them, and why she was considered a villain and a disgrace to the family, the prince could not understand. Moreover, Ferdinand considered the rumor that Aaron had killed Calypso to be untrue. There was a trace of evil will in Aaron's fate, and Ferdinand wanted to know more about it. However, Lady Aaron Littress is secretive and does not allow anyone closer than sword thrust distance to her. Ferdinand really wanted to find a way to get closer to this mysterious girl. After all, she was his fiancée. 2 months later, Ferdinand ambushed Aaron in the academy courtyard and spoke to her. Aaron was kind to the prince and told him that she had heard from Lady Irene that he had received another task from the emperor. Aaron explained that the saint often comes to visit her and tells her many new and interesting things. Lady Littress assumed that she, too, would be allowed to join the mission, and she was eager to find out if she and the prince could work together. The girl behaved coldly and aloofly. Her speech was polite, as was accepted at court in conversation with princes of the blood. Only in her eyes, Ferdinand saw not only a request, she begged him to agree to accept her into his team. The prince responded just as dryly. From the outside, no one would have suspected that these two were connected by anything more than a business relationship. Both were well aware that they were, of course, being watched. And they were not mistaken. Raymond, Cornelia Littress's faithful dog, was on the alert. The spy had to keep a great distance from the young people, and he could not hear what they were saying. After observing Aaron for several days, Raymond determined that the girl was skilled in wielding a sword. This only meant what Cornelia said. It would be difficult for Aaron to avoid various injuries. Soon the emperor will order the second prince to lead a raid against the werewolf tribe, and they will be forced to obey. No one would give Ferdinand Lexia any real support. That's where he would end his days. Cornelia was looking forward to that moment. When the second prince dies, Aaron will start to blame herself for everything. She will believe that everything went wrong right from the moment of their engagement, and will sink even deeper into despair. Cornelia remembered that the last time the prince was saved by a passing swordmaster, such luck could not be repeated a second time. Raymond had practically nothing to do except figure out how to stage an accident with Aaron and take away one of her arms. Under the pretext of protecting his younger relative, Raymond decided to join the mission. Even before they reach the werewolf's territory, he will try to be alone with Aaron, first pushing her into the water, then saving her himself. Raymond was already vividly imagining how it would all happen, how he would gently and confidently grab Aaron by the waist and pull her out of the water. The man assumed that if an accident occurred as a result, and Aaron lost the ability to move her arm, he would not arouse any suspicion. Raymond didn't feel any personal animosity towards Lady Aaron. It was just the way things worked out. Aaron herself was to blame for being born the daughter of Marquis Littress, to blame for having the talent of a swordmaster. Raymond believed that he was not doing anything bad at all. He was simply serving the emperor, and this girl was a threat to autocracy in the country. The full moon period was a convenient time for a raid. One could move longer than usual, and the nightlight allowed for a comfortable overnight stay. The squad of future knights did just that. The boys stopped for a rest only when the moon rose over the horizon. Raymond had to carry out his plan, and the easiest way to do this was to pretend to water the horses. Raymond took the bucket. In the palace of the Marquis of Littress, he had become unaccustomed to menial work, but there was no other way to carry out what he had planned. Lily, Amon, and Derek looked at Raymond with suspicion. They really didn't like the guy. He seemed somehow shady and slippery. As he went to fetch water, Raymond asked why everyone else wasn't busy setting up camp and arranging dinner and lodging. The prince's companions paid little attention to Raymond's words, but they kept a close eye on Lady Erin and Prince Ferdinand. Eamon thought there was nothing strange about the engaged young people sitting next to each other. Derek thought that was exactly what he thought was strange. A few days ago, Prince Ferdinand's detachment, in accordance with the Emperor's decree, set out on another raid. The task of the prince and his comrades was to subdue a tribe of werewolves that had invaded deep into the empire and created a tense situation on one of the borders. The werewolves captured prisoners, residents of a border village, and the mission also included the liberation of civilians. The werewolf tribe are demonic beasts that are intelligent, strong, and aggressive, and a small group of students alone couldn't handle them. The Emperor provided the second prince with support from the Empire's swordmaster, Count Leon, and his knightly order. No one expected to receive a second assignment so quickly, and now the squad was heading to the meeting place with Count Leon. Derek couldn't get used to the inseparable couple of Erin and Ferdin. They had been walking together ever since they left the academy. Derek pointed out to Eamon that, being close all the time, the prince and Lady Erin were almost always silent, but if there was nothing to talk about, why be close all the time? Derek noted that there was some strange atmosphere between the prince and Erin. Irene was lucky that she didn't see it. This time, the saint decided not to participate in the raid. She wished her friends a safe journey and recommended that they respect each other. Lily, just like the boys, was interested in the reason why the prince and Erin traveled together all the time. Lily believed that Derek, as the prince's closest friend, should know something about this, and the prince should tell him something. Derek replied that, to his deep regret, he was also unaware, and Liliana should not look at him with such disdain. He was telling the truth. Derek only knew when it started. On the eve of the mission, Erin Littress had a long conversation with the prince alone about something. Immediately after that conversation, the prince and the marquise began to stick close to each other everywhere, and on the road they never left each other's side. Liliana looked suspiciously at the villain. The girl had been looking for a reason to quarrel for a long time. The issue with her brother was still open. Eamon and Derek were puzzled whether Ferdin really had any feelings for this girl, or whether it was just a political gesture. Eamon watched the relationship between the prince and his betrothed with envy. The guy couldn't do anything about it. He liked Erin. Raymond tried to stay close to Erin and Ferdinand, and he was constantly in front of their eyes. He needed to know what these two were talking about. To the spy's chagrin, the young people were mostly silent, occasionally exchanging monosyllabic, meaningless phrases. Erin knew what this man was like, and tried to remain silent in his presence, and not to look too much at the prince or any of his companions. Eamon had noticed back at the academy that Raymond was constantly hanging around Erin, but his actions were more like surveillance than security. Lord Amon Heder was young but not stupid, and he did not like Raymond at all. This man was behaving suspiciously, and what was even more suspicious was that the prince, a complete stranger, took him along on the raid. Eamon asked Karen if he understood correctly that Raymond was participating in the raid as Lady Erin's guard. Karen replied that this was indeed the case. Raymond's presence was agreed upon with the prince, and besides, this man had been guarding Erin since childhood, and he got along well with her. Eamon was surprised. Karen was definitely not mistaken in the fact that Raymond gets along well with Lady Erin and does not feel hatred or hostility towards her. Somehow it doesn't seem like it. Eamon watched Raymond and often noticed the looks of hatred and contempt that he cast at Erin. Not the kind of look one would give someone they got along with. Heather decided that he would remain silent for now, but he would not let this strange man out of his sight. Derek noticed his friends that Ferdinand and Erin stood up at the same time and headed towards the forest. Derek couldn't understand where the two could be heading at such a late hour, when it was already time for dinner and bed, and they had many miles to cover tomorrow. Karen and Derek decided to follow this couple, but Amon stopped the guys. They needed to set up camp and prepare a place to spend the night. He couldn't do it alone. Eamon was adamant about doing everything alone and forced Karen and Derek to follow him. Despite the latter's strong objections, Liliana had no intention of taking part in the general fun. The girl was sad and thoughtful. Liliana lost her beloved brother. The whole world blamed the daughter of the Marquis Littress for this, and following them, the girl considered Erin to be the culprit. Many years passed, but the pain of loss still had not subsided. Liliana often dreamed of her brother's body at night, and she woke up in tears. The girl hated Lady Erin. did not understand why the boys so quickly accepted her presence in their team, and did not approve of the prince's behavior. And now Prince Ferdinand was calmly walking deep into the forest after the villain Aaron, not caring at all about his own safety. Aaron and Ferdinand came out into a small clearing. Now they were definitely alone and could finally talk. Aaron had gone over in her head hundreds of times the words she wanted to say to Prince Ferdinand when they met. The girl kept coming up with more and more new options, preparing, and finally, this moment came. Aaron plucked up her courage and decided to tell Prince Ferdinand everything she had thought up for herself and for him. For the prince, Aaron's words came as a bolt from the blue. The girl said that she wanted to break off their engagement. Ferdinand froze in bewilderment at what she was talking about. For the first time in his life, a truly close person was next to him. The prince did not want to let her go. Aaron looked at the prince with eyes full of doom and waited for his answer. They must part. It was necessary. Ferdinand replied that he didn't understand why Aaron was talking about such things now, why she needed this breakup. Aaron replied that the prince had no need to maintain the engagement that had been forced upon him, and she didn't want it either. Raymond was hiding in the bushes not far from the young people. Sounds travel very well in the night, and this allowed him to hear the entire conversation perfectly. Raymond heard the prince express surprise at Aaron's announcement that she did not want to be engaged to him, and asked why she had decided to get engaged then. Aaron explained it all by her capricious nature. The engagement was just her momentary whim, and since she had said everything, she would leave here first. The prince did not want to break off the engagement, and did not want the girl to leave him. Ferdinand tried to stop Aaron by grabbing her hand, but the girl deftly dodged the prince's hand. Aaron quickly disappeared into the thicket of the forest, heading away from the camp, and a confused Ferdinand remained standing in the clearing, not understanding anything. The engagement between Aaron and Prince Ferdinand was arranged by Aaron's stepmother, regardless of the girl's feelings. This engagement forced Prince Ferdinand to part with the woman he loved, who Aaron believed was the saint of the empire, Irene. It was a little strange for Aaron that neither Ferdinand nor Irene expressed their negative attitude towards her because of this. In her first life, due to her panicky fear of her stepmother, Aaron dragged Ferdinand into trouble that ended more than sadly for him. This time, Aaron didn't want to cling to the prince and drag him down with her into the abyss of trouble. Aaron had noticed Raymond in the bushes a long time ago. Now she walked around him so that the prince would not see anything, came up close and asked what he was doing there. Raymond did not hear the girl's quiet steps. She appeared completely unexpectedly, like a ghost or an angel of death. Aaron asked Raymond again why he was hiding here like a rat. She didn't ask him to accompany her. The girl was angry. Raymond was spying on her and Sir Ferdinand, and she didn't even have to guess at whose behest. Raymond was a spy assigned to Aaron by her stepmother. The girl had no doubt about that. Aaron ordered Raymond to follow her. He complied. Yet he was nominally considered her guard and subordinate. Raymond couldn't understand how Aaron managed to find him, how he skillfully hid his presence, and why Aaron had such a strange aura. Raymond had never felt anything like this in his life. He could swear that Aaron was radiating an aura of desire to immediately kill him. The man became a little scared. Such an aura is not something that can be simply brushed aside as unimportant. The sensations that came over him when Aaron suddenly appeared were like meeting the gates of hell. Where could this girl have such an aura? Aaron, who just picked up a sword, couldn't have such an aura. Besides Aaron, Raymond didn't sense anyone nearby, but he did sense someone with a very high level of skill. It didn't make sense, but it remained a fact. Aaron reminded Raymond that he hadn't yet answered her question, and she had asked why he had been spying on her and Prince Ferdinand. Raymond needed to get out of this quickly, and he began to say that Aaron had misunderstood everything. Raymond explained that he had simply followed Aaron into the forest because he was worried she had gone off alone with Sir Ferdinand. Of course, he is her fiancé, but going deep into the forest so late at night is still dangerous. Raymond was assigned to her specifically for protection and in case something happens. Aaron cut Raymond off mid-sentence. He wants to say that he was worried about her, but right now he seems more threatening to her than all the monsters in the forest. Raymond realized that he hadn't noticed how he had drawn his sword and continued to hold it in his hand. He asked Aaron for forgiveness for this. Raymond asked why Lady Aaron spoke to him in such a stern and menacing voice from the very beginning. It frightened him. Raymond tried to figure out what he had done wrong to make the lady angry, or whether she was angry because he had followed her, but he explained the reason for it. The man said that Aaron was too careless, too trusting of people, so he was afraid that something might happen to her. Raymond convinced the girl that although Ferdinand had a good reputation, she should not trust him too much, as they had only recently met. Aaron seemed to be listening carefully to Raymond's words about Ferdinand being different from him, and therefore, Aaron should be careful with him. Aaron asked again. Raymond so badly wanted her to not trust Prince Ferdinand, but to believe only him. Raymond in her first life was like rain in the desert. In a life full of sorrows, he gave her strength to continue on her way. She was grateful to him. The rapture and gratitude continued almost until the last second of Aaron's life, until the very moment the sword pierced her. Aaron lay on the ground, bleeding, and a familiar voice said, "The owner asked to tell her that no matter what she was worried about, the whole family would soon follow her." Raymond was looking at her from under the killer's cloak, and it was he who spoke those words. And that was how Aaron knew that all his good attitude had been false from the very beginning. Having lived several lifetimes, Aaron could not forget the expression on Raymond's face that she saw at the very end of her life. Raymond was smiling. He had killed Aaron, and there was no trace of sadness or guilt on his face. It seemed like he had been waiting for this moment for quite a long time and was enjoying it. It seemed like Raymond felt relief when he plunged his sword into Aaron's body. But why? Did he know something that Aaron herself didn't know? Aaron never treated him badly, and he once told her that when a sword pierces the body, it hurts. A person does not die immediately. He takes a long time before he dies. Raymond felt that something was wrong with the girl. She was too hostile. It was strange. He had put so much effort into making her consider him the most loyal and best friend, so there was clearly something wrong here. Raymond was perplexed as to why Lady Aaron was so hostile towards him, and whether he had really interfered with her meeting with the prince. The man smiled brightly, pretending that everything was fine, and suggested that Lady Aaron go back right now. He said that it was too late, everyone would worry, and suggested continuing this conversation in the camp. Raymond hoped that in the camp, among the people, Aaron would gradually calm down and stop frightening him with her grave-like appearance. Aaron looked at him with expressionless eyes, and goosebumps of mortal fear crawled down Raymond's spine. The girl agreed to return to the camp. Raymond sighed with relief. He was really mortally afraid. Raymond could never have imagined that Lady Aaron would speak to him like that, and look at him with such a menacing expression on her face. It was all Cornelia's fault, Raymond believed. Her stepmother had overdone it with discipline and made the girl strange. Over the past 2 months, Raymond had been watching Aaron and noticed that she was strikingly different from her former self. There were no longer the gentle eyes that were so easy to tease. The cheeks were no longer rosy, and a hard line ran above the lips. The girl became more and more like a real knight, who could neither be frightened nor embarrassed. But Raymond decided that it did not matter. Cornelia was to blame for this. She claimed that Aaron's bones and muscles were destroyed, and if she started learning fencing now, she would only be able to become a knight. The idea of the wrist injury was entirely Cornelia's. However, he worries in vain. No matter how much Aaron has changed, deep down she is still the same. A stupid and naive girl, and does not know anything. Raymond decided that it was actually better that way. The more Aaron resisted, the more fun it would be for him to defeat her. Raymond had no interest at all in killing a non-resisting victim. It was so boring. Aaron felt unbearably sorry for herself in her past life. She trusted this man so much. She smiled at him so openly. The girl didn't remember exactly when it was, but one day she was walking with Raymond by the pond. Suddenly, someone attacked Lady Aaron from behind, and she fell into the water. Raymond, without thinking, jumped into the pond to save her. He pulled her out of the water, wet and shaking with fear, and all the while trying to catch the attacker. Aaron began to trust people even less, and him more and more. It was only much later that Aaron realized that there was no ill-wisher that day. Raymond himself pushed her into the water. It was funny, Aaron thought, but it seemed like he was going to do the same thing now, push her into the water. But whether he was going to save her was unknown. Aaron turned around and asked Raymond if he really thought she would obediently return to camp. Maybe he'll remember what Aaron told him that day they met again at Asta Academy. Raymond realized that he wouldn't get off easy. Their conversation could lead to unexpected consequences, and he grabbed his sword. Erin got ahead of him, her sword flying like a sharp bolt of lightning and striking Raymond in the arm, his hand burning with fire. Erin stood over Raymond with a bloody sword in her hand, saying that she was glad that there was no change in his character and behavior. The girl reminded the man of events in his life that she could not have known about, and the pain combined with mystical fear. Erin repeated that she was glad he was constant, otherwise he might have had a chance for forgiveness, and she didn't want to give it to him. Lady Erin smiled, and it made Raymond's insides go cold. The girl did not take her hand off the hilt of her sword. Raymond couldn't figure out what was happening to him now, and how it could all end. He was so used to feeling his superiority over Erin. He was supposed to be the main character in this scene. He planned to push Erin into the water and then save her. It would make her more pliable, break her haughty habits, and make her grateful to him, Raymond. For some reason, everything turned out completely differently. Erin held his head with a strong, not at all feminine grip, and asked what he wanted to do to her. The girl wondered if pushing her into the water was Raymond's only plan, or if something else was supposed to happen next. Erin asked why the Marquise ordered Raymond not to let her train with a sword, why they hindered her improvement and destroyed her as a person. At that moment, Raymond understood the nature of the energy he had been feeling all this time, and this understanding brought him the certainty of his imminent death. Raymond realized that the energy was not coming from outside. It was coming from Erin Littris. It was this girl who was radiating it. Erin was hiding her true power, Raymond realized. But how did she manage to do it? The girl held Raymond tightly, and there was no way to escape. The man understood that he needed to come up with something urgently, otherwise he was dead. Raymond broke out in a cold sweat. He could die right now at the hands of Erin. It was on the verge of fantasy. He had only one chance to negotiate with the girl, and Raymond shouted that he was only following Cornelia's orders. He said that it was Cornelia who said that if it turned out that Erin owned the sword, the girl should be made to be unable to ever take it into her hands. Raymond claimed that he was just following orders. He had no choice. It was not his desire to harm Erin. He asked Erin to trust him. This man still hoped that Erin would not be able to forget about him. She did not know love, and those around her only said nasty things about her. They said that she beat the maids, and the neighbors' children were forbidden to communicate with her. In vain did she claim that she was not guilty. No one believed her. The more Erin craved attention and affection, the more people ignored her. Erin was a child who knew no love and considered even the slightest attention a blessing. It was he, Raymond, who gave Erin that bare minimum that kept her afloat and was her only connection with the outside world. Now this girl holds her sword to his heart and declares that today he will die by her hand. He had to think of something. Raymond tried to blame everything on Cornelia, but Erin stated that from the moment they met at the academy, she already knew what she would do with him. Erin knew the plan very well. First push him into the pond, then rescue him and win him over, whispering that she was the only one for him. Raymond continued that he did all this on Cornelia's orders, and it was she who told him to throw Erin into the water. Raymond begged for mercy. He was unarmed, and that was the same as surrendering. Erin was a knight, and a knight should not treat a defenseless person cruelly. The man reminded Erin that she believed that killing a living creature would send her to hell, and that if she killed him, she would go to hell. Erin confirmed his words. In the past, she believed in heaven and hell. In her first life, she believed that if you were virtuous, you would go to heaven. Erin swore that she would protect her virtue, listen to her mom and dad, and not hate anyone. Until her last moment, naive Erin tried not to despise anyone. She also begged Raymond once. Erin said that she clung to Raymond's legs and begged him to let her go, not to kill her. Her life was hell, but she still wanted to live. Erin said that Raymond didn't care about her requests, and he couldn't understand what she was talking about because Erin was telling him events that hadn't happened in his life yet. Erin put her sword to Raymond's chest. She regretted only one thing. Now she would kill a man and would not hit heaven, which meant she would not see her cat. The blade of the sword flashed in the air right next to the girl's eyes, and she decisively pressed on the hilt. There was a muffled scream and the sound of tearing flesh. Erin made another small effort, and the killer fell at her feet. Erin whispered to Raymond that he should go to hell and give her up there. These were the last words that Cornelia Littris's most skilled spy heard in this life. The girl stood over the corpse of the defeated enemy. Everything turned out to be very simple. He tried to move her to pity, not knowing that it was impossible. Erin was sorry that she would still have to meet this guy in hell. She would prefer her own personal hell, where he and all the rest of her enemies were not there. Ferdinand jumped out of the forest. Derek announced that he was already going to look for him, since the prince had been gone for a long time. Ferdinand didn't listen to his comrades. He said that she had left. For a long time they couldn't understand where and who had gone. The prince caught his breath from running fast and explained that Lady Erin had disappeared, simply vanished into the trees. Ferdinand's comrades were no less surprised than the prince himself and asked for more details on how this happened. Ferdinand reported that Lady Erin stood next to him, then said she would go ahead, took a couple of steps, and disappeared without a trace. Ferdinand claimed that he had thoroughly searched the area but was unable to find her. The prince ordered Derek to wake everyone up and immediately go in search of Erin. Derek tried to calm his friend down, but the prince demanded that he immediately go and look for the girl. Suddenly, Erin's voice rang out, saying there was no need to look for her. She was already here. Erin came out of her tent alive and quite healthy. The prince was so surprised that he couldn't say anything. Ferdinand came to his senses and asked when Erin returned. The girl replied that as she told him, she went ahead and immediately returned to the camp. The prince was glad that everything was fine, and Erin had not gone off somewhere alone again, like last time. Erin insisted that Ferdinand should not worry about her. Erin told the prince that she would not go anywhere until they finished all their business. Ferdinand looked into Erin's eyes, and faith in this girl's strength and her loyalty to her word grew in his soul. Derek watched the prince and Erin from the sidelines and became increasingly convinced that a very strong connection had long been established between these two people. Those around him did not immediately understand what was happening. Some even thought that a fight had broken out between the prince's comrades. Derek calmed the prince down. He drew his attention to the fact that Erin promised not to go anywhere, and if they had decided everything, then everyone needed to return to their tents. Derek decided that since everyone was back and everything was clear, everyone needed to rest. Tomorrow would be a hard day. Karen was ordered to do some cleaning and then go straight to bed. The boy had no desire to wash the dishes after dinner. He wanted to ask his sister for details of the incident, but he obeyed the order. Erin stood alone near her tent, sleep eluding her, and she again remembered her first life. In her first life, Sir Ferdinand was worried about her. Just like this time, the girl did not understand why the prince believed her, even without knowing the facts. Erin stated that he didn't care what others said. He didn't believe that Calypso killed Lady Erin. She was not the type of person to take the lives of innocents. The girl could not answer her defender. She only asked why he believed her. Ferdinand replied that the Erin he saw could not have killed Calypso, his friend and mentor. The prince stated that if Erin did not want to talk about what she was going through, then she was not obligated to do so. Ferdinand stated that if one day she felt ready to tell him everything, he would be there to help her cope with any trouble. The moment of recognition never came, and by the time Erin decided to open up and ask for help, Prince Ferdinand was no longer in this world. Ferdinand was killed in one of the monster raids, just as the Emperor had always dreamed. Erin could now only remember Raymond's words, that no one would ever love her, and that she was destined to live in complete loneliness. Erin will never be able to live the same way again. Now she is a murderer, even if that man is a scoundrel and guilty before her. But facts are inexorable, and you can't argue with them. Erin smiled bitterly, as if she cared. Even if Sir Ferdinand despised her, it would be fine. Even if her ruthlessness and strength make people call Erin a villain, it won't matter. Erin was used to being hated, and if there were people who threatened Sir Ferdinand and his order, she would stand up for him, even at the risk of being hated. If it meant becoming a demon to ensure the second prince's safety, Erin would gladly do so. Morning came. The work of getting ready for the journey proceeded quickly and smoothly. Everyone did their part, not relying on others. Erin was packing small items when Karen approached her. Her brother clearly worried about something. The guy asked how Erin was doing, whether the night had been peaceful, and if she needed to take any of her things. Erin replied that she was fine, and Karen asked if she knew where Sir Raymond might be. Erin replied that she had no idea. Karen was worried about leaving soon, and Raymond had disappeared somewhere. There was no luggage in his tent, and his horse was not at the stable. Erin shrugged. She had packed up all of Raymond's things the night before, and making sure no one saw her, carried them out of the tent. Erin took Raymond's horse from the hitching post, loaded all her things onto it, and led it into the forest. Setting it on a solo journey, someone would stumble upon it. Erin didn't share the details of the night's event with her brother. Of course, she hadn't seen Raymond, and she didn't particularly want to see him. Prince Ferdinand overheard the conversation between the brother and sister and asked if Caron was telling the truth about Sir Raymond having disappeared. Karen explained that he had just recently checked the knight's tent, and both his things and his horse had disappeared. Karen assumed that Raymond had decided to return to the Marquisate of Litris for some reason known only to him. The prince was surprised how Raymond could leave the camp without permission, without even warning his commander, or whether this was normal practice among the Litris. Ferdinand asked if Raymond had told anyone about the urgent matter that was forcing him to leave the raid. Erin replied that she didn't know anything. Aemon couldn't believe that something could happen to such an experienced knight as Raymond. There weren't even the slightest bit of dangerous monsters in this area. Aemon wasn't too surprised by Raymond's disappearance. He hadn't liked the man's behavior from the very beginning. He was always sniffing around. Apart from Sir Raymond's behavior, Aemon had always distrusted the people of the Marquisate of Litris, excluding Caron, of course. Aemon remembered the wounds on Erin's body. Who could do such a thing to the body of a noble lady? Only someone who lived next to her. An outsider would not dare to do such a thing. Karen was an exception. Aemon couldn't suspect him of bullying his sister. The guy had too kind a disposition, and they hadn't seen each other for the last few years. Aemon suggested that if Raymond's luggage had remained, an accident could have been suspected, but the absence of things indicated a likely return to the Marquisate. The prince was worried about Raymond's fate, but time was short. The journey was long, and his team needed to reach the meeting place with Count Leon on time. As soon as the squad leaves the safe zone, the monsters will become active, the prince reasoned. The loss of even one experienced knight will be a serious blow to their forces. However, the search for Raymond will lead to a time crunch. If they are late for the meeting with Count Leon's detachment, the consequences could be more serious. Moreover, they might not find Sir Raymond, so if Erin and Karen don't mind, they'll leave everything as is and hit the road. Karen replied that he was, of course, worried about Raymond, but the mission came first, and he was ready to obey Sir Ferdinand's decision as commander. Erin confirmed that she completely agreed with her brother and the prince. Ferdinand approved the decision of his brother and sister and gave the command to move out. Erin was afraid that someone was trying to dig deeper, but everything went well, and Raymond's tracks will now be lost. Suddenly, Ferdinand came up to her and took one of the bags that Erin had prepared for herself. The prince asked Erin to accompany him today as well. He needs her to be nearby. Security measures require it. Erin tried to refuse, justifying herself by saying that she had agreed to switch places with Sir Derek. The prince ignored Erin's objections and ordered her to ride beside him, even though she was the one who had asked him to stay by his side throughout the mission. Erin wanted to object, but the prince's arguments were difficult to refute, especially since she herself wanted to be near him. The girl thought that there was nothing seditious about her proximity to the prince, especially since this way she would be able to better protect him. A long and grueling journey began. The road ran through rocky, mountainous terrain, and both people and horses grew tired. As soon as the squad left the safe zone, the people encountered demonic monsters of varying levels of strength. The closer they got to the werewolf tribe, the fewer signs of human presence there were, and the weather worsened with torrential rains. One day, the squad was lucky. There was a pretty decent tavern on the road, and the tired knights headed there. A third-rate roadside tavern was perceived by everyone as a heavenly place. It was dry and warm, and a delicious dinner awaited the travelers. Having dried themselves off, Aemon and Erin sat down at the table to dine on whatever God had provided. The food was simple, but after 10 days of hiking, they had missed even that kind of food. Aemon complained that he was completely exhausted. He had been on longer hikes, but the journey through the mountainous, rocky terrain was difficult for him too. Erin completely agreed with Aemon. Incredible fatigue was taking over the girl, and she believed that they needed a good rest. The knights said that tomorrow they would have to leave the horses at the inn and continue on foot. The horses would not be able to travel along the mountain paths, so it would be even more difficult. Erin was worried. In her past life, she hadn't taken part in the subjugation of the werewolves, so she had no idea what awaited them all. She knew from a past life that Sir Ferdinand had returned from that expedition with serious injuries, and the others refused to talk about what had happened there. Erin reflected that she couldn't even ask about those days. For the people of this space-time continuum, they hadn't arrived yet. Lord Amon Heater noticed Erin's concern and asked if she was all right and if she had any special requests or wishes. Heather remembered that on the way to the inn, Erin spent time and effort to deal with Philip's guys. Erin replied that it was not so important. On the way, a spontaneous quarrel arose between the student knights, and several guys decided to test Erin's strength of character and hand. The girl had to defend herself from several bullies at the same time, but everything ended well and no one received significant injuries. Recalling the incident, Eamon concluded that Erin was very strong, but not at all resilient, so she should take care of herself. Erin smiled. It seemed to her, or Eamon was worried about her. The guy joked that no matter what the girl got used to it, he rarely cares about anyone. Eamon assumed that he was probably very tired, which is why he was talking nonsense, and Erin assumed that this was most likely true. Eamon advised Erin to conserve her strength, as they did not know what might await them in the werewolf tribe's territory. Lord Heather knew that this mission was given by the Emperor only to torment Ferden. It would be difficult and dangerous. The prince always gets difficult tasks. Erin saw that Eamon Heather's expression was too serious and decided to take his advice seriously. There was a noise near the walls of the tavern. Erin became alarmed and almost knocked over her mug of drink. The girl jumped up from her seat. She didn't have a sword with her, but Erin could fight hand to hand. The door of the inn swung open, and Ferdinand, Derek, and Karen burst in, complaining about the pouring rain, which made it difficult even to feed the horses. Ferdinand looked around. Erin and Eamon were supposed to take a table and order dinner for everyone. The prince immediately saw where they were located. Amon was too close to Erin and looked at her too caringly. This unpleasantly scratched Ferdinand. Eamon, for the umpteenth time that evening, asked if everything was okay with Erin. The girl was pleased, although unusual, to hear words of concern for herself. Ferdinand immediately remembered how Erin had asked to break off the engagement and thought that maybe it was because she liked someone else, like Eamon. The prince thought for a moment. His good mood had evaporated. He did not at all want this girl to become another man's bride. Derek brought Ferdinand out of his stupor. He advised the prince to hurry. He needed to eat and rest at least a little. Karen envied Eamon, who had settled in well while they were feeding the horses. But Heather objected that he had won fairly at rock and scissors and suggested that they all have dinner. Ferden was still thinking about Erin. He tried to drive away empty thoughts and concentrate on business. He needed to check if the entire squad in the tavern was eating and resting. Derek again hurried the commander. Was Ferdinand really not hungry at all? So why was he hanging around at the threshold again? Ferdinand suddenly realized that he did not see Lily among his knights. Maybe someone knew where the sorceress had gone. Eamon and Derek had no idea where Lilia had gone, but they assumed she was okay. The boys were only interested in food right now. Lily separated herself from everyone. She couldn't be near Erin. The memories of losing her brother were too heavy. Lily secluded herself, holding a gold coin in her hands. It was one of those that the Littresses had sent her along with her brother's body. Memory brought back memories of how Lilia received the sad news of her brother's death from a maid serving in the house of Marquise Littress. The maid of the Marquise Littress, at the behest of her mistress, gave Lilia some money to help with the expenses of her brother's funeral. Lilia found herself holding a bag of gold imperials, and the Marquise conveyed that the money was sent to atone for her guilt for not stopping her daughter. Thus, the rumor reached Lilia that Erin Littress was her brother's killer. Everyone was talking about it, and the sorceress believed it. Since then, Lilia hated Erin. Her only dream was to avenge her brother's death. As a symbol of her revenge, Lilia kept one of the gold coins. Whenever she looked at it, her anger at Erin flared up with renewed vigor. Lily was preparing to take revenge on Erin for taking her brother's life. The girl was just waiting for the right moment. Erin had to pay for taking Calypso's life and laughing about it, as if gold could notice Erin's brother. Lily couldn't stand to watch Erin eat, drink, laugh, and talk to guys. The sorceress gnashed her teeth and promised herself that she would fulfill her intentions. But for now, let this witch laugh while she still could. Lily remembered her conversation with the maid, who asked if Lily still wanted to avenge her brother. The girl had not forgotten about it. She was just looking for a way. Now that she had him, Lily figured out how to take revenge on her. Very soon, the witch Aaron Littris would stop laughing merrily. Let him remain in ignorance of his imminent fate for now, Lilia decided. Everything will be decided very soon. For 7 days, the prince's detachment hurried to meet Lord Leon's detachment. The men spent a week on the march, with halts being rare and short. The squad finally arrived at the meeting place. They arrived on time, although it cost them incredible efforts. The ruins of the castle greeted the prince's detachment with cold and silence. No one was waiting for them here or prepared a welcome. The prince knew for sure that they had arrived on time. They even had to leave their horses behind. As in the mountainous terrain, the animals would only have slowed down their progress. Ferdinand decided that he had arrived before Count Leon, and ordered that his men rest until the rest of his army arrived. The day passed in rest and relative peace, but when night fell, Ferdinand became worried. Something was clearly wrong in this situation. Count Leon did not appear, and the scouts sent to meet him did not hear or see his detachment approaching. Derek approached the commander. He was no less alarmed than the prince. The situation was reaching a stalemate. Derek informed the prince that the appointed time for the arrival of Count Leon's detachment had long passed. This man was not one to be late. It seemed he would not come at all. Derek didn't understand. Count Leon was obsessed with rules and threw himself into the fire at the first word of the emperor. Coming here was also the will of the emperor, wasn't it? The prince thought that the emperor might have changed the order, and he told Derek that apparently Count Leon had certain circumstances that prevented him from coming here. Derek was indignant. They could have at least been informed. But since everything turned out this way, what does Ferdinand intend to do in this case? Ferdinand decided that they needed to return. His squad had too few people to deal with the werewolves, and he did not intend to risk their lives needlessly. Derek replied that he understood Ferdinand, but believed that they should not return empty-handed. Since they are already in werewolf territory, a search party must be sent to scout the area to create the appearance of minimal activity. Derek suspected that there might be imperial spies among the knights in the squad, and that the prince's caution would be presented as cowardice and disobedience to orders. Derek rightly assumed that if the detachment returned without having done anything at all, the emperor would accuse Ferdinand of disobedience, and the consequences would be dire. Ferdinand thought about it. Derek had only confirmed his fears about the presence of the emperor's spies in his squad, and his friend was right about being responsible for the failure of the mission. The most dangerous thing is that the emperor will punish not only him, but also the core of his knights will suffer undeserved punishment. The prince did not at all want his loyal people to fall out of favor with the emperor. Ferdinand had absolutely no desire to risk people's lives while being in werewolf territory with a small force. The prince thought about it and decided to send a small reconnaissance party, as Derek had suggested. Ferdinand decided that only the most reliable people would join the detachment, and that they would not go deep into the forest, but would simply put on a show of intense and vigorous activity. Derek listened carefully to the prince's plan. If everything worked out as Ferdinand planned, they would be able to save the people and outwit the emperor. Aaron watched closely as Prince Ferdinand and his loyal knight Derek spoke. Sir Ferdinand and Sir Derek spoke in such low voices that no one could hear them, but their conversation could not escape Aaron's keen hearing. The reconnaissance detachment consisted of several groups of 4 people. The composition of the groups was formed by Prince Ferdinand personally. The 4 were tasked with exploring the werewolf tribe's territory and gathering all possible information. At the same time, the safety of the group members was declared the highest priority. No one was to risk their lives. The foursomes returned fairly quickly, but Prince Ferdinand still regretted his decision. The 3 fours returned without losses, but the prince's most loyal knights were captured. Aemon and Lilia were so careless and reckless that the werewolves managed to capture them. It was reported that the werewolves, using an unknown artifact, deprived Lilia of her magical powers. Lord Amon Heder was gravely wounded during a battle with the vanguard of monsters. The group members said that Aemon and Lilia covered the retreat of the other groups, ordering the others to flee. Aaron knew very well that for the werewolves, a mage was an invaluable asset, since the tribe had no mages of its own. The girl could only guess why something like this happened. There had been no such events in her past life. Despite their injuries, Aemon and Lilia returned safely to the academy and were not captured. Erin was afraid that her appearance in this space-time continuum had changed the projection of the future so much that all destinies were distorted. The Marquise mentally sent a request to the Saint to pray for the lives of all the knights of the prince's squad. The knights were panicking, even under normal conditions. It was difficult to resist the werewolves, and in such a state of mind, rescuing the hostages was completely impossible. The only thing Erin was sure of was that she was the only one who could and should save Aemon and Lilia. There was only one slippery point in this whole situation. What should she do with Sir Ferdinand? Erin couldn't decide whether it would be safer for the prince to go with her or to stay with the squad of knights. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp sound of impact and a flash as bright as lightning. Erin assumed that this blow was aimed at Prince Ferdinand, and without hesitation rushed to his defense. Lightning struck a nearby tree and punched a huge hole in its trunk. A loud howl was heard around the place where the knights had set up camp, causing an overwhelming fear in the hearts of even seasoned warriors. The knights did not immediately understand what had happened, and for some time fell into a state of prostration and stupor. Derek was the first to come to his senses. He realized that the squad was attacked by werewolves and commanded the knights to prepare for battle. The werewolves emerged cautiously from behind the trees that surrounded the clearing, their eyes burning with the cold fire of hatred and thick saliva dripping from their sharp fangs. These were the very same werewolves who captured Aemon and Lilia. They were following the trail of the knights who had escaped from them. A defense plan had to be developed urgently, and Erin and Derek were most concerned with protecting Prince Ferdinand. The werewolves surrounded the detachment. There was no doubt about their intentions. Now almost all the knights would die. The rest were doomed to captivity. Ferdinand did not plan to easily surrender to the mercy of the bloodthirsty creatures and commanded the knights to prepare for battle. Ferdinand, Derek, and Erin were the first to stand shoulder to shoulder against the monsters. The situation became incredibly complicated. There was no point in thinking about rescuing the hostages. At this stage, we had to survive ourselves. Erin quickly assessed the situation. 10 young, not very strong individuals came out towards them, but they did not act in a coordinated manner and rushed at the knights all at once. The werewolves howled. This was a sign to other individuals that people had been discovered and help was needed. The risk of a large number of werewolves arriving was incredibly high. Most of the knights are confused and frightened. They are unable to fight and defend their lives, and therefore they may die first. In such a situation, the best way out is to retreat. And Ferdinand came to this conclusion too, and the prince loudly commanded the team to retreat. The knights had no choice but to obey the order, leaving Prince Ferdinand and Lady Erin to cover the retreat. The werewolves were advancing. These creatures were unaware of the feeling of pity for people, but they were not just animals. Intelligence shone in the eyes of these creatures. Erin tried to think of a way to distract all the werewolves at once, so that the knights could get to a safe place without anyone pursuing them. The girl saw only 2 ways: to destroy the attackers as quickly as possible, or to distract them with something more attractive than killing defenseless people. Erin decided to combine both methods. She knew about the greed of the wolves and threw several gold coins into the very mass of them. The creatures were more interested in the golden imperials than in pursuing the knights, especially since they were sure that they would not escape. Erin drew the wolves' attention to herself and threw a few more gold coins at them. The creatures bristled and all moved towards Erin. Greed and thirst for profit drove the beasts. Adrenaline rushed to Erin's head. The girl laughed and teased the animals, showing them gold coins. The pack rushed at the girl, their angry eyes blazing, their toothy mouths snapping. It seemed that no one and nothing could withstand the beastly onslaught of the creatures. Erin shouted the most offensive insults at the werewolves and ran away from the pack, not forgetting to stop occasionally and attract their attention. Ferdinand discovered that Erin had managed to attract the attention of every single creature. It was only a few moments before Prince Ferdinand and the other knights were left in the camp in complete safety. Erin quickly moved deeper into the forest, the pack of werewolves pursuing only her. They simply forgot about the rest of the people. Ferdinand ordered Derek to leave for safe territory as quickly as possible. The prince himself rushed after Erin, ignoring his friend's warnings. Derek was about to follow Ferdinand, but the prince gave him a strict order to lead a detachment of retreating knights. No one else could do this. Derek Artin was not going to obey. He was worried about the prince, but Ferdinand said that he was obliged to keep his promise and take care of the wounded. Derek looked with despair at the traces of his friend and commander. Saving the knightly detachment was also an important task. The prince would be able to get out on his own, Artin decided, but he would hardly be forgiven for the death of an entire squad of knights, so Derek would take care of the people himself. Derek had to hold back Aaron's brother, the Marquis of Caron, as the young man rushed after his sister and the prince. Karen asked Derek to let him go. He believed that he needed to help Sir Ferdinand and Lady Arran. Derek Artin stated that caring for the wounded is now his and Karen's top priority, and this is an order from Prince Ferdinand himself. Artin remembered that Prince Ferdinand had agreed to his proposal to send a reconnaissance detachment only on one condition. The prince determined that the top priority in collecting data would be the survival of all people. Losses were unacceptable. The main thing the prince made Derek swear was that if something happened to him or he needed to leave, Artin would have to take command of the squad. Derek Artin was determined to do his duty, live up to Prince Ferdinand's trust, and bring the men to safety alive. Artin told Karen about this and said that he too must remain alive and unharmed, otherwise he would not fulfill his oath. Aaron's efforts to lead the pack away from the knights were not in vain. She needed to not only save their lives, but also hide her skills, and in the end, only one wolf remained alive. The bloody beast sat on the ground in front of the girl, boundless horror splashing in its eyes. The creature decided that this was not a human being in front of it. Aaron didn't deign to answer the werewolf, holding her sword firmly as she moved closer and closer to the fallen creature. The girl raised her sword, and it seemed that in another moment, the weapon would fall on the beast's head and its life would end. The young werewolf, not yet fully alive, was frightened. The beast did not want to die at all. In his last desperation, he tried to defend himself from the deadly steel by putting his powerful paws under it. A second, another, but this demoness in the guise of an ordinary woman, for some reason did not attack and deal him a fatal blow. The girl froze, not out of indecision, but from surprise. She heard Prince Ferdinand loudly shouting her name. Aaron was surprised that the prince followed her into the dangerous forest thicket. With absolutely no regard for his own safety, Ferdinand wandered through the forest, loudly calling out Aaron's name. The girl admired the fearlessness of this man. Although he did not possess the outstanding abilities of a swordmaster, the prince fearlessly rushed to her rescue. Aaron didn't understand why he followed her, but it was good that he didn't find her here and now over the corpses of 9 creatures. It would have been impossible to explain. The girl turned to the surviving wolf and said that she would not kill him. He must convey a message to his leaders. Aaron ordered the wolf to tell its leader that the people he had captured were her friends, and if he laid a finger on them, his death would be painful. Aaron caused panic in the werewolf, and the death of his companions was instantaneous. The werewolf was glad that he had managed to escape death, and he began to run as fast as he could. Aaron looked after the wolf, hoping that he would accurately convey the meaning of her words to the leader, that he would believe him, and that Aemon and Lilia would at least remain alive. Now Aaron's task was to find the werewolf village and free Aemon and Lilia. Ferdinand wandered through the forest for a long time until he came across a chain of footprints. They were knightly shoes, but not very large. The prince looked closely at the prince. They went deep into werewolf territory. Behind the hard imprints of human footprints, there were smeared traces of huge wolf paws. Ferdinand decided that these were the tracks of Lady Arran and the werewolves who were pursuing her. The prince understood perfectly well that he should not be here. The fact is that his mother was a saint. She could see the future and hear the voice of the goddess. His mother saw his future and said that Ferdin had countless lives on his shoulders and that he had to survive. Mother was sorry that the prince would have to bear this burden, but he had to promise her that even if life was very hard, he had to survive. Shortly before her death, the mother broke the saint's law and told her son about the prophecy. She became her son's guiding star. Even the formidable emperor and his idiot first son could not force Ferdinand to break the promise to live that he had given to his mother. The vow to survive, given to his mother, was one of the reasons why Ferdinand still endured this hell. Now he was on the way to breaking that oath. The werewolf tribe was known for its cruelty and did not leave hostages alive. If Prince Ferdinand encounters a large group of werewolves, this is where his life will end. although there remains the possibility that the creatures will want to use him as a hostage against the Empire, so he may well go looking for Lady Erin. Ferdinand rose to his feet, and without thinking about the consequences, walked along the chain of footprints imprinted on the forest grass. The prince never ceased to admire the fearlessness and resourcefulness of this girl. To lead the wolves away so quickly and deftly, one must be truly brave. Ferdinand didn't even have time to come to his senses, and Erin's cloak and the backs of evil creatures were already flashing behind the trees. The moment Ferdinand saw Lady Erin leading a pack of wolves away, he had a strange feeling. If, for some reason, the prince does not follow this girl, he will greatly regret it. Ferdinand took out a medallion artifact. This item was supposed to help him in his search. This medallion was given to him by his mother a long time ago. It was one of the few things he had left as a memento of her. The prince mentally turned to his mother and asked her to bless his meeting with Lady Erin with safety. He asked for help in finding this girl. Ferdinand paused for a moment, listening to himself and the world around him. And suddenly, he heard Erin calling him. It was a real miracle, whether his mother helped him or Erin managed to find Ferdinand on her own. But the fact remained, he heard her voice, and she was alive. Lady Erin, alive and well, was walking along the forest path, straight towards Ferdinand, not even out of breath, as if she hadn't been leading 10 terrible creatures behind her. The girl asked Prince Ferdinand why he was wandering around here instead of leading the knight's retreat. The prince did not answer her question, but said that he was very glad that Erin was safe, which meant that she had managed to avoid a skirmish with the werewolves. Erin asked the prince to return to the other knights, but Ferdinand had no intention of doing so. He only asked where she was going to go. The girl said that she had important things to do. Ferdinand asked what was so important that she needed to do. Erin convinced Ferdinand that he should return to the other knights and leave her alone. The prince asked in surprise if Erin was really going to save Amon and Lilia alone. Erin didn't answer, but her silence spoke louder than any words. That's exactly what she intended to do. The girl looked at the prince and clarified that it seemed that His Highness was not going to return either. The prince looked firmly at the girl, and she answered him with the same unyielding and determined look. Ferdinand suggested that Erin go with him. If something needed to be done, they could do it much faster together. The prince smiled kindly at Erin. He couldn't leave this girl alone. Even if she ran away again, the guy would look for her. Erin couldn't understand the guy's motives. Did he really think that accompanying her was more important than leading an entire squad of knights? The girl understood that Sir Ferdinand did not know that she was a swordmaster, and therefore was worried about her safety. Ferdinand tried to dissuade Erin, and the girl wanted to force him to come back and leave her alone. They both acted like madmen risking their lives. Erin never thought that the prince would ask her to go with him to save Amon and Lilia. On the other hand, the girl assumed that such a decision by the prince might be the only one that would help save his life. In this forest, the lady and the prince are in great danger, but the irony of fate is that the safest place here and now is next to Erin, the master of the sword. Erin agreed with Ferdinand. They would go together, but she needed to convey one important idea to him. Sir Ferdinand is the second prince of the Empire, so if a dangerous situation were to arise, it would be she, Erin, who would have to step forward. The prince hastened to agree with the girl. He simply had no other choice. Ferdinand hadn't planned to hide behind Erin's back, but he was sure that if he answered differently now, Erin would disappear, and they wouldn't go anywhere together. Ferdinand promised that he would do as Erin wanted, and asked if they could go together now. Instead of answering, the girl turned her back to him and walked briskly along the forest path. The young people quickly moved forward. The decision had been made, and any delay could have cost the lives of Amon and Lilia. There was only one path, and the further into the forest they went, the more often they encountered werewolves. The young people were getting closer and closer to the werewolf camp, where Amon and Lilia were being held captive. Ferdinand was surprised by the endurance of the fragile-looking girl, but he still worried about her. The prince suggested that Lady Erin take a short break to recuperate and develop a plan of action. The moon was full, but it too was on the side of the people, so it hid behind the clouds so as not to reveal their location with its light. Erin and Ferdinand hid at the roots of a huge tree, where they expected to find shelter from the werewolves and get some rest. For some time there was silence between them. The girl did not dare ask the prince about anything, and the guy gathered his strength. Ferdinand asked why Lady Arryn went so far to save Lord Amon and Lady Lilia. The girl looked closely at the prince and replied that she had a debt that she had to repay. At that moment, Arryn remembered how in her past life, Aemon had protected her, an inexperienced and inept beginner who had found herself on the battlefield by someone else's evil will. The girl asked what about him. Ferdinand could have sent other knights, but instead he came in person. Ferdinand didn't know how to properly formulate an answer to this question. Frankly, he was afraid to tell the truth. He couldn't say that it was the fearless, or rather even insane, behavior of Lady Arryn herself that made him go into the forest to the werewolves. Prince Ferdinand simply could not stand aside and not rush after Lady Arryn, otherwise he would have been a different person. The guy was silent for a while, trying to formulate an answer that would satisfy this girl and justify his recklessness. Ferdinand replied that he could not abandon Aemon and Lilia. They, and even Lady Arryn herself, were here and risked their lives only because of him. Until now, many people have sacrificed themselves to protect him, so Ferdinand does not want to stand by and watch another victim. Ferdinand believed that as long as he was in the werewolf's territory, Aemon and Lilia would be alive. Even if he was taken prisoner, they would not kill him immediately. His status as the second prince of the empire will allow him to hold out for a while. The creatures may want to blackmail the emperor with the prince's life. Ferdinand said this and looked intently at Arryn. His eyes were warm and gentle. It was unusual for the girl. No one had ever looked at her like that. Ferdinand admitted that when he looks at Arryn, it seems to him that they are very close, almost family. Arryn didn't know what to say to the guy, and she felt close to him, but she didn't think she had the right to do so. Ferdinand turned to Arryn, feeling like he had forgotten to say or do something incredibly important. The prince put his hand on the girl's shoulder and looked intently straight into her eyes. Arryn was a little scared. She knew about the prince's ability to look into the past of other people. Now Arryn began to fear that Ferdinand could see her past, and not only this, current life. Arryn learned late in her past life that Ferdinand had this ability, but what if, thanks to his ability, he could see all of her past lives? Not only Arryn, who worked in a cafe, but also a sword master who defeated monsters with one hand. If he sees his future in Arryn's past, if he finds out that she is that helpless, weak girl, protecting whom the prince dies in one of the options. If the prince sees himself dying on the battlefield with multiple wounds in his chest, what will he do, and what will Arryn do then? The girl looked at the prince, carefully trying to guess whether this man saw anything in her past, or whether the gift again did not want to obey him. Ferdinand couldn't take his eyes off Arryn's face. The last thing he was thinking about now was her past and his gift. An unexpected sound interrupted the prolonged pause. The prince shuddered and looked around. Ferdinand prepared to defend the man dear to him at the cost of his own life. The boy jumped to his feet and drew his sword from its sheath, ready to strike down anyone who dared to disturb Arryn's rest. There were no challengers to the battle with the prince. In front of him sat a cute magical animal, similar to a rabbit and completely safe for people. Ferdinand felt a little uneasy. After all, he didn't look very heroic, rushing at the hare with a huge sword. The guy immediately came to his senses and asked Lady Arryn how she was feeling and whether she was offended. It seemed to him that he had roughly pushed her away when he rushed towards the hare. Ferdinand turned awkwardly, staggered, and unexpectedly found himself hanging right over the girl, experiencing those very cherished feelings. Ferdinand couldn't say exactly when it started. After the event with the monsters, Lady Arryn looked at him with too sad a look. As the second prince, the academy's top student, and quite a handsome young man, Ferdinand was accustomed to women's admiring glances. That's why Ferdinand decided that she looked at him the same way many girls had before. But over time, the prince began to notice that her gaze was somehow different from others, and this intrigued and attracted the guy. Arryn was the first to ask for forgiveness. She decided that she was to blame for this awkward situation. In her eyes, Ferdinand saw emotions that could not be expressed in words. Ferdinand blocked Arryn's escape with his hand and asked why she wanted to break off their engagement. The prince could not understand the full range of emotions hidden in the bottomless depths of her eyes. Ferdinand quietly but clearly said that he did not want to break off his engagement to her at all. Arryn could imagine anything, but not this. She must be dreaming. Ferdinand says he doesn't want to break the engagement, but still calls her a lady. Students who major in fencing must graduate from the academy to officially become knights. All knights call each other sir or lady as a sign of respect, but Aaron was despised by everyone and was always addressed as Aaron Littris. The only exception was Ferdinand. He said that Aaron should also be called lady or sir, since she would soon become a knight. Ferdinand was kind to Aaron in her first life and looked at her the same way he does now. Maybe the prince had and still has those same feelings for Aaron. The girl didn't know what to think. In any case, it was strange. Aaron was completely lost. She didn't know what to answer the prince. Her thoughts were rushing between feelings and duty. Aaron was distracted from her internal conflicts by the noise, and her intuition told her that she needed to prepare to repel the danger. Ferdinand realized that their vacation was over and that the showdown would have to be postponed until better times. But he was glad that he had managed to say the most important thing. The young people became wary. Danger was certainly waiting for them on the other side of the tree. Without saying a word, Ferdinand and Aaron peered out from behind the tree trunk, and the sight that opened before them filled them with horror and bewilderment. The first thing they saw was a bared wolf's mouth, spewing out terrible sounds. A clawed, hairy paw almost closed around the neck of a boy of about 10 years old. How could this child have ended up here? The leader grabbed the boy by the throat and lifted him above his head. The creature was clearly amused by the helplessness of its victim. Aaron looked closely at the boy's face. It was familiar to her, but she couldn't figure out where she had seen him. The boy resisted the werewolf's grip and called for help. His cries carried far through the forest. Suddenly, a flame flared up and burned the werewolf. The creature squealed, and there was a smell of burnt wool. Aaron remembered where she had seen this boy, and under what circumstances she had met him. In the girl's first life, which took place several years from the current time, the empire was invaded by werewolves and many people died. At that time, the werewolf tribe was led by a human child, a boy who possessed the ability to freely use fire magic. There were rumors that the boy was a refugee who had been captured by werewolves several years ago. It turns out that those conversations were the real truth, and Aaron and Ferdinand were witnesses to this very event. But what is happening is different from the events of the past. Then the boy was on the side of the werewolves, and they were able to attack people. Now this child is in danger of being destroyed by the creatures for setting fire to the hand of one of them. The frightened child huddled into a ball at the feet of a terrible wolf-like monster. The enraged werewolf declared that as punishment for what he had done, he would take the boy's eyes. The creature lifted the child to the level of its head and swung its clawed paw, intending to carry out the promised punishment. Ferdinand and Aaron could not stand by and watch the child being abused. A piercing child's cry tore through the silence of the forest. The boy was calling for help, at least from someone, but he didn't hope for a miracle. Aaron burst out of her hiding place like lightning, her sword cutting down the werewolves faster than they could even figure out where the danger was coming from. Ferdinand kept up with Aaron, not only killing a couple of the closest monsters, but also picking up the boy as he fell from the clutches of the werewolf Aaron had killed. Aaron couldn't think now about how to hide her skill. The child's scream released the berserker that lived in her mind. Despite the fact that one of Ferdinand's hands was occupied by the boy, the prince continued to fight, declaring that he was ready to divert the creature's attention from Aaron. Aaron ordered Prince Ferdinand to run away immediately and not to endanger the child. She could handle it herself. Ferdinand tried to hide, but at that moment, new werewolves appeared from behind the trees. The creatures waved their weapons and shouted that they had no idea where the people who had violated the borders came from. There was no point in hiding anymore. A dead werewolf lay in the middle of the clearing, and Aaron stood next to him with a sword in her hands, and Ferdinand with a child. Aaron didn't play it safe. She'd think of something later, but now she had to fight. The sword struck like lightning. The girl didn't need to strike twice. The werewolves fell at her feet after the first swing. The girl pierced the largest wolf right in the throat, ending up under his feet during the battle. Ferdinand didn't even have time to follow Aaron's movements. The prince exclaimed in admiration that the girl had truly incredible fighting skills. The prince realized that Aaron had reasons to set conditions for him, no matter what he did, to push her into battle. This girl had unique skills comparable to those of a swordmaster. Aaron didn't throw words to the wind. She was confident that she was stronger than the prince. Ferdinand realized that, judging by the way Aaron handled the sword, this girl was clearly not a newbie. Erin explained to herself that she had a very important reason for hiding her skills from the prince and others. She had to control Cornelia and change her past and the future for everyone around her, but so that no one knew about it. Now, in order to save Aemon and Lilia, Erin needed to demonstrate these skills. But now she was afraid to see Sir Ferdinand's reaction. Ferdinand remembered that when Duke Ronald Asili, one of the Empire's swordmasters, visited the academy a few months ago, there had been a strange conversation between him and Irene. Irene told the prince that her father was very pleased with Lady Erin. He saw her at the training camp and said that the girl was very strong. Duke Ronald Asili never threw words to the wind and was strict about the training of knights. Asili said that Lady Erin had a truly extraordinary talent, and it was an extraordinary rarity to hear such a thing from him. Ferdinand had no idea how good Erin's sword-fighting skills were. Only after seeing the girl in real battle did Ferdinand realize how good she was. Now Ferdinand looked at Erin with admiration. He did not expect such a level from her. It was obvious that Erin Littress had been fencing for many years. It couldn't be otherwise. One thing the prince didn't understand was why the girl hid her outstanding abilities. Why did she cry so bitterly then in that richly furnished room? Perhaps the secret was hidden in the girl's past. There must be a reason why Erin is hiding her skills. Erin came to her senses first and said that they needed to get out of here before reinforcements arrived for the werewolves. The girl found it strange that Ferdinand didn't ask her anything. Was he really going to miss this? Or maybe he saw something with the help of his abilities. However, it was necessary to take care of the boy's well-being. The guy was sitting on the ground, motionless, and shaking with fear. Ferdinand asked if he could examine the boy, or if he didn't want to be touched. The boy was still afraid, but this young man definitely inspired confidence in the child. People treated the boy like a monster because of his ability to produce fire from his own hands, and werewolves wanted to make a slave out of him for the same reason. Ferdinand saw all this when he touched the child. Terrible memories sapped the prince's strength. The more terrible they were, the greater his fatigue. Ferdinand informed Erin that the leader of the werewolves wanted to capture this child and was not going to back down from that goal. The prince suggested that if the werewolves learned that the child had fallen into the hands of Erin and Ferdinand, they might harm Aemon, Lilia, and the refugees in order to acquire her. Erin and Ferdinand must escape the forest before the werewolves discover they have the child, but they don't know where the creatures are holding the captives. Erin told Ferdinand that he was wrong, and she knew where the werewolves were keeping Lilia and Aemon. She could feel it. She felt the mana of another person, because she was a master of the sword. Apparently, it was time to open up. Ferdinand knew that neither a novice fencer nor even an advanced one would be able to determine the location of a person at a great distance. Only a very high-level master, or more precisely, only a sword master can do this. Such skill is impossible for a student. Could Lady Erin really have reached the level of a sword master? Ferdinand wondered. A werewolf's angry roar was heard not far from Erin and Ferdinand. Erin turned around. The opponents were at arm's length from her. This time, the group of creatures consisted of adults, seasoned individuals, led by a leader who commanded to take the child away. Erin and Ferdinand decided that this time, they would be better off trying to escape from the werewolves. Erin wanted to repeat the maneuver of distracting the creatures, and told Ferdinand that she was going to go after Sir Aemon and Lady Lilia alone. The creatures were catching up. The foul breath of the werewolves could be heard behind the fugitives. The clicking of teeth and claws could be clearly heard. Ferdinand suggested that they speed up the pace, otherwise they would be captured, just like Lilia and Aemon. Erin replied that speed was only needed when catching fleas. One had to run carefully, otherwise they would be caught. This time, the wolves turned out to be more cunning and came out to intercept the fugitives. A huge, seasoned werewolf suddenly appeared in front of the people. The appearance of this beast was unpleasant, but not at all critical for Erin. The werewolf declared that up until this point, they had simply been lucky, but now the lucky streak for the little people had ended, and their time of death had come. Ferdinand's hands were busy. He was carrying the boy. The guy was about to hand him over to Erin, but the girl, without a word, stepped towards the beast. The leader of the pack did not pay attention to the fact that people were not afraid of him. He was so accustomed to the fear and obedience of those around him that he did not expect a different attitude towards himself. Ferdinand and Erin found themselves surrounded by vicious werewolves. With nowhere to run, they had to fight. Erin realized that now she had no way to hide her skill. If she fought at half strength, the creatures would simply tear them apart. The blade of a sword flashed, and several creatures almost simultaneously said goodbye to life. The leader squealed that the girl was just lucky, and now he would finish her off. Erin replied that she could hardly give him such a chance, and made a gentle lunge with her sword, after which she no longer had anyone to fear. Ferdinand was slightly stunned. He had a strong feeling that with every minute of the fight, Erin's skills were getting better. Although this was most likely not the case, Erin simply began to openly use the skills she had previously. Ferdinand understood that life is a complicated thing. Everyone decides for themselves whether to reveal their potential or not, who to trust and who not to. However, the guy felt a little offended that Erin did not trust him and hid her potential as a fencer. The prince was engrossed in watching the girl fight and almost fell into the teeth of one of the werewolves who decided to get behind the guy. Ferdinand came to his senses in time and deftly dodged the sharp claws that were ready to close around his throat. Erin also arrived just in time, proving once again that she was not trying to harm the prince, but was only protecting him, even when hiding her skills. Ferdinand witnessed another masterful sword strike, after which another creature was eliminated, and the prince was once again convinced that it was only protecting. The last thing the prince wanted was to doubt Erin's heart and intentions. Standing shoulder to shoulder with this girl against any enemy was a great joy for the prince. Ferdinand and Erin stood in a clearing, covered in werewolf blood, with the bloody bodies of the fallen creatures scattered around them. Ferdinand told Erin that he trusted her with his life, and hoped that she would trust him too. The girl was silent. Sad thoughts crept into the prince's head. Maybe Erin thought that he was unworthy of her trust. Ferdinand decided that he would do everything possible to earn this girl's trust. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the prince's head, and Ferdinand realized that his ability to see the past had suddenly awakened, and that he would now have a vision. Ferdinand found himself in the same room where he had last seen little Erin crying. Before the prince's eyes appeared a disgusting picture of the beating of a little girl. Ferdinand saw how the Marchioness Cornelia Littress furiously lashed her stepdaughter's bare arms and legs with a thin rod. The prince could not digest what he saw. He knew the Marquise as a refined and sophisticated lady, but why was she doing this to Erin? The girl asked for forgiveness, shouted that she was wrong, and asked her stepmother to stop whipping her. She was quick to admit any of her mistakes. Cornelia grabbed the girl by the hair and began to instruct her that in any situation she should maintain good posture and a dignified expression on her face. Erin swallowed her tears and fell silent. She stood with her back straight and her head slightly bowed, a pose and facial expression that Cornelia approved of. The stepmother said that she finally made the right face, despite the fact that she was so stupid and pathetic. Suddenly, the scene changed, and another event appeared before Ferdinand. Erin was left alone in the room, the girl quietly sobbing and trying to bandage her hands, beaten with a whip. Through her sobs, she told herself that she was a noble lady, and that showing someone how ill she was bad form. The girl repeated that she had to endure it, and that it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt at all. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore, and started crying. Her cut arms hurt incredibly. Ferdinand watched and heard Erin complain that all of this was terribly painful, and she didn't know how much longer she could bear it. Erin cried and wailed. She was trying to make sure that no one would notice her wounds, but it was very difficult. She was probably just too weak. The prince's visions were always true, and after seeing all this, the boy realized that the rumors surrounding Lady Erin were a lie from beginning to end. They said that the Marquis Littress's eldest daughter was the greatest villain, throwing away her father's money and amusing herself by causing mischief to people. All these rumors, both about the runaway maids and about the murder of Lilia's brother, were absurd lies and malicious slander. The prince understood why Lady Erin never spoke about it. Suddenly, the necklace given to him by his mother pulled Ferdinand in an unknown direction. Ferdinand felt the movement of space around him, and his consciousness moved to another place. A whirlwind of unknown origin picked up the boy and carried him away, something that had never happened to him before. Ferdinand found himself in a white, glowing space where there was neither sky nor earth, and the prince was slightly frightened at where he had ended up. The only guide in this glowing radiance was Mom's amulet. What did he want to show Ferdinand this time? The prince looked around. He could not determine where he was now. Suddenly, a tree appeared right in front of him, under which sat a mortally wounded guy with a very familiar appearance. Ferdinand shuddered. He realized that he saw this face every day in the mirror. That is, it was he himself. But why dying? The prince tried to make sense of what was happening, but there was no logic to it. If Ferdinand is in Aaron's past, then why does he see himself here in his death throes? The dying Ferdinand tried to say something, but the prince could not send his words. Only a few words reached the prince's consciousness, from which he understood that something bad had happened to Aaron. The prince looked at himself, pierced by swords and dying, and whispering that there was something he must not forget, but what this vision meant he could not understand. The vision gradually faded and moved away. The prince returned to reality. Ferdinand opened his eyes and saw Lady Aaron leaning over him, with the rescued boy sitting next to him. Aaron asked if the prince was okay, or if he was still not completely recovered. But everything was already normal, and Ferdinand was adequately perceiving reality. The prince was shocked by what he saw, and his head still ached a little. Aaron advised Ferdinand to lie down a little longer, but he suddenly fell down and did not react to the girl's words. They were, admittedly, in a very difficult situation. The werewolves continued to pursue them, but the prince had little time. Ferdinand recalled the most shocking vision of his stepmother, whipping Aaron on her bare arms and legs. The guy felt incredibly sorry for this amazing girl, and he impulsively grabbed her by the shoulders. The right words just couldn't come to the prince's mind. He couldn't admit that he had seen her past, thanks to his abilities. Ferdinand wanted to calm Aaron down, to tell her that he knew how painful and difficult it was for her, to support her, but his voice treacherously disappeared. The prince thought that awkward pity could make another person feel unhappy, and insincerity would push him away from you. If Aaron finds out that Ferdinand saw her past, it could cause her to have a negative perception and hurt her greatly. This is most likely the reason why Lady Aaron cannot reveal the truth, and the prince decided to wait until Aaron herself opens up to him. The boy handed the prince the sword, and the knights decided to continue on their way to free Ammon and Lilia. Ferdinand's mind's eye still saw a dying man who looked incredibly like him. He definitely mentioned Lady Aaron, and even seemed to ask him to help her. What was that? The prince wondered. Lady Aaron approached the prince, asking for forgiveness for being rude and for having many secrets. The girl believed that the prince found it unpleasant to communicate with her. The girl said that maybe she was doing something wrong, but her goal was to bring everyone home safe and sound, and the prince believed her. Aaron continued to apologize automatically, but the prince said loudly and clearly that he believed her and hoped for her. Ferdinand stated that Aaron should not worry about his opinion and should do what she saw fit, and he would help her with this. At the same time, in the castle of the Marquis of Litris, Aaron's stepmother was languishing in ignorance and waiting for news. Charlotte, the mistress's personal servant, entered the room, summoned by Cornelia. Lazily sipping her wine, Cornelia asked if there was any news from Raymond. Charlotte replied that since the last letter talking about a trip to the werewolves, they had not received anything from Raymond. The maid asked if the Marquis should be worried that Raymond might fail, but he was too cunning for that. Cornelia told Charlotte that she had a strange dream in which Aaron Litris, her stepdaughter, appeared. The girl put a sword to Cornelia's neck and asked if Cornelia was jealous of her talent, and declared that Cornelia would never have such talent. The Marchioness thought she shouldn't worry about the dreams. Raymond must have dealt with Aaron by now. The Marquise reasoned that even if Raymond failed, the second prince's detachment would still arrive in the werewolf territory, so the result would be the same. If the swordmaster Count Leon had joined the second prince's squad, then everything might have gone differently, but Leon's ship sank, and help would not come to the prince. In the end, the Marquise reasoned, the second prince would be surrounded by a tribe of werewolves and suffer a crushing defeat. Charlotte agreed that even Aaron wouldn't be able to get out of this mess unscathed, and that wasn't all. The maid remembered how they had managed to convince Lady Lilia that it was Aaron who had killed her brother. Charlotte herself gave the girl money from the Marquise, allegedly because she was unable to stop her daughter. The maid encouraged Lilia to take revenge on Aaron for her brother, and said that to do this, she needed to become a powerful magician. Then, Charlotte will be able to offer her a means by which Lilia can easily take revenge. Charlotte reassured the lady that in case of an emergency, they had prepared a backup plan. The women reasoned that the second prince and his knights were naive guys with a heightened sense of justice, and they would not accept Aaron into their society. Charlotte noted that Lilia is also a person with a strong sense of justice, and she is confident that Aaron will not survive this expedition. The maid assured the Marquise that their plan was flawless and that her mistress could be completely at ease. The Marchioness Litress had no doubt that this time she would kill her stepdaughter or cripple her so that she would never be able to pick up a sword. The prison of the werewolf tribe was an impregnable place, guarded by the most powerful specimens of the creatures. In one of the cells of this prison were Amon and Lilia, the young people trying to figure out how to get out of the dungeon. Lily was calm and unperturbed. She believed that sooner or later, they would be taken in for questioning, and then the time would come to act. Amon tried to find a weak spot in the chamber itself, but the knights could not use mana because of the magic-blocking stones that lined the chamber. The guy pestered the girl with the question of whether they really couldn't use magic. Lilia replied that it was impossible because of the mana control stones. If you are near a mana control stone, regardless of whether you are a swordsman or a mage, your mana will be suppressed, making it impossible to use magic. To reverse the effect of the stones, a 6th-level mage or a swordmaster was needed, and neither Lilia nor Amon possessed that level of skill. Amon regretted not practicing his sword skills until he was sweating, and he vowed that if he got out, he would make up for lost time and become a master swordsman. Amon hoped that Ferdinand was already in a safe place, but knowing the prince, he assumed that his hopes were in vain, that he would try to return for them. Lily assumed that this is exactly how it would be. Ferdinand always thought first of his comrades. Aemon decided that their only hope was Derek. If he was with the prince, he would never allow Ferdinand to go and save them. Lilia agreed with him. Aemon remembered that Derek was usually so annoying and irritating with his caution, but someone like him was useful at times like this. The friends heard the prince telling them that Derek would definitely be offended at them if he heard something like that. Aemon and Lilia jumped in surprise. Prince Ferdinand himself stood on the other side of the bars of their cell, smiling cheerfully at them. The prince held a boy of about 10 years old in his arms, and next to him was Lady Erin. Ferdinand was glad that both of his faithful friends were safe. Aemon was surprised that the prince and Erin found themselves in the prison corridor. He saw that the building was well guarded by a large number of werewolves. Erin warned that they didn't have time to talk. Ferdinand promised to tell them everything later. The prince asked Lilia and Amon to move further into the cell away from the bars. The boys obeyed, but could not understand what the prince and Erin wanted to do. Erin concentrated, the agitated power swirling around the girl in swirling streams of aura. Amon and Lilia looked at Erin in surprise, noting that the girl's aura was too strong, as if there was a high-level master next to them. Aemon realized that Erin wanted to break the bars, and tried to warn her that it could cost her the rest of her mana, since she was not a swordmaster. To Aemon's incredible surprise, the sword passed through the bars like butter. The durable steel, protected by mana control stones, was cut in several places at once. Erin looked at the boys, stunned by what they saw, and said that they would explain everything later. But now they needed to get away from here urgently. Lilia and Amon obeyed the prince's order, but it was clear from their faces that they were eager for a detailed explanation. An even greater surprise awaited the magician and the knight when they exited the prison building through the hole Erin had made in the wall and saw the situation around them. Lily could not imagine how much force had to be fighting near the prison for everything to end up like this. The guards at the entrance and around the entire perimeter of the prison building were destroyed, and the bloody bodies of werewolves were scattered everywhere. The group of fugitives, led by the prince, calmly crossed the prison bridge and continued on their way to the exit from the dangerous place. Aemon was amused. His guess that Erin had been hiding the true extent of her power had been confirmed. The question arose about where the werewolves were keeping the refugees. The prince did not find them in prison. Aemon replied that the people were separated from them halfway from the prison. Ferdinand believed that everyone needed to be found quickly. But where to look? Where the werewolves could have taken them? Erin urged everyone to get away quickly before the main forces of the werewolf army arrived to help the prison guards. Erin and the boys quickly set off. Only Lily hesitated, and with her indecision, held up the small detachment. Everything that was happening was too suspicious for her. In Lily's opinion, Erin's actions were suspicious. In her opinion, this girl was a villain and a witch. Soon the squad was moving at a brisk trot in the direction of the refugees' location. Aaron was leading the people. She felt the manna of the captives. Lily occasionally lagged behind. The sorceress was tormented by contradictions. For her, Aaron still remained her brother's killer. Aemon approached Lilia and asked why she couldn't run. What was bothering her? Lilia replied that she didn't trust Aaron Littress. Why didn't Aemon or Ferdinand doubt her intentions? Weren't her capabilities suspicious? Ferdinand replied that Lilia could be sure of it. Aaron could be trusted. The prince was sure of that. Lilia remembered how heavy those gold coins were for her, which the Marquise Littress had given her as compensation for the death of her brother. Some might say that it was a large sum. The life of a common man was not worth that much, but Lilia easily exchanged it for her living brother. The maid told the girl that before killing Calypso, Aaron had bullied him, but Calypso held on to the job for the money to support his younger sister. The maid heard that Lilia had a talent for magic and advised her to develop it. Then she would be able to keep everything in her own hands. According to the woman, the girl can become a great magician, earn good money, and avenge the death of her older brother. Lilia wanted to know why Aaron killed Calypso, how she could become a master of the sword. This talent is given only to the chosen ones. Aaron has no right to it. The sorceress stated that since the day of her brother's death, she has been living in hell, perishing from melancholy and hopelessness. Aaron took away the most precious thing from her and suddenly appears as a master of the sword, apparently God, who has no concept of justice at all. Ferdinand saw how Aaron faded from Lily's words, how she lowered her eyes and shrank. The prince decided that he needed to intervene. Ferdinand handed the child to Aemon and approached the sorceress closely. He knew that Lilia trusted him. The prince sat down next to the girl and sympathized with what she had been through. He understood that Lily was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The prince asked Lilia to mobilize all the remaining strength and take a realistic look at the events of the past and present. Ferdinand asked Lilia to soberly evaluate the actions of Lady Aaron. She came here for her and Aemon, with the intention of saving them, even if she had to do it alone. The prince tried to convey to the sorceress not that she should forgive Lady Aaron, but that she was not guilty of her brother's death, no matter how much Calypso killed Aaron. Lily was confused. This thought had never occurred to the girl. All her conscious life, she blamed only Aaron for her brother's death. A huge star shone above the heads of the fugitives. Something terrible was approaching them from the sky. It was a huge spear. It was flying towards Ferdinand and Lilia. Aaron was quite far from them, but tried to protect. Lily realized that the spear's trajectory would end in her heart. The weapon, thrown by the werewolf's strong paw, was inexorably approaching. Time stood still, Lilia suddenly thought. Is it really possible that she is going to die so stupidly now? But for some reason, it began to seem to her that death was the best way out for her. Lily froze in place, expecting relief. The blow of the steel tip. Aaron didn't understand why Lilia didn't try to dodge or put up a magical barrier. Lily had given up on finding justice and now only wanted to die. But Prince Ferdinand stood between her and the spear. A warm red liquid splashed into Lily's face. It was the blood of her commander, who had shielded her from death with his body. Ferdinand fell at Lilia's feet and groaned, the spear hitting him in the shoulder and bouncing off to the side. The tip entered the nearby rock, and it formed deep cracks, but it was covered in the prince's blood. Aaron felt despair, but there was no time to panic. A pack of werewolves was approaching the small detachment of knights. The creatures appeared above the heads of the people on the ledge of a high cliff. They noticed that the spear throw was not in vain, and one of the knights was seriously wounded. The leader of the pack growled that they would come down now, and he would finish off all the humans, and he would take the boy as a slave to the werewolves. He would still be useful to them. In Aaron's first life, Lily came to visit her only once, and it was far from a friendly visit. It was a time when all of Aaron's dreams and hopes were dashed, and she was going through a difficult time. Lily was popular and famous at this time. She was the youngest mage to reach the 5th level of power, and a bright future awaited her. Lily then said that she had thought many times about how she would kill Aaron, and decided that strangling her would be the most pleasant. The sorceress rushed at Aaron and tried to grab her by the throat. Given Lilia's level of power and Aaron's depressed state, she succeeded easily. Aaron was expecting Lilia's visit. She knew how she felt about her, and that she considered her guilty of her brother's death. The young Marquise herself had recently been thinking that it was time for her to commit suicide, but something was preventing her from doing so, so she did not resist Lilia's grip. The sorceress was an angel of death for Aaron, a deliverer from mental anguish. Both girls understood that one more effort, and Aaron Littress would disappear from the face of the earth, leaving only her body with a crushed neck. Suddenly, Lily changed her mind and abruptly threw Aaron away from her, who hit the floor painfully and began coughing, gasping for air. The sorceress stood silently over the coughing Aaron for a long time, and without saying a word, she turned around and left. Aaron never saw the brilliant fifth-level mage Lilia again. The next day, news spread throughout the Empire's capital that the Empire's youngest and most talented sorceress had committed suicide. Here and now, events developed completely differently. Aemon and Lilia tried to use magical influences to bring Ferdinand to his senses. Aemon asked Ferdinand not to fall asleep, tried to talk to him to keep him in a state of relative alertness. At this time, Lily influenced him with her magical powers, activating the abilities of the prince's body aimed at healing wounds. Aaron tried to calm down. She saw that Prince Ferdinand was not dead. He was only wounded, which meant that life and fighting still had meaning. Lily is an experienced and talented magician. Aaron convinced herself. She will be able to help Ferdinand, and he will definitely survive. The boy they saved clung to Aemon and watched Lilia's actions with wide eyes. He felt a kindred spirit in the girl. The prince did not expose himself to a direct hit from the spear, otherwise his friends would have had to mourn him. Ferdinand managed to get hit by a glancing blow, deflecting the weapon with his shoulder. It's no wonder the prince spends all his free time training. Ferdinand's agility and Lilia's skill will provide the boy with a 100% guarantee of survival. Aaron shouldn't have interfered with Lilia's actions. She had a completely different job waiting for her, and it was approaching. Without leaving the prince unattended, Aaron watched out of the corner of her eye as the disorderly ranks of werewolves approached them. The girl took up a fighting stance. The survival of everyone and every single member of their small squad now depended only on her skill. The whole pack of werewolves moved towards the people. The leader of this group was a seasoned wolf who had won many battles with people and his fellow wolves. Aaron remembered that in his past life, Sir Ferdinand had also received a serious injury, and it seemed to be in exactly the same place. The girl decided to prevent the prince from being wounded again and decided not to go far from him. The battle raged. The werewolves rushed at the people, confident in their defenselessness and weakness. But Aaron's sword invariably met them and sent them into oblivion. Throughout the fight, Aaron kept thinking about Lily's actions in her first life. The sorceress perfected her skills in order to avenge Calypso, but she was never able to carry out her revenge, realizing that it would not bring her brother back to life. Aaron understood Lilia's desire for revenge. She herself was now taking revenge on the werewolves for the prince's wound, and it was precisely this thought that helped her quickly switch to berserker mode. Lily's circumstances were different from those Aaron was now in, but that didn't change the essence of the situation. Aaron wasn't bloodthirsty, but the werewolves were threatening their lives. Why couldn't they just leave them alone? They would just go away and forget the way here. But the werewolves did not want to leave. Aaron cornered 3 powerful individuals in a gap between the rocks and prepared to finish them off. One of them growled at the girl to get out of the way. Otherwise, he would crush her like a worm. In the creature's paw, Aaron saw a strange small black ball. The energy emanating from this ball was unusual. The werewolf grinned bloodthirstily and slyly and swallowed the ball, his body momentarily enveloped in a black haze. Aaron felt that the werewolf's strength had increased many times over and realized that it was the effect of the mysterious ball. The werewolf's strength level was now on par with that of a swordmaster, which was not a pleasant discovery. The confrontation promised to be difficult, but the girl was not going to retreat. There was no one else to stand up to the beast strengthened by the potion. The creature growled and rushed at Aaron. The girl was convinced that their strength level was almost the same. At another time, Aaron might have fallen into despair, but not now. The girl decided that she was still in a more advantageous position. In addition to strength, she also had brains. Intoxicated by enormous energy, the werewolf roared and rushed at Aaron. The creature decided that tearing the girl to shreds would now cost him nothing. Aaron circled around the werewolf, inflicting precise and painful wounds on various parts of his body. The pain irritated the creature, which led to its incredible anger. In a fit of anger, the werewolf inflicted several injuries on its fellows. The surviving wolves decided that their leader had gone mad, since he was beating everyone indiscriminately. The pack members were not intoxicated by the potion and were not eager to capture people at any cost, so they decided to run away while their gray skins were still intact. Aemon and Lilia continued to treat the prince, but watching Aaron's actions, they realized that they were witnessing a battle of super beings. The werewolf was not inferior to Aaron in strength and endurance, but the girl was not going to give up so easily. Aemon was confident of her victory. It turned out that behind this girl's fragile appearance, there was hidden enormous potential. The werewolf swung its massive paw and lifted Aaron high above the ground. The creature extended its claws and sank them into the girl's body, intending to tear her apart. Aaron had been in berserker mode for a long time, so her body did not feel pain. Instead, she was overcome with rage and anger. Confident of his enemy's death, the werewolf opened his heart, and Aaron thrust her trusty sword into it, thick wolf blood spurting from the wound. The creature roared and slowly sank to the ground, life leaving the werewolf's body. Lilia and Aemon rushed to Aaron's side, the girl standing next to the fallen carcass, blood dripping from her wounds and flowing in a stream onto the ground. Another moment, and Aaron fell onto her side, her eyes closed, and a deathly pallor appeared on her face. Lily wasted no time in trying to activate the tissue regeneration process, but her magical powers were not enough. Amon and Lilia tried, sometimes together, sometimes in turns, to bring Aaron back to her senses, but all their efforts were in vain. Lily was angry. Why did Aaron sacrifice herself? Was she trying to atone for Castor's death, or did she want to prove something else to them all? Suddenly, Aaron opened her eyes and whispered to Lily how Sir Ferdinand was, asking the sorceress to leave her and treat the prince. Lily became even more angry. She was not going to obey any witches, and she had already stabilized Prince Ferdinand with her magic a long time ago. The sorceress gradually realized that Aaron Littris, as she knew, was a selfish person who caused nothing but trouble to everyone around her. But the actions of this girl, which she committed throughout their entire campaign, did not in any way correspond with Aaron's reputation, which Lilia knew. The final battle with the werewolf was beyond the understanding of the boundaries of good and evil, a sacrifice for the sake of the lives of others. Lily resisted the new information. She must not be deceived. It was Aaron who killed her brother, and she cannot be a good person. Something is wrong here. Ferdinand's words came to mind. Aaron came here to save Lilia and Aemon, and was ready to do it even alone. The prince said that he was not asking Aaron to forgive him. He was asking her to consider the possibility that she was not at all guilty of Castor's death. Lily was lost in thought, and just before leaving on the campaign, the maid of the Marquise Littris, Aaron's stepmother, came to her again and offered a way to avenge her brother. The woman advised to injure Aaron's arm, which would destroy her as a knight. The woman gave Lily a mana stone, which would make her stronger and ensure victory. The thing is, the energy emanating from Charlotte's mana stone was the same as the energy emanating from the stone of the werewolf Aaron had just killed. Lily suspected a trick. How could the leader of the creatures have obtained exactly the same stone? Aaron lost consciousness. Aemon became worried. Lily calmed him down. Aaron is simply restoring energy and her current condition is normal. The sorceress doubted both her own thoughts and the actions of others. Who was telling her the truth and who was lying? Lilia decided that she would figure this out later. Her main task now was to cure Aaron Littris and maintain the stability of Prince Ferdinand's condition. Having stabilized the wounded, Aemon and Lilia lifted them onto their shoulders and wandered away from these terrible and dangerous lands. The friends were incredibly happy when a group of knights, led by Derek, came out from a nearby grove to meet them. Aemon, who was carrying Prince Ferdinand, cursed loudly. Their misadventures were ending. Derek, who had been scouring the forest for any trace of his missing friends and was already mentally mourning them, was beside himself with joy. He explained that he couldn't sit still and wait in vain. Derek left the wounded in a safe zone. Everyone else returned to search for the missing. Derek reported that they had already freed the refugees. The werewolves had left them near the border and had only assigned a few young individuals to guard them. The boy rescued by Ferdinand and Aaron was finally reunited with his family, who were already mourning his loss. Derek was incredibly interested in everything that happened with Aaron, the prince, the sorceress, and Aemon. he was worried about them all this time. Aemon replied that it was a long story, and he didn't have the strength to tell it now. He suggested that everyone first return to the inn. A little earlier, interesting events had taken place in the Marquisate of Litris. Cornelia was looking at the Mana Stone and beaming with self-satisfaction. The Marquise and Charlotte came up with a brilliant plan. They just had to hand over this stone to the head of the werewolves and convince him to swallow it at the right moment. A magical portal of movement appeared in the room, skillfully created by the Marquise's personal maid and dark magician, Charlotte Bon. The woman curtsied deeply and replied that she would hand the stone over to the wolf personally and that he would take care of the rest. Charlotte had just recently spoken with the werewolf and knew how strong his desire to kill the prince and Aaron was, and for that, there was nothing better than the Mana Stone. The Black Mana Stone was created by a dark sorceress. At first glance, it was an ordinary artifact that accumulated magical energy, but it acted more effectively. Any knight or magician could use it to significantly raise their level. The higher the initial level, the higher the final level. However, there was a side effect. The body might not be able to withstand the overload of additional force, and then the person or magical creature would go crazy. In another scenario, addiction could develop, and anyone who took this stone once could not exist without it and would soon die. There was an antidote that could prevent the side effects of using the Black Mana Stone. The only secret was that the antidote had to be taken for a long time before using the stone itself, and for no less a long time after its use. Charlotte was confident that Prince Ferdinand would not give up, even when he realized that Count Leon would not come to his support. Therefore, the woman spent money on purchasing ingredients and time to make stones. The leader of the werewolves also wanted to have greater power. The woman didn't care whether the werewolf went mad or died. That would be the price he would pay for his greed. The Marquise confirmed that this was natural, since with great power comes great responsibility. First, Prince Dietrich, who was in the same room, asked what was going on with the magician who accompanied Ferdinand, and whether she was completely on their side. The Marquise confirmed that the magician Lilia was completely under Charlotte's influence, and no surprises were expected from her. Charlotte confirmed that this girl is easy to manipulate. You just need to support her desire for revenge. Dietrich hoped that the women were not mistaken in their conclusions, and that what they had planned would come true. The Marquise remembered Raymond and asked if she had heard from him, but the maid had no information about this man. There was a knock on the door of the room, and an announcement that urgent news had been received that the lady needed. Charlotte looked out the door. She was given a letter just received from the active army about the second prince for the Marquise Litris. The Marquise read the message, and her expression changed before our eyes. Apparently the news was bad. She announced that Ferdinand was reporting the disappearance of Raymond. Charlotte panicked. Raymond's actions were key to their plan. But where could this scoundrel have gone? Prince Dietrich philosophically noted that the Marquise's latest plan had failed again. Dietrich knew the pattern well. If one part of a plan fails, then the rest begins to fall apart at the seams. First, Prince Dietrich was strangely calm, wondering what else would go wrong. Prince Ferdinand's squad returned to the same inn in safe territory where they had stopped before their walk through the werewolf lands. Erin Litris opened her eyes. It was so strange to feel alive and lying in a warm and clean bed. Above her, the girl saw an unfamiliar ceiling, not too richly decorated, but clean. The main thing was that Erin was alive, and this was probably a hotel. Erin looked to the right and found Ferdinand sleeping next to her bed, sitting up, with the prince holding Erin's hand tightly. The last thing the girl expected was to see His Highness near her bed. Erin wondered why the prince was there, but she was afraid to move the hand he was holding, lest Ferdinand wake up. Lily entered the room. She was glad that Erin woke up today. Otherwise, she had to use other methods, not very pleasant ones. Seeing Lady Lily, Erin was surprised and confused even more. This girl hates her and wants her dead. But why then is she healing her? Lily saw that Ferdinand was still sleeping and decided that it was time for him to get up and go get something to eat. Otherwise, she would be absolving herself of responsibility for his condition. The sorceress tapped the prince on the back and said that his bride had woken up, so it was time for him to get up too. Ferdinand jumped up as if scalded. He saw Erin, and feelings overwhelmed him. The prince hugged the girl and held her close. He would not allow this girl to risk herself anymore. He was so worried that Erin did not wake up. Erin was pleased, but she saw Lilia's skeptical face in front of her and told the prince that they were not alone in the room. Lily announced to the prince that he could wait until she left and then have a hug with Aaron, but right now it wasn't that important. The sorceress apologized for interrupting the lovers' meeting, but she herself needed to talk to Aaron. Ignoring the prince's objections, she kicked him out. On the way out, Ferdinand asked Aaron to wait for him. The prince had something to say to this unique girl. Aaron was confused about what Prince Ferdinand wanted to tell her, being used to constant troubles, and now she didn't expect anything good. Most likely, the prince will question her identity. No matter how kind the prince was to her, he will definitely ask why she hid her power. Aaron answered the prince that she was ready to answer all his questions and listen to everything that he himself wanted to tell her. Lily firmly closed the door behind the prince and was silent for a while. Ferdinand would be patient. First, she would find out the whole truth herself. The sorceress folded her arms across her chest, creating a sound barrier around them. Now she could be sure that all the secrets would remain between them. Aaron was a little afraid, but the girl was confident in her innocence, and she was not going to hide anything from the magician. The girl looked at Lilia and waited for her to speak first. Lily reported that she had a good look at all of Aaron's wounds and found it strange that she had so many old scars on her body. The sorceress saw them all, since it was she who changed and washed Aaron while she was being treated for the wounds she received in the fight with the werewolves. What surprised Lilia was that Ferdinand and Amon tried to stop her. They didn't want the girl to see Aaron's scars. The sorceress had to spend a long time convincing the guys that she would simply change Aaron's clothes. It was necessary for her own convenience. Things reached the point of ridiculousness. Prince Ferdinand insisted that, as the groom, he could do the same himself, and Lilia could be free. At first, the boy's actions seemed strange to the sorceress, but as soon as she began to change Aaron's clothes, she immediately understood why they were behaving this way. It was no news to Aaron that Amon knew about her scars, but how Ferdinand knew about it, the girl did not understand. But they both tried to keep her secret. Liliana expressed the desire that Aaron would also let her in on her secrets and mysteries, if only she herself wanted it. The sorceress wanted to know everything about Aaron, and, of course, about the details of her brother Castor's death. Aaron was a little confused. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lilia, she was just afraid for the sorceress. Every time Aaron tried to tell the truth, most people didn't believe her and called her a liar. And those people who believed Aaron and wanted to help somehow all died, only because they knew the truth. And Lilia's brother was one of them. Aaron remembered Prince Ferdinand's advice that she should tell Lilia the truth about everything that had happened to her. Of course, the main thing for Lilia was the information about her brother's death. Most likely, she will feel better when she finds out the name of the real killers. Aaron was very afraid. She liked Lilia, although she treated her coldly. Even after 3 reincarnations, she had not learned to react painlessly to the loss of people. Lily saw the girl's condition and, to encourage her, put her hand on hers. This touch inspired confidence in Aaron. Lily convinced Aaron that together, they had enough strength to face any opponents, and that by uniting, they could do anything. But for this, Lily needs to know all the details of Aaron's story. And first of all, how her brother died and who is to blame. Aaron made up her mind and told the sorceress everything. At first, the girl wasn't going to tell anyone about her past, but Lilia deserved to know the truth. Lily is a sorceress and calmly accepted everything that Aaron told her about her 3 reincarnations and past life experiences. The girl had read in magic books about similar stories, which, although rare, were recorded in the chronicles of this world. Aaron's story about how her stepmother abused her and what it all led to in her first life struck the sorceress to the depths of her soul. Liliana cried with Aaron as she listened to her story about the unfortunate Aaron Littress, the unfortunate young woman from the family of the Marquis of Littress. The story of her beloved brother's death was a shock to Lilia, and she was even more amazed at how skillfully the villains managed to subjugate the consciousness of the sorceress herself. Aaron asked Lilia if she believed her. This was very important for the night girl, as it turned out that her entire future fate depended on the sorceress's opinion. Lily replied that she believed. The sorceress was also incredibly ashamed of her own stupidity. She was almost turned into an instrument of evil forces. The girl asked if Aaron remembered the black ball that the werewolf had, which increased his powers many times over, and she remembered it perfectly well. Lily admitted that Charlotte, Aaron's stepmother's maid, had told her about something similar, and what's more, she had offered to make one for her as well. The sorceress confirmed that when Charlotte told her that it was Aaron who killed her brother, she had no doubt because she saw no reason why she could lie. Aaron revealed that Charlotte is smart, a powerful dark mage, and has the ability to manipulate people through hypnosis. Lily saw the light. She was angry at Aaron's stepmother for deceiving her, and at herself for giving into it. All the intrigues were directed against Aaron and her abilities as a sword master.